Wait a minute. What? Okay. All right. Y'all can hear me now. Welcome, 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 everybody. Welcome in. Welcome to the Urban Landlord. You're here with me tonight, your host, Porsha, because we're going to be politicking with Porsha. Y'all saw the title. Y'all know what we're here for. We're going to be taking a deep dive into what we saw on last night. With Kendrick Lamar, the Black National Anthem and the National Anthem and, a whole lot of other things. John Galt will be joining us soon. He's going to be going through this with me. And I just want to jump right into it. I don't want to waste too much time. We will be pulling up people to the panel whenever you call in. This is an open panel. So it's going to be great. There's a whole lot of things, and I would like to hear from you guys as I am still working to formulate my opinion on what I saw last night. And I learned something today that I did not know, and it changed my mind a bit. But before I get there, I want to give you guys an update on something that has nothing to do with, the Super Bowl and everything. But I thought that you guys might like to be updated on this particular story. Her name is like Dank Demure or something like that. Don't hold me to it. She is a very wildly obese young lady that was denied the Uber because she was too big. She was just too big. Okay. And she actually went on the Breakfast Club. I don't know if you guys heard about that at all, but that happened. Oh, Jesus. It did. It happened. And we won't get into all of that because, of course, the Breakfast Club, they will get you up out of here. And I ain't trying to get up out of here. Okay.
So before we start this video, watch a couple of clips. I want to say hello to everybody in the chat. We have Nate in the building. Hey, Nate. Howdy, howdy. Welcome in. We also have, let me see, why is my stuff scrolling like this? We got Dwale in the building. Habibi, Habibi. We got Dwale. We also have, who else is in here? Richard, you're here. Hey, Richard. We got Ignat TV in the building. Hey, Ignat Crown Reese. Hello. Garion says, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Crown Reese again. Nate, no, those babies are not my kids. I wish they were. They're not my kids, but I just have to showcase them because they're just wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. They did such an incredible job. We have Don Terrius in the building. Hey, Don Terrius. Richard, they really did. They really did. The Eagles kicked ass. Yeah, it wasn't really a game, you know, but it's the Super Bowl. And that's the Super Bowl. We have Virgo in the building. Hey, Virgo. Hey, girl. I hope work was good today. I hope work was good. We got Jewel. Hey, Jewel. Let's see. Yes. Did they give her a big breakfast? Oh, Dwale. I don't even know if you know what the Breakfast Club is, Dwale, but I don't know what would be considered a big breakfast for her. So let's just go ahead and get into it. Now, I am showing this from another content creator's channel because I did not have time to download and do all of this stuff. So I'll just let you guys see the clips and then pause it whenever he's talking. So let's get into it.
My body right now is like my mind don't know that I'm this big. Mm-hmm. My mind does not know that I'm this big. So I be feeling like I could do everything. So when I walk in the gym, I feel like I'm fit.
So her mind does not know that her body is this big. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. Mm-hmm.
Like if I'm trying to do certain shit, I feel like I could do it. And then I'll be like, damn, I can't do this shit. But in my head, I'm like, damn, I could do that. So I'm gonna walk over there. Shit, I be going in the gym in front of all those people, 500 pounds in shorts, no shirt. Well, I have on a sports bra, but you know.
Jesus Christ.
It's no XXXL truck. That's where the bus is.
Now you want them to call an ambulance to pick her up. Come on now.
Well, they keep acting like there's not things for big people. Lane Bryant exists.
Well, yes. The problem is Jesus Christ. The problem is not the Lyft driver, right? Because I'm not mad at that. I'm mad that she picked the wrong car.
Yeah.
Like you cannot like. I'm a family of 6 or 8 when I go out with my whole family. I can't get the small Hyundai. I got to get the big XL. I got to know what I'm driving in. And she should have ordered the bigger car.
Yeah. Like, what's the point of having sizes? They got size 16s for a reason. Right. You can go to Shein right now. The largest clothing size they got is 5XL. Some people get mad at that because they are bigger than that.
How do you know that?
Because I Googled it and researched it for this topic. Okay? All right? Because I'm not trying to sit here and I'm not trying to shame big people. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just simply telling you that there are sizes and categories for a reason. And there's nowhere that this young lady is going to go or anybody her size where somebody is not going to tell her, ma'am, you too big for this ride.
She know that. She said she's been doing this for a long time. And I believe that's what she meant, being big.
Jesus, all right.
Shein has a wide range of sizes.
Yes, they do.
Okay?
Yes, they do.
Heavy emphasis on wide.
All right, let's go to the phone lines. A lot of people on the line now.
All right, so I want to just do a disclaimer of sorts before we get into the actual footage at the Breakfast Club. And I think the best thing for me is to go ahead and ask God for forgiveness in advance, because I know there's a lot of people out there that's going to try to send me straight to hell, but I'm not going. I'm not going. Because I'm asking for forgiveness in advance. And for those of you that have not seen this, I'll pray for you. Don't talk about me. Don't talk about me. Let's get into it.
So now the video that we got to react to is Miss.
Let's see. When he's not talking.
So without further ado, let's get into it.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Hi, how are you?
Stormy. Hey, King. How you, brother? You good? Nice to meet you, King.
Got it. Yep. It's the only seat y'all got?
What you want? What you need?
A bigger chair or something.
Is she already little?
Is this the Sorry, guys, my audio cut out. I'm so sorry. I am back. Okay, I'm going to rewind that back a little bit. And I want you guys to pay attention to Charlamagne's face when she said, is that the only seat y'all got? Look at his face. Have y'all ever been in a situation where y'all were in public? You know, it could be work, church, out with friends or something like that. And something so egregious happens in a hilarious fashion and you're trying to hold back. So what you do is you look the other way so you don't say nothing. Look at Charlamagne.
Hey, King. How you, brother? You good? Nice to meet you, King.
Got it. Yep. It's the only seat y'all got?
What you want? What you need?
A bigger chair or something.
Is she already little?
We had
That's what I'm talking about. Good. This is the accommodation.
There you go. You know, you walked in and, you know, you said the chair was too small, so we had to bring the part of the sectional for you to sit in. And you said something. You said, now this is what I'm talking about, accommodations, right?
Yes.
But we live in a world that's not always going to be able to accommodate.
Is this the only seat y'all got? Charlamagne said we had to bring a part of the section. Oh my God, the section. This is what I'm talking about. Accommodations. This is. Oh my gosh, Jesus, help us all. This is what I'm talking about. Accommodations. Y'all don't. This is what's wrong with y'all.
Yep. It's the only seat y'all got?
What you want? What you need?
A bigger chair or something.
Is she already little?
We had
That's what I'm talking about. Good. This is the accommodation.
There you go. You know, you walked in and, you know, you said the chair was too small, so we had to bring the part of the sectional for you to sit in. And you said something. You said, now this is what I'm talking about, accommodations, right?
Yes.
But we live in a world that's not always going to be able to accommodate people.
True.
But we should, though. We should, because we not all the same, you know?
What I find to be hilarious about this.
We not all the same, you know. But it's like, what are you talking about, man? This is rough, and I encourage you guys to go over to the Breakfast Club and watch this in full. I think this is like the last clip before we get into the NFL stuff. The whole interview, like she checked Charlamagne and everything. It was just very you know, honestly, it just lacked any. I don't even, you know what? I'm trying to find the words and I can't even find them. So y'all should just go and watch it because it is worth a watch. I'll just leave it at that.
Why not? I feel like
she needs these extra accommodations, but for whatever reason, she couldn't figure that out when she ordered the lift.
But like we should. Like why not? I feel like a lot of times people think that bigger people, obese, the F word people should just be in a house. When it's like we not,
word?
Yeah, the F word. I'm not
word that you can't say in your house.
Yeah.
Fat.
You know, like,
I'm not saying that word.
Yeah, we don't use that word in my house either.
I thought you were talking about the gay slur. I'm like, wait, I'm confused.
No.
No.
But I just feel like it should be
Now, I know that most of you, or maybe not most of you, I don't know. For me, whenever she said the F word, I was thinking like the curse word, the F word. But then I was thinking about the, you know, F word for gays. I wasn't thinking about, you know, the F word, you know, fat. So she doesn't use that word.
accommodated. Bigger people should be accommodated, just like we accommodate the LGBT community. You know, all those other communities. I just feel like we outside. You know, if we inside is get up. Why you in a house? You should be doing this. You should be doing that. When we outside, it's like, why you not in a house?
Well, people would say.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. This person,
see, I don't really agree with that. Like, if you outside, like how she just made that claim. Maybe that's her experience, so I don't want to take away from her experience, but there's also the component of a lot of those people, they can't go outside. So I mean, I will say on a positive note, at least she can still walk, even though it's like a waddle, like a penguin. That's okay. At least she can still go outside. And so that's why she is outside. The other people, for them, whenever people like, y'all need to get outside, do something, well, it's because they're literally stuck in their homes. They can't fit through the doors. They can't walk. They can't do a whole lot of. And so yeah. So that's an update on her. I'm trying to think of more positive things to say. But she made it to the Breakfast Club. So that is a vast audience in which she will get, more recognition to her music. There is one of her music videos that I tried to show you guys whenever I covered her last time. And unfortunately, she took it down, and she shouldn't have took that video down. But I know why she did. She took it down because of the response that she knew she was going to get. And unfortunately, as she sits here and tells us, oh no, I don't see myself as, it's not in my mind. I don't think that of myself, but it is what it is. So Dank DeMoss on the Breakfast Club, shout out to her. Shout out to her. And hopefully, as she is starting to get the notoriety that she wants for her music, or she feels as though she deserves, and it shouldn't matter what size she is, I hope that all of her dreams come true. Yeah, come true. All right. So moving right along here. The NFL, the Super Bowl, that happened last night. And I wanted to go live to talk about it, and for us to talk about it at length, because I'm still trying to formulate my opinions and everything like that on it. And so I want us to go to the beginning, essentially. Like, let's start at the top here. Okay. Let's learn a little bit about the NFL, and as we're learning, we're going to pull all these things together so that by the time we get to the criticisms, the backlash or opinions, things like that, you guys will have some backstory, to understand some of the things that you saw last night. So here we are at the NFL.com. We're going to be talking about, when did the NFL start? So here, to celebrate our 100th season, we're going back to our roots to honor the 13 original towns and 14 charter teams that started the NFL in September of 1920. Through youth and high school football grants, integration of the towns into the 2019 NFL draft, and the building of a new turf field in Dayton, Ohio, the site of the first ever NFL game, we will recognize where our league was first established. So let's see. Akron, Ohio. In the summer of 1920, Art Rainey and Frank Need formed the Akron Pros, a game-changing team that included the likes of Bob Nasty Nash and Fritz Pollard, the first ever African-American player and coach. I don't know if you guys knew, that the NFL had black coaches before, but here you go. Apparently, back in 1920, of all times, on April 30th of 1921, after an 8-03 season, the team was awarded the American Professional Football Association, or APFA, which is now the NFL, champion title, as well as the Brunswick Balk Colander Cup. What happened to the cup after that day, however, is a mystery. Never again mentioned in the league's minutes, the cup very well may be hidden in an Akron attic somewhere, the dusty symbol of the NFL's first championship. So we have all of these guys. The teams are obviously much larger now, but this is Black History Month, and we are going to be talking about, Black folks. First ever African-American player and coach. Shout out to them. Today, Buffalo is the home of the Buffalo Bills. The Bills, however, were not the first NFL football team to call the city home. That honor goes to Buffalo All-Americans, a founding team in the National Football League in 1920. In the team's first season, the All-Americans went 9-1 and believed they deserved to win the championship. At that time, though, championships were decided by voting, and the All-American ended the season with a third-place slot in the American Professional Football Association, which is now known as the NFL. So we are looking at when they started back in 1920. This was before civil rights and all that good stuff. But again, it was there. They had some people. But to keep it moving along, we're going to talk about some of the Black players that were in the NFL. So let's get into this player and learn some Black history.
The NFL has a link on NFL.com called the reintegration of the NFL, but it doesn't quite tell the full story. See, in 1934, after African Americans were dominating the NFL team owners voted to ban African Americans from the sport altogether. This ban would last for 12 years. And in 1946, when the reintegration process
So, the white folks voted to ban them. Now, I just gave you guys a little bit, just a couple of stories from the NFL.com. Black people were already playing in the NFL. Not that it was like this huge, large, major number or anything like that. But even after they were there, had head coaches and everything, they went on ahead and voted, white people, they went on ahead and voted to ban the Negroes for 12 years after that. They banned them. Just banned them. 12 years. It's amazing, isn't it? 12 years. So I'm thinking that somewhere in that 12 years, they realized we really need these Negroes. They big, they tall, they run fast, they big, and they tall. We need some of that. We might start winning. So, that happened. Keep that in mind.
that they speak of began, they reintegrated very, very slowly. So slow, in fact, that by 1965, nearly 20 years later, only 12% of the league was black. And even after the league was fully integrated, black quarterbacks were still not getting the same treatment, as they were told coming out of college that they either had to play wide receiver or they wouldn't get drafted. This is why it took so long for the black QB revolution that you're seeing now to take effect. It's also the reason why Warren Moon and Doug Williams elected to start their careers in the CFL. That was the only way they could keep playing quarterback. This process was mostly happening in the 60s and the 70s. And many people still feel that Warren Moon would be statistically the greatest QB in history had he been allowed to start his career in the NFL. Why is this important? Because the NFL is still playing the same game by limiting African-American coaches as well as African-American owners with backdoor collusion. Jerry Jones, who has never hired a black coach, also did everything in his power not to give Dak Prescott what he deserved. The NFL still has a long way to go in its diversity, and that's why it's important to know and understand your history and how it affects the present. This is Care from Life is Lyrical. Peace, love, lyrics.
Peace, love, lyrics. Shout out to him. Shout out to him. So, we have him, and he was saying, we still got a long way to go. Well, it seemed like in the beginning when they first did this with Fritz Pollard, the first ever African-American player and coach for the NFL back in 1920, it seems as though somewhere along the line, the original Negroes that were in the NFL, their names got lost in translation somewhere, and maybe that 12 years that these white folks said we don't want you Negroes in our league, that didn't signify the black people back then. And even though the white folks they kicked you out, they said we don't want y'all's black ass. Period. 12 years. Now, again, everybody's different. But for me, if I was a part of something and then they voted to keep me out because I'm black, whenever they came back and knocking on my door, don't knock on my door, because I ain't answering. That's me. Okay? I already know where you at. I know how you feel. Okay? So just like we started HBCUs, let's go ahead and start our own football league. All right? And every other sports league. That would have been me. Because if they need you so much, then won't you do your own thing? And hey, maybe then they can hold on and you can get some different races of players into your league or whatever it is you want it to look like. It'll be yours. But that's not what quite happened. Now, a lot of people don't know who Kenny Washington is. So this is a longer news clip to give you more than, what you guys just heard a few moments ago. And you'll get to hear from his family and things like that. So let's take a listen to this white man introducing this black man. Let's go.
Well, 1 year before Jackie Robinson made history by breaking the color barrier in Major League Baseball, Kenny Washington became the first black player to play in the modern NFL when he signed with the LA Rams in 1946. But the former UCLA star's legacy has seemingly been lost in history. I spoke with members of Washington's family and several sports writers to find out why and learn more about the Lincoln Heights native.
Our grandfather was a pioneer. Our grandfather was a legend. And our grandfather was definitely a pillar in the community, on and off the field.
At UCLA, he was just phenomenal. He was just a one-of-a-kind, unique player.
In case you guys didn't catch that, this was in the 1940s, 50s. Again, pre-civil rights, MLK. This is a Negro that was at UCLA all the way back then. Yes. Mm-hmm. Black colleges and universities, they were established, Kenny Washington, I'm just saying, he was at UCLA, he wasn't at Howard. Let's keep going.
No one had ever seen before, along with Woody Strode and Jackie Robinson, but he stood out above most.
A lot of people know about Jackie Robinson's legacy as far as what he meant to baseball. In the last 10, maybe 12 years or so, people want to know now about football. Well, who impacted football? And, although my grandfather's name hasn't been thrown around that much as far as being the first, it's kind of like a neat thing that now people are starting to find out.
Following his senior season at UCLA in 1939, Kenny Washington had all the skills to be the #1 pick in the NFL draft.
I didn't think about this at the time. I'm going to look this up while we're watching this. His senior year at UCLA, I'm willing to bet y'all that he got his degree and he was #1. I'm willing to bet, but let me do some research on it.
But there was an agreement among owners that banned black players from the league from 1934 to 1945. So instead, Washington joined the LAPD while dabbling in acting and playing semi-pro football. But when the Rams moved from Cleveland to LA in 1946 and sought to play at the Coliseum, a local sports writer named Hallie Harding.
I said I was going to look it up, but it appears I don't have to because black people couldn't play whenever he was drafted. So not only was he drafted whenever they weren't allowed to have him, he graduates from school and he becomes a cop. I mean, wow! Look at him. If only Kenny Washington knew his devotion, his legacy as one of the first modern players in the NFL after the NFL decided to lift the ban on Negroes from participating in the NFL, that the Negroes of today, not only would they kneel during the national anthem, not only would they have BLM all over the sidelines and all of these football stadiums, and BLM was what? It was an effort to push back against police brutality. Okay? BLM said, fuck the police. Absolutely not. Kenny Washington became a cop. And I might imagine that he became a cop because of the police brutality back then, for sure. And he wanted to be an upstanding Negro, figure out something. Yeah, he's going to the NFL in a minute, but for right now, what I'm going to do with my degree and my time is I'm going to do something useful for my people and my community. He became a cop. Interesting.
Helped put pressure on the Rams to finally sign Washington and reintegrate the NFL.
The reason the NFL reintegrated was because of the LA Coliseum Commission and the efforts of particularly one crusading black journalist. Basically, pressure was brought to bear and said, you want to move the LA Rams from Cleveland, you don't sign our Kenny, there's no lease.
I'm sorry, I just have to show you guys this because this is important to me. Again, happy Black History Month, of course, with the title, the Black Excellence. We're talking about it. So Kenny Washington graduated from UCLA with honors. He was playing football and he still graduated from this white institution with honors against all of these other white kids that were there. Whatever other race of kids that were there, graduated with honors from a school as esteemed as UCLA. Kenny Washington, yeah, he did that. Shout out to you.
And that was hugely powerful.
Why do you think we don't hear Kenny Washington's name as it relates to football in the same way we hear Jackie Robinson?
I believe that you don't hear Kenny Washington's name in football because he graduated from UCLA with honors. He became a cop. He waited until you guys said, the NFL said, let me be specific. He waited until the NFL said, hey, you Negroes, y'all can come back now. We need y'all now. Y'all can come back now. Okay, he had a very upstanding life. And then today, at today's time, if you're not talking about Negroes out here acting a fool, shooting up the block, protesting over Nazi flags that were never intended for you, getting mad, shooting and looting, dropping out of school, not going to class, and when you get there, you're acting a fool. I suppose that's why you didn't know who Kenny Washington was, because he is just too good to talk about. You talk about Black history, Black people. You talk about it all the time. They ain't teaching our history to our kids. You teach your history to your kids. Okay? Because no, Kenny Washington might not be in my American history textbook in history, in Texas. It might not be in there. You talk about him like I'm talking to you guys about him right now. I assure you that what Kenny Washington went through during that time has no comparison to what any of us are experiencing right now today, especially Colin Kaepernick. Okay. And all of the other ones that be crying about how it's so unfair. It's so unfair. He got drafted #1 in the NFL that year. #1. And his black ass had to wait. Y'all get drafted #1 in the NFL. Y'all ain't got to wait for shit. Y'all just get to go, sign up, have your family there, your girlfriends there, y'all hooting, hollering, happy. And next thing you know, you off to practice. You get all your brand deals from all of these big sports teams and other companies, commercials. Kenny Washington had to go and be a cop for a year. I'm just saying, let's keep going.
In baseball,
some would say he might be the first to reintegrate the NFL for the modern game. And so therefore it's not as clear cut as, say, with Jackie Robinson in 47, where, he was the only black in Major League Baseball.
If you talk about Kenny Washington in the late 40s reintegrating the NFL, it's awkward because you have to explain how the NFL had been integrated and then unintegrated itself, resegregated itself. You can't go to Canton in the Hall of Fame and put together this tidy exhibit that makes everyone feel good.
Why isn't he at least in the Hall of Fame as a control?
No, it's not awkward, white man. It's not awkward. Not for me. Okay? It's not awkward. They were there. You kicked him out for 12 years and you begged him to come back, and this Kenny Washington so happened to say yes. I would have been like, nah, I'm good. Okay. But Kenny Washington said yes. There's nothing awkward about this. It's right. It's very plain. It's in our face. Okay. Very plain.
Contributor, he was more than capable of playing in the league, and the league didn't allow it.
The reality is, for the Hall of Fame for players, most voters will look at statistics. Kenny Washington was well past his prime by the time he got to the National Football League. It was a very uncomfortable topic for the league and its owners to deal with. There are a lot of folks who would rather not discuss that. And there are some owners even today who are family members, distant family members, grandchildren, owners of teams back in the 40s. So it's a complicated and multi-layered subject.
It's not complicated. Sir, shout out to you. You had on a Howard hoodie, so looks like you went to Howard. HBCU, I see you. It's not awkward. It's not complicated. We're going to finish this. We're going to talk about something recent that the NFL did, but the way that I want to go about presenting this to you guys tonight is I want to give you guys a bit of the past, the history of the NFL. We won't get all, into the nitty gritty of it, but enough to hold on to so that we can have a nice discussion, conversation about Kendrick Lamar and some of the other players and the other big time sports commentators responding to this. I don't want to be too mad at them, for deciding to go back to a league that never wanted them there in the first place. But, that's just me. Every black person's not the same. We're not a monolith, but you slam the door in my face. I'm not opening it back up for you. I'm not.
I'm happy that the Los Angeles Rams have taken steps over the course of this year and even the last couple of years to celebrate Kenny Washington's legacy, because it should be celebrated.
Kenny Washington is kind of lost to the history pages, but nonetheless, absolutely Hall of Fame worthy, not only for what he did on the field, but just everything that he went through and equally being a pioneer.
It would have been great if my grandfather got the chance to play right after he left UCLA, because I think that even though his impact wasn't as strong as it could have been, it was, like Bob Waterfield said, if he had gotten to play from 1939, 1940 until, he retired, he probably would have been the best that they ever saw.
It's time. It's more than time for him to be recognized in the Hall of Fame, not only for what he did on the football field, the bumps and the bruises that he took, but again, how he lifted up his whole community.
Kenny Washington needs the same shine as Jackie Robinson. Let's get them aligned. Let's get the importance out there, and let's keep his name alive.
I want to credit our producer, John Lamberti, for putting that together and just trying to encapsulate this story. And tomorrow is Kenny Washington Day in Los Angeles, the first ever Kenny Washington Day. So if you don't know about Kenny Washington, I hope that touch a little bit about it, but there's so much more to this story.
Only scratching the surface. What a shame. If only we could have seen him in his prime playing in the National Football League. And the craziest part of the story is that he was teammates at UCLA with Jackie Robinson. So he deservedly so gets some of the shine that Jackie does as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So nice, so nice. Kenny Washington. This is not, we don't want to discredit old Jackie Robinson. It's just, we know who he is, we know who Jackie Robinson is. So we talking about, Kenny Washington. So someone that y'all may not have known. Now, earlier, whenever I was reading things to you guys about the NFL back in 1920, I told you guys that they had their first black coach in the NFL. And he played as well. Fritz Pollard. Now, this video is pretty lengthy, so we're not going to get into all of it, but we're just going to get into a little bit so you guys can put a face to the name, many years down the line whenever he was an older man. But nonetheless, I don't know if you guys know about Fritz Pollard. If you never heard about him before, this is a real person telling a real story. It's a real black guy. And this is something that he did that a lot of us may not know. I know sometimes you might turn on the TV and you hear stories here and there about, you know, they still ain't got no black coaches in the NFL, or they mistreat blacks in the NFL, and they do this and do that to, you know, black people in the NFL. There was actually a period of time during the NFL where black people quite literally couldn't play in it. Kenny Washington was like old by the time that he could, but he still went, you know what I'm saying? He still played. But like I said, their struggles that they complain about today, they're not the same. So to me, it sounds like they're whining and crying, and we're not gonna take it easy on these Negroes, okay? And let them think that they were the first to ever do what it was that they did, because they wasn't. And their struggle is just, oh my God. Oh God. It's so hard. No. It was hard for them, especially someone like Fritz Pollard, who was already playing in the league. And they banned black people while he was already there. Come on. A few minutes of Fritz Pollard.
In 1921, Fritz Pollard, a small but extremely quick running back, was recruited to coach the Akron Pros while he was still on the team. He was the only black head coach in the NFL at the time. The 5'9" Fritz was that good. Even those that laughed at him or did worse to black players couldn't help but applaud when he rushed for 3 50-yard touchdowns in one game due to his speed and agility. Newspapers at the time applauded Fritz's exceptional football intelligence and referred to him as a colored coach. At a period when hotels shunned him and restaurants refused to serve him, Fritz Pollard was both player and coach. He played and coached even though he wasn't permitted to get dressed with his team, despite earning $1,500 per game as the...
Listen to me. He could not be in the same presence of his teammates. They recruited him. He was already on the team. He was already playing. Not like today where they got 50,000 coaches all over the place. They was like, oh no, his little black ass, he good. You know what? If we competitive, we want to win, let's go. He gonna still play, but he gonna coach too. But because of the era in which this existed, he had to deal with so much that there's no integration. We're not talking about that. He was there and he still made a way out of no way. He wasn't making documentaries on Netflix or, you know, typing on Twitter, getting on camera after a game, this, that, and the third, talking about what he could not do and what white folks stopped him from doing. There were laws literally in place that stopped Fritz from doing it, but he did it anyway. He overcame adversity. He didn't let the laws or the white people hold him down, and he wasn't begging because he was there. They came and asked him to coach. But how many of y'all in the chat? How many of y'all know about Fritz Pollard? Let me know. Let me know in the chat.
The highest paid player in the league. As the first black coach and one of the only 2 black players in the NFL, Fritz Pollard would either get ready in his vehicle outside the football field or head to a neighboring tobacco shop where the proprietor allowed him.
I'm going to go back on that, because in case y'all didn't hear that, he got dressed in his car, or he went to a neighboring town that was friendly to the Negroes and he got dressed at a tobacco shop. That's what he had to do. Now, what is these Negroes doing today? How they walking in here? How they walking into the games? Where they got to change it? Let's see. You know, let's just do a little bit of compare and contrast. Y'all know me. I love me a little bit of compare and contrast, okay? From back then to today. All right. Here we are, the Kansas City Chiefs walking in on yesterday. Now look at this Negro right here. So nice. He got on a suit and all of that. You could get this Negro right here, got on a suit. That one right there. Look at his nice, very expensive designer bag. I don't know if he just got back from Africa or if Africa is where he is going. But we have proud brother right here with his dashiki on. We have some non-black players, but then here we have some more black players. He's even walking in with a bag. Maybe his girl is a few steps ahead of him, and we can't see his woman. Okay, we can't see her, but he's carrying her bag for her. Okay, his pants are a little tight. Okay, but he didn't have to get dressed in his car or go to a place where black folks were allowed for him to get dressed in their shops. Let's keep going. We got this Negro right here, nice headphones. They just chilling. You know, they not having a look, oh, Travis Kelce, why would he be dressing like this? I don't know. It just seems like he's so different now that he's with Taylor. Like, what is he doing? Is he going to Soul Train? You going to Soul Train, Kelce? These black people, they walking in cool, calm, and collected as they want to be. Look at them. You see all these Negroes? This is a big old group of black people right here. I tell you what, it is Black History Month, but if it wasn't, y'all know what I would say. You see them gathered in numbers like this, you know what to do. But it is Black History Month. So shout out to you guys for being in a position that most black people, especially black men, will never find themselves in. They're here. They are. They're not looking over their shoulder. They don't look scared. They don't look like they worried about nothing. They wouldn't have to worry. They don't look like they worried about the KKK coming to sweep them up. And this one, he ain't got a shirt on under that jacket. Look at him. Look at them. I know y'all see it. Look at them. Dreads. I don't even know. You know, they be dressing so funny. I mean, not Jalen Hurts usually, but, I don't know. If those flowers, I don't know. I mean, and to get dressed the way that these dudes is dressed, you couldn't put this on in a car. You couldn't put this on. Y'all see all of these black folks. Look at all of them. Look at all these black dudes. They didn't have to do what Fritz Pollard had to do. Sure didn't. Oh, look at that one. He's so petite. He's so little. That's cute. He like a little leprechaun. Look at him. He got to use step stools whenever he getting the cereal out the top cabinet. Him too. He's so tiny. They so little. So yeah. Compare and contrast, but let's get back to Fritz Pollard. Let's get back to him because we want to make sure that we're not losing sight of what, they get to do now that Fritz Pollard couldn't do then.
Yeah. Fritz Pollard would either get ready in his vehicle outside the football field or head to a neighboring tobacco shop where the proprietor allowed him to use the back room. The reason being that they didn't want him in the locker room was because of the color of his skin. This is the story of Fritz Pollard. So sit back, relax, let's get into it. The seventh of 8 children was born in Chicago. His father was an African-American man who boxed competitively during the Civil War. His mother was of Native American descent. At Chicago's Lane Tech High School, Fritz competed in football, softball, and track. He then chose to major in chemistry at Brown University in Rhode Island.
Come on. Mother and father from Chicago. He was involved in a multitude of sports, very athletically inclined. He went to Brown University and he majored in chemistry. They didn't have PEI back then. They didn't have that. Chemistry? I thought black people weren't good at chemistry or sciences or maths and stuff. We've talked about this all across the country, where they have changed the rules because the black kids can't get math and science. So they lower the standards. Baltimore, can you hear me? When the odds were more stacked against you, when you had no other reason to try to keep going, most of us would have given up. Those of us today, if we got to teleport back into the 1920s, the 1910s, if we had to go all the way back, we are who we are right now. If we had to go back, most of us wouldn't have been able to survive or go through all of this. Most of us. And when I say most, I'm going to go with a 98%. There might be a 2% clip. Wouldn't be able to handle this. But again, in the midst of all of that adversity, he did it anyways, just like Kenny Washington. Don't let them teach you your history. You learn and find out yourself. You got the internet. It's 2025. There's no reason why you should know any of these things about any of these people. Yes, we're getting to Kendrick Lamar. Yes, we're getting to the Black National Anthem and the National Anthem and how black the whole thing was yesterday. We're going to get there. But I need you guys to know these people. It's important to me.
Only 5'9" and 150 pounds, Fritz Pollard played halfback for the Brown football team. In 1915, he helped the team defeat Yale and earn an invitation to the Tournament of Roses game in Pasadena, California.
1915. That's crazy, right? To think about that. Playing against kids at Yale, an Ivy League. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have got mollywopped at the game.
Fritz won the reluctant acceptance of his teammates at Brown University. In spite of losing,
y'all see him right there. Y'all see him. Look at him. Look at Fritz Pollard.
To Washington State 14-0, Fritz made history by becoming the first African American to participate in the Rose Bowl. In 1916, Fritz Pollard's outstanding performance helped Brown University to an 8-1 record, including victories over Yale and Harvard. Brown University was the first collegiate team to beat both Ivy League powerhouses in the same season. Dubbed the Human Torpedo, Fritz nearly defeated Yale and Harvard by himself.
Yale and Harvard by himself. Chemistry major at Brown University. Brown University. Okay? Yale, Harvard. We didn't have DEI. We never needed any of these things. We never needed affirmative action. We never needed any of this. Because we could do this. We've always been capable. Still are right now. We just, whenever we get to today, well, I'll go into that. But we've always been capable. Always. Always.
Fritz became the first African American to be inducted into the National College Football Hall of Fame in 1954. He was the first running back of African American descent to be selected for Walter Camp's All-American team. Considered the father of American football, was an American collegiate football player, teacher, and sports journalist by the name of Walter Chauncey Camp. He invented many things, including the sports line of scrimmage and the down system. From his days as a Yale player until his passing, Camp served on different college football rules groups that helped shape the American game. Until they saw what he could do, his teammates really wouldn't talk to him or anything. What Fritz Pollard could do was rack up 60, 70, and 80 yards at a time. The rugged 5'9" halfback raced downfield as soon as he received the ball, his signature baggy football trousers flapping in the wind. Once they saw his talent, they were won over. and his personality also won them over. So from then on, they had his back no matter what. Fritz Pollard faced verbal harassment and worse because he was the only black person on the field. At the bottom of the pig pile during the college games in 1915, eye gouging, punching, and stomping were commonplace.
Now y'all know if y'all saw some Negroes getting their eyes gouged out and getting stomped and punched on the field during any NFL game, since all of us here have been alive, it would have been a damn war zone, okay? War zone. And you hear how at one point his teammates wouldn't even talk to him. Where's the camaraderie here? He wasn't just a teammate, he was the damn coach. Don't have the opportunity to get dressed with them, can't spend any time with them outside of me being on this football field. Whether they respond, whether they, attack me, treat me some kind of way, I don't give a damn. I'm finna come out here and show y'all why they picked me and why I am the shit. I'm gonna show y'all better than I can tell y'all. And his teammates saw that he was all of that. Oh, okay, so he's earned our respect if you're into that. But I can respect it versus you coming out here hooting and hollering and crying, begging the white man to respect you. Just off GP, you ain't got to do nothing for it, but you're just begging for it. It should just be given. No, respect is earned. I don't care what color you are. 1915. And again, mind you, we had Brown versus Board of Education. That was May 17th, 1954, where it was recognized that legalized racial segregation in the schools, separate but equal, that was a ruling that came down by the Supreme Court long after Fritz Pollard's time, when schools were still segregated. He had his place. And then you also had affirmative action that didn't come until even after that. For those of you that don't know or don't remember, and maybe you do know, that's fine. Just a reminder as we're talking about this. Affirmative action didn't start in America until the 60s. That was Lyndon Baines Johnson. 1965. That's when that began for us. And if you look at the things that were put in place after, two of the people that I've introduced to you guys by way of the NFL, they didn't need that. They didn't need it. They didn't need it.
Fritz was frequently the focus of the abuse. His teammates would help to defend him. He learned how to defend himself by rolling over and kicking his feet like a cat if somebody tried to pile on or drag their feet on him to cut him. His teammates would all wear baggy uniforms so that way no one could tell in the game who he was. And sometimes they even darkened their faces with shoe polish so the other team couldn't tell who he was. There was little Fritz's teammates could do to shield him from the obnoxious fans. These were Ivy League institutions that were still as prejudiced as any other in the nation, and he received death threats when they...
Imagine in today's time, if there were some photos out there that just ever resurfaced of Fritz Pollard's teammates putting shoe polish on them, on their faces, blackface, just to kind of throw the other teams off. And those pictures emerged, and they had this as a representation of racism back in the 1920s, from these white players from Brown University. Yeah, they were racist. Imagine that coming up. And you didn't know shit about why they put that black shoe polish all over their faces and necks. If you didn't have the context. The NFL, this. No. They did it so that the other teams wouldn't keep on trying to attack this man, damn near kill this man whenever they played against him. His teammates are coming together in defense of him, supporting him, rallying behind him. And you saw that picture and you had it out of context. Wow, that would be interesting. But for those of you that are listening right now tonight, in the event that ever happens, you can be like, oh, white folks, not this time. Not this time. Now, there's a lot of instances where y'all already know, but not this time. Not this time.
They played certain schools in particular regions. The Yale's fans used to chant, "Bye-bye, Blackbird," when he entered the field. There were times when he had to be escorted onto the field by the police. Brown University received a Rose Bowl invitation in 1916. The match on New Year's Day against Washington State University nearly didn't take place. The problem started in the team's hotel. They wouldn't let Fritz sign in. The entire team said, "Well, take us back to the train station, because if you won't let him stay, we're all going back." The Brown football team threatened to return to Rhode Island if Fritz Pollard wasn't allowed to play. The hotel worked it out, meaning they let him stay after the team declined to stay. After graduating Brown University, he went on to coach the football team at the historically black Lincoln University for 3 years after serving in the Army at the end of World War I. Fritz Pollard criticized the school's administration, claiming they interfered with his ability to coach and had refused to provide the team with adequate travel accommodations. He explained to a reporter that the team had to travel to Hampton by boat before the game, sleeping on the decks, under portholes. He also criticized the school for not giving the team necessary equipment. No cabins were provided, nor were they given a place to sleep after reaching Hampton. They lost the game through a lack of rest. In 1920, the first season of the American Professional Football Association, the forerunner of the NFL, Fritz Pollard joined with the Akron Pros. He was one of 2 black athletes playing in the league. Fritz hardly ever left the game. There was nothing he didn't do during the game. He played quarterback. He was the running back. He did punt returns, kickoff returns, even the punts and kicks. Back then, they used to do the drop kick for the field goal. He did this as well. According to Aaron Dodson of ESPN, the Undefeated, not everyone welcomed him into the professional ranks, and there were some players who simply didn't like the fact that this black guy was both a member of the league and the top player within it. I'd look at him and grin. Didn't get mad and want to fight him. Just look at him and grin. And the next minute, run 80 yards for a touchdown. He tested this out on a football icon before the Akron Pros opening game against the dominant Canton Bulldogs. Jim Thorpe walked up to him and said, "Do you know who I am?" And Fritz goes, "Yes, I know who you are. I've heard about you." And he goes, "Well, I've heard about you too." And he called Fritz the N-word. Fritz called him the N-word back. Thorpe simply took a step back and stared at him. He threatened to murder him, and Fritz responded, "Well, if you're ready to kill me, you can find me down there in your end zone." Fritz then returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown.
Now you know. If that happened today, you know. They be protesting, looting, shooting, and burning down shit. Fritz said, "What, you gonna kill me? Catch me in the end zone, bitch." That's what he said. Basically. I ain't finna go protest and gather up all of these Negroes because you call me a damn name. I didn't make up the word. I didn't give myself that name. You know, they say that black people have adopted the N-word and made it their own. And so by them taking the N-word, they are giving it power because we stole the name that the white man gave to us to keep us down. And the reason why we say it today is to uplift our people and show the power of taking that word back. And we, instead of saying the ER, we say the NIGGA, just to let them know that we are capable of taking words back. Fritz Pollard, he didn't do none of that shit. He said, all right, you an N-word too. You one too. But no, it's 2025. Y'all know how it goes.
Touchdown. And Fritz waved for Jim Thorpe to come on. Fritz Pollard led his Akron team to an 8-3 season and the first pro football championship in the 1920s. When it was unusual for a black man to play football in a largely white environment, after the game, Thorpe said he was the best running back he had ever seen. Fritz Pollard was the first black person to play on a pro football championship team. One of the NFL's pioneers and potential Hall of Famers, George Halas, said he'd never play a team with the N-word on it again. Fritz Pollard was the significant attraction despite George Halas's animosity, or because of it.
Haters.
Some spectators came to watch him run, others to witness him being beaten. The league, which initially failed to contend with baseball, boxing, and horse racing, is credited by being saved by Fritz Pollard and Jim Thorpe. Fritz received a good salary as a result of his celebrity status. One guesstimate has him earning $1,500 per game. These days, that would be roughly $20,000. When Fritz was hired as Akron's coach in 1921, he made history as the league's first black head coach. He served as a player and a coach.
Don't y'all let these Negroes out here in 2025, don't y'all let them tell y'all's black asses that the NFL ain't ever hired a black head coach. I want to hear that shit. All right? They hired one in 1921 before the majority of us were even born or are still living right now currently. Okay? Don't let them, don't y'all come out here and get all hell-bent on what these liberals and these Democrats tell y'all what black people cannot do and what it never was for black people. You got to stop that shit. Which is why I said this is black excellence to me. To me. Now, some of y'all that's black that's listening, y'all might not think that, but to me it is. I can't listen to these stories of my same old regular Negroes, and that's not taken away from them, but the Harriet Tubmans, Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King. No. What about the ones that y'all haven't talked about? That none of us really don't know about unless we did the research ourselves. You know? Well, they ain't never had no black NFL coach. We need to protest that. No, you don't. Protest for what? I've already told you guys tonight. The NFL, literally, black people like Fritz Pollard, he was a head coach in the NFL and he was a player. He was a player and a coach at the same damn time. Even though he was 5'9", guys. 5'9". Y'all know how big these fucking NFL players are today? Y'all know they're big. Those are some big men. They're big. Lord, they big, Jesus. 6 foot plus, 6'5", 230. What? Listen, they're big men. This was a little man. 5'9". Out here tearing this whole shit up. Disrupting everything that they thought they knew to be good. They thought their players was good. Not to say that they weren't, but they weren't Fritz Pollard. They weren't him. The only way I can look at this is in my mind is, this Negro is just doing too good. And we don't want these other Negroes to get a clue or get an idea. So let's just go ahead and vote to keep these Negroes out. Because we don't need them to get no, bright ideas of starting their own or trying to do this or do that. So let's keep them out. And hopefully the time period before it was reversed and you get your Kenny Washingtons, they don't go out there and start their own shit up. Let's just go ahead and get them out of here. And then we can go and beg them and have them come in, all this other kind of shit. And then we'll just see how it goes. And what we're about to see is how it went. How it went and how it is now. Because I already told you guys, that's why I started off with Kenny Washington first. Because he is the modern revolutionary after they let black folks come back. But he was already too old, even though he went anyways. But Fritz Pollard, before any of this shit was ever a thing, he was already there. I wonder how many of these black players in the NFL know Fritz Pollard. I'm sure they know about the 12 years that the NFL was shut down, but they say NFL football players are, I don't know what you've heard, but what I've heard, you know what I'm saying? And I am a Texan, so I feel like I can say this with confidence, and you can actually receive the confidence as a Texan. Y'all know football is the air that we breathe here. That football players are dumb. Yeah, they're stupid. Yep, if you ever want anything good, any information at all, listen. A football player, they're idiots. I don't care what color you are. That's just the thought. However, I would just like to think to myself that the black folks in the NFL right now, especially all this hooting, hollering, and complaining, that they knew before they got there, and hopefully after they started and once they got drafted into the league, that black people weren't allowed to be here for 12 years. They didn't want you. They didn't want you. So my question is, of course, why do you want them? But they didn't want your ass. And they made it very clear. Painfully clear. So we'll do a couple more minutes on Fritz, and then we're going to jump into modern day.
He also became the first black quarterback in the NFL in 1923. Fritz Pollard, however, wasn't treated with the dignity he deserved. Unfortunately, he used to have to dress in his car. Can you picture your star player and coach having to dress in his car and then enter the field? It was...
And y'all know for damn sure. We already did the compare and contrast. Let me go back to it for y'all that just missed it. Those of y'all that just got in here. The compare and contrast. I'm on this shit tonight. Y'all might have saw it when I was watching this shit last night. I wasn't going to come prepared tonight. Oh, believe you me. Oh, yeah, I'm coming prepared. Oh, yeah, I sure am. So y'all see these Negroes. Can you imagine the head coach, the starters, in any of them, having to get dressed in a parking lot? Y'all know what all these football players, they've got on all these knee pads, shoulder pads, all of that shit, having to do it in the car. He couldn't even do it outside his car. Look at them. They coming off the bus and they just came off their private plane. All nice dining and shit. In the skies. Wearing dashikis, this, that, and the third. From all these people that y'all see, this is majority black people right here. This is majority black men right here that y'all are seeing come in. They are not the Fritz Pollards of the NFL. But because of Fritz Pollard, the players and the trailblazers that we don't know about, or that they don't know about, y'all can do this shit. And y'all be protesting, black power fisting, this, that, and the third, like y'all stories are similar. They are not. At all. And it's sickening to hear black people of today talk about this shit like there was not someone who laid the path for you. I understand that what we're talking about right now is sports, okay? And we can also, as black Republicans or black people on the right or conservatives, whatever the case may be. Well, that's all these black kids, they just want to be in the NFL. They just want to play sports. That's not a real dream. No, it is. Yes, it is. I don't give a damn. Yes, it is. Now, that might not be the reality for most of them, no. But There's so much history embedded in this game. And not just this game. The college I graduated from. They got a whole damn movie about my school. And we're talking about the NBA. Ain't no way in hell. Them black kids? Oh no. Oh my God. And then the arena is named after the dude. Listen. They aren't dealing with this. So you can try to put whatever racism, discrimination, prejudice, or whatever in my face. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to go and protest. I'm not going to sit out here and cry and shit. I'm going to say, well, I hear you, but Fritz Pollard, though. Yeah. Fritz Pollard. Yeah, him. I don't need to go out here and yell and scream and put shit in your face. And protest and scream all loud and cry about some damn Nazi flags hanging off the freeway. And cry about some police brutality. That didn't happen to me. I'm not dead. Somebody else is. I don't have to do any of that because I can think of those who went through it before me. And my fight is not their fight. That's not to say that there's not groups in America that don't have fights. We've seen these Hispanics all over the country. They are talking about Negroes at a rate at which I don't care. It's just good to talk about for the show. It's very entertaining. However, Fritz Pollard. Hope you guys learned something tonight. You guys will have the opportunity to watch these videos in full whenever your heart so desires and finish those up. Now we're going to fast forward it a bit. Let's fast forward. We got the history of the NFL tonight. We got Kenny Washington. We got Fritz Pollard. We got the Trailblazers of the NFL and what they went through. You guys heard them. Fritz Pollard, they would pile up on top of this man on purpose, and they would have utensils to try to gouge his eyes out. They would use their cleats to try to rip and break his skin through the uniform. There was no segregation, so he couldn't even be in the same locker rooms as his teammates. He was the damn player and the head coach. He had to get dressed in his car or at tobacco shops if they let him. Kenny Washington graduated with honors from UCLA. Fritz Pollard, he went to Brown University where he majored in chemistry and also too graduated with honors, as Kenny Washington did from UCLA. Well, whenever he got drafted number 1 in the NFL draft, well shit, black people couldn't play in the NFL. So he decided to graduate with his honors. He became a police officer, and then he waited until they came back to him whenever they changed the rules and he could actually play the game. There's history even in football. I get it. Now we're going to fast forward to Black Lives Matter. You know, we don't want to leave them out. We don't want to leave them out. We want to make sure, you know, for those of us that need a refresher, we're going to go back. And yes, this is out of Texas, Cowboys. You know, I'm a Texan, so I had to do it. So let's get into this.
The national anthem protests we've been seeing initially started as an effort to bring attention to police brutality and racial injustice, something that has long been a goal of the Black Lives Matter movement. So we invited 2 men into our newsroom, supporters of this movement, to watch the national anthem during last night's game with us, and they walked away with mixed feelings. Jobin Paniker brings us their reaction.
Because you can't force an employer to do that.
2 men, a TV, in a studio.
Cowboys and the Cardinals, each 1-1.
And a moment that many anxiously waited for.
Okay, arms are locked. Yeah. At least he's on the field with them. So that's a statement.
Al Woolham and Ernest Walker, like many, want to know what the Cowboys do during the national anthem.
Maybe some of the Cardinals will lead the way and take a knee.
There is no coaching here, just natural responses, like when the Cowboys early on took the knee.
Good.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
As they take a knee,
oh my God.
There you go.
Even Jerry's taking a knee.
Yes.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe it either. Wait a minute. But any jubilation they felt was quickly erased.
I'm going to go ahead and say this right damn now. I remember this game. I remember this day. listen, the black players was enough. Seeing them kneel. But seeing the white folks too, I'm like, oh shit, really? This is the same league that banned black folks for 12 years. And so now you see, and this is why, in my opinion, the black folks after that ban, I wouldn't have, listen, they need you. You don't need them. The fuck you mean Black Lives Matter? What you mean take a knee? The best knee that I can take is whenever you, or not me, you took your knee whenever you started coming to me and begging me to join your fucking league. 12 years, I mean, yeah, it was what it was, but the NFL wouldn't have became what it is without all these black players that y'all decided to reintroduce back into your shit. So for me, I'd like to think that I would have started my own shit. And then too, even whenever this whole BLM stuff came through, these players, y'all protesting, but y'all didn't protest them paychecks. Y'all didn't protest those games. Y'all showed up. Y'all still played. It don't take a damn rocket scientist to know what would actually happen if these black players did what these Hispanics are doing right now. They not going to work. And more so than that, they not even letting their kids go to school. But y'all showed up to work. For the country and the league that y'all say is so racist and hateful against you. But you didn't think, you know what, let me just not show up. Let me take this money and you know what, let me go ahead and kneel for this shit so I can get white people to accept me in this NFL whenever the NFL had already kicked y'all's asses out. During Black Lives Matter, y'all could have started y'all own shit and nobody else would be batting a fucking eye because y'all know that in the NBA and the NFL it's dominated by black men. So why didn't y'all just do that? Why didn't y'all just do that? John's here.
What's going on, Porsha? Oh, Porsha, I'm in a kind of mood. I'm so sorry. I probably need to step off. Yo, the fucking police just called me about a fucking murder.
Oh, okay. Let's pause on that really quick. For those of you that were not here earlier, give me 1 second before we get back into the NFL talk.
Look, Porsha, I think YouTube already deleted this shit. Pull it up, yeah.
Hold on, wait, let me.
Yeah.
Let me check. I don't see anything.
That's what I mean. They just deleted this shit. But I got the call. Let me play it for you. These motherfuckers called me about a murder. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck you got? I ain't killed nobody.
Did you get a email? Because I don't see it in the studio.
Nah, they may have just deleted this shit off the break. They literally just called me about a murder. And I'm like, and you know, the young nigga was like, somebody did something to the nigga. I'm like, remember he kept saying something about drugs. I'm like, man, stop running your fucking mouth. That ain't your business, nigga. If they doing drugs, you better shut the fuck up. They're pinning a murder on your dumb ass. And the fucking young nigga just kept running his mouth. So the police called me. I knew it was the police. As soon as I saw the phone number, I ain't recognize it. Like, it's the police right here. And nigga called me and like, yo, we investigating the murder. I was like, didn't this nigga overdose? You know, did he kill himself or somebody did? Like, and apparently his foot was amputated or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
So the fuck nigga put my name in the shit, or my number, I should say. He didn't even know my name, but let me see if I can pull up the recording. The fucking police called me, Porsha, and I ain't even touched the fucking nigga. I ain't touched the nigga. I saw the nigga laid out like that. I'm like, I'm not even gonna touch this motherfucker.
Oh yeah, it sure is. It sure is gone. So if you guys weren't there for that, if you weren't there, you weren't there, so you missed it. But for those of you that were, y'all got to know the backstory of what happened. And we probably don't want to go into too much, you know, about what you showed and last time since they already deleted it. But
I did put a little short up there. You can't see the short there. Let me see if I can see.
The short's still up there. Let me see.
Yeah, you can see the shorts. There's two of them up there, actually.
Yeah, John. So yeah, since we now know that he was deceased at this time, we probably should take those down.
You want to take it down? Go ahead and take it down. Listen to this Porsha. Can you hear this Porsha?
How are you?
Who is it?
This is Detective Ryder from the city police.
And what are you calling me for?
You own 160 Epsom?
You just answer the calling me for. Now, I'm just asking you. Well, I'm just asking you, what are you calling me for?
You're the landlord, right?
What are you calling me for? I'm fucking up police. What you calling me for?
Okay, sir. I
just asking you.
161 AC.
What you calling me for? This little young nigga.
There's no need for that. Okay?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Hold on, young fucking little nigga. Hold on, Porsha. Goddamn little young nigga.
Yeah.
This little young nigga, he gonna have a hard way to go. He's too emotional. Listen to this, Porsha. Hold on.
Yeah, Latino, not anymore. Not anymore.
Hello. Yeah, what's up, man? What's going on?
I just wanna. Hey, so we good though, right?
Yeah, man. Look, just stop talking to the fucking police and shit. Everything.
Nah, I understand that, sir.
Unless you kill that nigga.
Nah, ain't nobody killed nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, sir. No, like I said, sir, it was just there was nothing else for us to do at that point. You know what I mean? That was the only reason why I had to pick up that phone number.
I don't
You
know
know
why
what I mean? What else was we supposed to do?
Why you giving my number though? What the fuck? Like nigga calling me talking about they investigating a murder. Bro, I tell you, they will pin a murder on your ass. Like these niggas are stupid.
No, they can't do
Okay.
It wouldn't be able to happen, sir. I'm plugged in too deep, bro.
Nigga, who are you? You just a guy,
sir.
They put a murder on your motherfucker.
I could peel these layers.
Why you think the homicide? Why you think the homicide detectives calling not like his next of kin? Why do you think the homicide motherfuckers calling you? You got any ideas?
I don't know.
Yeah, you better start thinking. You better start. You better start fucking thinking.
I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like what is we supposed to do if that person was already down there anyways? It's like it didn't matter if he died on drugs or not. They was still gonna call it an investigation because that's what it is.
Nigga, they could say you sold the fucking drugs to that nigga.
Oh, trust me, I know how deep the police. I know how fucked up the police can be.
Stop fucking talking to them. You got nothing else?
But ain't nobody talking to them.
You gave them niggas my number. You gave them niggas my number. Don't do that anymore. I'm not arguing with you, bro. But I'm just telling you, like, you want to be a landlord, right? This is landlord rule number 2. Let these niggas kill them. This is rule number 2. This is rule number 2. Okay, so this is rule number 2, right? Let these niggas don't intervene with these niggas are destroying themselves. Just stay the fuck out of the way, right? You don't know nothing. You ain't seen unless you did something. You ain't know. You don't know nothing. You ain't seen nothing, and you don't know nobody that came by there doing nothing, right? And you don't know nobody phone number to give, right? You understand, right? Right? Because they will pin a fucking murder on your stupid ass. Not stupid ass, but you know, they'll see you as a stupid ass nigga and they'll pin a murder on your ass and you'll be fighting like a motherfucker to get up out of that shit. Believe I'm telling you from experience. I'm not telling you from no motherfucking conjecture. This is experience here. I'm telling you, young man. Honestly. They'll pin a crime on your ass and you figure your way out upstream. And that good job you got, you'll be teaching niggas how to work on cars behind bars. You want to do that?
No, I just want to make sure if that was a way that I was gonna go, I at least want to make sure I do it right. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that I want to end up in jail or anything, but at the end of the day, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6.
No, you don't. No, you don't. I don't want to be judged by nobody. I want to be out here free. Honestly, you're a young man. You're a young man. You're a young man. I do, right? You ain't got the money to fight the government system. I promise you. You ain't got it. Right. So you better keep your mouth to yourself, right? It's the way it works up here in the big city. Now, if you down in Alabama, wherever the fuck you from, you can probably talk to the police. They're a little bit more. These niggas are lazy. They sorry. They incompetent. And they're looking to hang up crime on a little nigga like you. Understand? You understand? I'm teaching. Landlord lesson number 2 just being taught to you right here. Keep your fucking mouth to yourself, man. You understand? Because you don't know what the fuck just happened to that nigga, right? You see why I pulled up out that motherfucker? You see I ain't touched nothing? Nigga, I knew that nigga was dead, bro. I'm being honest with you. I knew the nigga was dead, bro. Right? You see I ain't do nothing. What I do? When you saw me looking at that dead nigga, what the fuck did I do? Did I touch that nigga?
I don't know.
Well, you saw me when you saw me, nigga. Did I touch that nigga? Did I do anything to that nigga?
Nah, I don't think
Answer the question. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do to the nigga?
Man, you just got up.
And what did I tell you? That nigga alive. What did I tell you? What did I say to you? He look like he lied to me. He breathing. He breathing.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah. I hear what you're saying.
That nigga was alive when I saw him. That's all I know.
Hey, sir. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, big guy.
My nigga.
Big guy. I hear what you're saying.
My nigga. Landlord lesson number 2 just being taught right here. This ain't the first dead nigga I done seen. This ain't the first one. You want to be a landlord, nigga? You want to be a landlord, nigga? This is par for the course. So you back up off that nigga. You don't touch that nigga. And you call the police, not me, right?
Actually,
you had to do
that.
What?
Doesn't mean that I saw something. Like I said, I wasn't.
Nigga,
like
what you calling them for? If you ain't seen nothing, what the fuck you calling them for?
They had to pick the body up. You know what I'm saying? If you telling me I'm wrong, then I'll take that as being wrong.
This is a teaching moment, young man. I ain't criticizing you. I'm teaching you a lesson, bro. You keep your mouth shut. Don't pass no numbers to no fucking police because they looking to pin murders. They're not looking to goddamn figure out how Pookie took his last fucking draw of hair on. They looking to pin that shit on somebody. You understand? Right? My nigga. We talk tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I seen game related, man. I know how to do the John Doe's, man.
Nigga, that's TV. This real life. You understand?
No, I know. I know.
This real life. We talk tomorrow, man. Man, this lesson number 2. You ain't been here that long, but you learned 2 very valuable lessons, right? Oh, we great.
But we good,
great,
right?
We great, my nigga. You great.
Because yes, sir. Because like I said, maybe somewhere down the line I'll really break it down to you. Like I know you say that I'm young and everything, sir.
You learning, you getting older, you get more mature about it.
Because I know you got some life stories and lessons and stuff. And I'll be honest, man. I done seen. I'm telling you, man. I done been, man.
Bro, don't you know? Let me ask you a question. Don't you know? Don't you know that I knew that fucking nigga was dead when I saw that fucking nigga? Don't you know there's a reason why I ain't touched that fucking? Don't you know there's a reason why I ain't touched that fucking nigga?
Yeah.
Think about that shit, my nigga. I want you to think. I'm teaching you a landlord lesson here. When I saw that fucking dead nigga, yo, I'm videotaping everything, and I'm backing the fuck up out of there. Like, what the fuck? This nigga dead. I told somebody, I said, man, that nigga gonna die in my house. I knew it. I backed the fuck up out of it. You ain't see me touch a motherfucking thing.
But me and you both know that this fool probably OD'd on some shit.
But I don't want to be the nigga. I don't want to be the one that they try to pin that he sold it to.
Yeah, me either.
So anyway, look, we talk tomorrow, man, and there you go. All right. All right.
For sure.
All right, so I just want to go ahead and say this. John did not know that the man was dead. He did not know he was deceased at all. He thought the man was alive and well. We knew that he had something amputated, but John did not know. John found out later on, after the fact, that the man was deceased. He learned this by way of a phone call received from another tenant, which is the same person we just heard on the phone. And he currently lives at that same property. John did not know that he was deceased at all. Just so you all know, that and anybody that may be listening, John did not know that he was deceased. We have Bob in the building, Rashu and Latinos. Hello to all of you. But John, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's up, guys? What's going on with y'all?
Hey, Rashu.
This is crazy. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, but I don't want to ask too many questions because I don't know what the status of everything is. This is wild.
Yes, rest in peace. Rest in peace. We are not going to catch a case.
Absolutely, rest in peace.
Case. Yes, rest in peace.
My God, I don't ever want to hear about people losing their lives.
The circumstances are unfortunate.
I'm imagining in my mind John's commentary and then Porsha having to write it out for, the right paperwork and whatnot. The nigga was dead. The nigga was dead. The man was. The man was alive at the time.
Lawyer.
He was alive at the time.
What are you calling me for?
John.
I'm just asking you, what are you calling me for?
He was alive.
You're the landlord, right?
What are you calling me for?
John, was that shit on the floor though?
I'm just asking you. That was shit on the floor.
I've seen it before. I love it.
I'm like, bro, it looks like
it's hilarious. Oh,
look, I'm gonna teach you niggas.
The bowels.
I'm gonna teach you niggas. They gonna figure that shit out real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you niggas. What I got? One. I got one, two. I got one interview story. I promise you. I'm gonna teach you niggas. Really, this is a lesson on experience, honestly. When I got fucked up the first time, the reason why I can't take Section 8, I walked in the housing authority with a pistol in my bag. And so they banned me from Section 8 and shit like that. And that's not the point that I'm trying to tell you. I'm just giving you the straight. And so, like the night before trial, I'm a nigga that like to eat and drink good. And I went to this restaurant. What's the name of the restaurant? Let's see what the name of the restaurant is. And let me see what the name of the restaurant. I'm gonna put it up on. It's a Jose Andres. You've heard me talk about that nigga many times. And Jose Andres Haleo, downtown DC. And so I was here one night. You can see how it looks. It's nice. She's very nice indeed. And you know what I had? I can't even remember what I had. And I'm teaching you niggas a lesson, but I'm gonna walk the long way through. Let me see, food menus here. And I've told you about what I've had. Let's see, it must have been main menu because it was evening time. And so it was. I had something I mentioned to you guys before. It was. I don't know if they still have it. Let me see. What's this? How you spell tacos in Spanish? How you spell it?
T-A-C-O.
Tacos. It's a Spanish word.
T-A-C-O.
Yes, it's a Spanish word already, John.
Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. Fucking cultural appropriation here. Cultural appropriation. So anyway, so I was at this.
Don't you, Bob? You hush, Bob.
And this is I was at, and it's right by the fucking courthouse, by the way. And right by the fucking courthouse, by the way.
I didn't even talk.
Bob, we love you, Bob.
I didn't even say anything.
So you can see the
Message you in the
place.
back chat too, Bob.
Oh, you can see the place. This is it, right? Basically. Anyway, they have grasshopper tacos. I think I mentioned it to you. And so anyway, the night before my court date, and again, this is right around the corner from the courthouse. I walk in, I sit at the bar, and there's a black lady that worked at the Section 8 at the housing department. And fairly, what's her name? I'm gonna pull that bitch up. I don't give a fuck. I ain't scared of these motherfuckers. Octavia Davis, DC. Yeah, nice looking. She was a nice looking woman. Yeah, that bitch still up here. That bitch still works with the fucking housing authority. What? Let me see if I can find the bitch.
Oh, John.
This can't be the bitch right here. This can't be the motherfucker. It might be though.
I'm wondering what Bob is thinking.
Motherfucker, maybe it was, but she don't look as good as she used to be. But anyway, so I'm sitting at the bar one.
This is real talk.
This is like the night before trial, Porsha, and these motherfuckers, they charged me carrying a pistol without a license and shit like that, which is a felony in DC, 5 years. And at that time, this is crazy. They were really enforcing that shit. I was begging these niggas, hey, give me probation like Young Thug. Nigga, I take that shit. 7 years, 5 years, let me do it. But they wouldn't even give me probation. They trying to send a nigga to prison. Right? Young Thug, I ain't crying about probation, nigga, I was willing to do it. But they wanted to send me to prison, no lie. And so I get to this bar, and here it is, the bar. I get to the bar, and we're sitting here in this fucking housing authority woman that just showed you on the screen. And like, this fucked up what y'all doing to me. Like, I'm reading through all my paperwork and shit. These some bitches are threatening me, basically accusing me of coming down there with a gun, trying to, like, more or less with agreements. You understand? Like, this nigga coming down, he mad. Because most Section 8 landlords are angry about non-payment. Right? There's some game right here. I'm giving it to you for free. And so, oftentimes, whenever a landlord is going down to Section 8, they're going down there with agreements. Hey, I ain't getting paid for this, bitch. Whatever, But in my circumstance, in the incident, it's just very unique. I was being paid, and I was like, yo, I need this bitch to get out of my house. I want you to stop paying me. Get this bitch the fuck out. Nigga, I done rolled through the... Nigga, let me see if I can show you this right here.
Break it down, John.
Man, I'm eating this in straight dope right here. This is real straight dope portion. I'm so sorry. Let's see. And so what I did was they put me off of Section 8. And it's actually this house right here where I'm sitting. I had a motherfucking blind bitch living in my house. And the bitch was a hoarder. The bitch was a hoarder and she was blind.
She's a blind hoarder?
Yeah, bitch was blind. She was a hoarder. And,
Whoa. What?
What?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, she was blind. She was a hoarder. Do you remember that alley that I rode through? Don't make me niggas look at that. Anyone remember that? Because I'll look it up. It's on the stream. Anyone remember that alley that I rode through? And it was all that fucking trash and them pit bulls. Matter of fact, I showed some pictures of the house, and I said the lady had pit bulls. I rode through the alley. I'm riding through my scooter, like, look at all this fucking trash. You guys don't remember that shit? No one? No one remembers that?
I'm looking.
Let me see. Anyway, I rode the scooter through the alley in Southeast, and it was like all this fucking trash. And so anyway, so the blind hoarder lady, she ended up moving from this house where I'm actually living to over on like off of Malcolm X and to one of my business partners' house. Anyways, I rode through the alley, showed you the fucking alley, and what the fuck was I going here? Anyway, so I walked in the building, had Section 8, and the landlord story is they tried to when they went to court, they wanted to pin like a grievance on me. You know what I'm saying? Like, this nigga coming down here mad that really what they were doing is they were saying, we're so fucking incompetent that this nigger is likely coming down here mad as a motherfucker at us. And that's why he had the gun. That was like what they use is like, what do they call that? Motive or probable cause, whatever the fuck it is, right? But in the instance that I was in, and I was very lucky. Well, I wasn't lucky, but they owed me money. They were overpaying me. And I was like, yo, get this bitch the fuck out of my house and stop paying me, right? And that was, it was corresponds with me like, hey, where's my money? Pay me, motherfuckers. These Section 8 bitches not paying me and living. There was no correspondence like that. And when they took me to court and they were trying to use all of that against me, but they were like, and they put this bitch on the stand. Where's that bitch? This bitch right here. They put the bitch on the stand. And they were saying the bitch, and she was the financial officer. Is that what it says up here? Maybe this ain't the same bitch. But anyway, she was the financial officer for is this her? She was the financial officer for the housing authority. So she's in charge of my case. This has to be her right here. This has to be her. This has to be her right here. DC. Her name is Octavia Davis. I still got the paperwork right around here in my fucking house. And so when they put her on the stand, she could not say that I was griping or bitching for money. They had no correspondence saying that, give me my fucking money, pay me my money, blah, 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 blah. Everything was like, get this bitch out of my house. You're overpaying me. So you fast forward years later, no more Section 8. They banned me. I never, ever wrote a tenant a text message. Hey, man, rent's due. Pay me my fucking money. Rent's due. When you gonna pay your rent? Never. I don't do that shit. And it's a message to you guys. Anybody want to get in real estate games? Landlord lesson number 3. Don't fucking ask none of these niggas for no money. They fuck around, get killed, get ran over by a car. They be blaming you. Well, they went through his phone and John Galt was asking nigga for money every day. John Galt me ran the nigga over in his car or in his scooter. Never ask a nigga for money. If you want to be in a landlord game, don't ask any of these niggas for money. They get behind. Go talk to them. You see why I did, right? What did I say? You heard what I said in the phone call. Porsha, you were here. What did I say? Nigga, I ain't come to check on this nigga.
You said you were coming because you were going to get you had to go pick up your rent money.
What? Nigga, if he's stinking, that's on you. Call me and tell me he's a nigga stinking downstairs. Stinking leg.
Shit.
Right? If you got a
nigga pirate.
No. Porsche, I want to do.
John didn't just say stanky leg. No monsters, John. He said the stanky leg.
Stanky leg.
Stinky leg. Yo, you fucked up.
So where? So this guy, he basically was the one that made the phone call.
That nigga called me. Nigga, I was about to go live talk about this shit. He like, John Galt, man, what is it, nigga? It's a nigga swelling up in the basement, John Galt. Nigga, I'm about to go live.
Hold on, bro.
Nigga, you want to call the police? Call him. Huh? We gonna sit that nigga up in the living room and have a nigga funeral. Right?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. You did not know that. Oh my God.
Nigga, I go eat a full dinner.
Respectfully, all right.
Man, shit, nigga, I don't even need no black and mild like bonk from the wire, nigga. I can't win live with you niggas.
Darn it, John.
Nigga,
that was good, man. That was the funny part.
This is in my blood, man.
John, are you awake? Are you awake?
Nigga, what?
Man.
Nigga, what?
John, you need a monologue, man. You need a monologue. You can take this on stand up, man.
Hey, you know the thing is, man, the thing is, man, like Bob, like bro, like I didn't expect to see this today. And the thing is, man, like, you know, like, and you know, I've kind of started to see it in a way, you know, that it just doesn't fit for like monologue, you know.
My man.
It does. It does. But you can set it up, man. Just talk with some weed in a chair on a stage.
John, what body is this? Number 2 now?
I would try and count them niggas up.
Bill says that he's in a better place now. My question is this: when he made it to the pearly gates, it said that St. Peter required an application fee and security deposit.
What? Somebody clip that shit. Say what? Somebody clip it. Nigga, what time y'all need to come over there and clean this shit up so we get back rolling? We get back rolling. nigga, I swear.
Cash don't stop flowing, huh?
Nigga, I swear to you, nigga, I done tell you so many times. I swear to you so many motherfucking times. I had my lovely lady Lisa. What's that on?
Hey John, how long does the smell take to get out of there? Man?
Nobody made till the niggas call. I had my lovely lady Lisa on the stream the other day, and I tried to explain sometimes to niggas like, man, nigga, I ain't even drinking no. What I usually drink? Miller Lite? Nah, nigga drinking. Them niggas were out of Miller Lite, so I had to drink. I had to step up my game and some shit I really don't drink.
He'd be drinking.
This nigga get your fuck while freaking right here. I need a.
I'm gonna bring you some loose
Coke
John.
Coke 45.
Hey, before I go any further, goddamn. Is Porsha, she still up here?
Yeah, John, I'm
We
here.
gonna go any further. Look, we doing $10 a day for Porsha Day. We got 23 people in the audience. That's about what 2.3 cents a motherfucker, right? Is that that's two? How many of you niggas get to see it? Nowhere on the internet can you find this kind of content, and I don't even have to search for it, nigga. I walk up on a damn nigga. And all we ask for you is $10 a day for Porsha Day. That ain't that hard. You niggas never. Tomorrow I might walk up on another dead nigga. You know. Yeah, nigga just
Well, not dead, but you might, go.
Another nigga on his way to be dead, right?
Well, maybe not even on his way. You just he's passed out on the floor, and you don't know his state. You don't know his condition. You'll come back later.
They sleep everywhere. I showed a picture of the niggas on Martin Luther
half dead and he's writing your rent check. Like, do you complete the check, take the check from him, and then leave him be, and then call forensics? Or
it's not your business.
Yeah, nigga, I like getting out here free so much, bro. Look, I don't fuck around, bro. The women, the money, nigga, I don't fuck around. Like, honestly, there's some more free game. It's so much money out here, man. Like, it really ain't worth it to be out here, like, looking with the women, criminal shit, right?
You're not certified to be a paramedic, sir. So
Say what? Yeah, I don't fucking know this. But anyway, Porsha, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but this was an interesting day here. Yo, my man. Yo, my man. Yo,
what's going on right now?
Yo, my man.
Yo.
Is he nigga dead? Y'all niggas, like, you know how many niggas? Oh yeah. You know how many niggas, honestly, like, you know how many niggas wouldn't even be able to eat. Yo, after seeing that shit, nigga, I'm sitting here drinking and smoking. It can't stop. It can't stop. Yo, my man, wake up, nigga.
John, are you playing that in the background?
That's great.
Or is somebody really talking in the background?
What's going on?
This nigga tripping. Nigga, I bring it to you raw, nigga, real raw. Real raw. It's the only way I know it, nigga. Yo, my man. Yo. Yo,
sounds like you got HB tied up in your back. What the hell's going on, man? Is everything all right back to John?
That little
John,
nigga.
are you messing with the soundboard, or is that an actual dude?
Nigga,
it sounds.
Bro, I thought it was a guy on the panel. Like,
wake up, nigga.
I ain't been on here in a while, so I don't know what type of sound.
Sounds like HB, man. Poor HB, if that is the case, man.
P Black got him. P Black got him. Finally got him.
Oh, God. Shout out to HB, man.
John, I'm telling you, man, you need to get a Rumble. You out here showing butt cracks and dead bodies, man.
Yo.
There were no dead bodies shared anywhere on our streams today. There was no dead bodies at all.
Hey, look.
Our landlord
Allegedly.
John went to go check in, and the tenant seemed to be incapacitated, not knowing that he was deceased,
Hey,
or
like you
whatever
breathing.
the case may be. He was just incapacitated. Nobody is dead or
It's going
verified
up.
as dead
Yeah.
until a phone call was received about that. So we're not going to be saying that.
He was just taking a long nap.
No,
DJ
he was just incapacitated.
Yeah, he got knocked out.
Nigga, bro, I'm sorry. You know, Porsha sometimes I think, man, like,
MFB, I'll send it to you. I'll text it to you.
somebody said to me, they say it to me all the time, like, and I'm going off on a tangent. I'm so sorry. The blacks oftentimes say to me, like, why do you keep doing this? Right? They say it all the time. And I said, man, you've heard me say it on street. Like, I'm a nigga, I like action sometimes. Like, nigga, this shit don't bother me. Like, you saw me. You heard that young fucking nigger. He was distraught.
Yeah, he sounded like traumatized, John.
Some of it, hey, John. Some of us like stirring the pot, bro.
But
Just
me,
get that wild.
man, I done seen so much, man. Like, and I ain't comparing myself to anybody else, but you have to be built for it too. I truly believe that, and
No, you do.
You really do. And that young boy, I have some concerns about it because he was so freaked out about that shit. And then gave my fucking phone number to the police. Nigga, what? Nigga, what? Nigga, what? Nigga?
Is that the first time he's ever seen something like this?
So, John, I want to know more about that story, but I don't know how.
It obviously is.
Who is this?
On YouTube, to be honest with you.
Man, listen, hold on. What? Say what? Hold on.
This is the Dr. Ryder from the City Place.
You calling me? Right, young nigga. Right, young nigga. Keep
Man, y'all about to get arrested.
Yeah.
They calling me.
What fuck you calling me for, young nigga? Keep your what?
John, play it. John, play it. Play it.
Wait a minute, hold up. State police.
How much can
Come
we ask
on,
about
come on.
this?
They said state police. Where the hell are you at, John? I thought you were in Washington, D.C. That would either be Met Police or Capitol Police. What the hell?
He's a homicide. So
Now I'm confused.
what is it? What are you calling me for? Yeah.
DJ MFB, check your messages.
Hey, sir, wasn't there?
I'm just asking you. What are you calling me for? Well, I'm just asking you. What are you calling me for?
Hey, Tyrone. Hey, howdy.
What are you calling me for? I'm fucking the police. What you calling me for?
Okay, sir.
I'm just asking you. Just answer the question. What you calling me for?
I just told you somebody.
Oh, Virgo. Thank you so much. Thank you, Virgo. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, guys. Hey, T.
Is that who was running? It was an African American gentleman.
African American, the FBA nigga.
We're gonna be getting into the FBAs too with the NFL stuff, or with the Lamar stuff.
Good to see you, T. Good Lord, again, your hair is just shining. Again, no disrespect. Good to see you, T.
Thank you. I appreciate it. What's up, y'all? John, I just want to
lovely
say, hey, Porsha, how you doing?
I'm good.
Awesome.
You were lilistening in earlier while
Yes,
I was getting my Black
I was all into it. I was like, go, Porsha, you doing the damn thing.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm so sorry, Porsha.
Like, John, your story is furthermore among Black history too. I don't know how much time we
John,
have.
you ain't sorry. You ain't sorry.
But we're a team. We all work together. I mean, and this with John is a lot. I mean, it's pretty heavy. I knew what was coming before I knew it was coming. However, I did have something I wanted to show Bob, but
Go ahead, Porsha. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, MFB. I just got your message. Let me stop sharing and reshare. I just wanted this to be really quick, just to get, let me see, where is it at?
I love history.
A position from Bob here. So here he says, I'm sorry, but it's all about professionalism and appearance in a job career where you're literally holding the lives of others in your hands. He may be great, but I can assure you his grill, ebonics, and swagger doesn't instill confidence in his passengers. And no, it's not because he's black. Scott here says, I wouldn't feel comfortable with my pilot wearing braids. Scott, those aren't braids, they're dreadlocks. And then Just a Guy says, yeah, I prefer my pilots not to let God be the reason we land safely and spend less time praying up and more time training. But what do I know? So we're going to get Bob's response.
Another successful flight. All glory be to God.
Damn, is that Bob's son?
Down at the airport.
Right?
This
They
career.
kind of
Bob, all them white women didn't get the Negro out, did it?
Yeah. Hey, another successful flight. All glory be to God.
All right, so this is for Bob and Bob only. Now, there's been a time or two where I have heard Bob talk about if his pilot was black, what he would do. So, Bob, what are your thoughts and opinions on this young man here, Bob?
I'm curious as to what airline he's flying for. He may be flying for a little charter outfit or something like that. I don't see the airlines allowing that at all. Gold teeth and that kind of haircut? No.
Oh,
It was a grill. It was a grill. He can take them out. He can pop them out back in.
Yeah, gold teeth.
Yeah, gold teeth. Can you zoom in on him, Porsha? I didn't see the gold teeth.
Can I just say something?
No, that's John. That's a grill. You can remove it.
Get out of here.
Oh no!
Hey, another successful flight. All glory be to God.
With dreads.
Just down at the airport.
Yo, that is
this
Bob.
career, you gotta be cautious.
Yo,
most of all, you gotta stay prayed up.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Hey, another successful flight. All glory be to God.
Before anybody else comments on this, Bob, the actual pilot here, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I noticed he doesn't have a badge anywhere. Usually guys have a lanyard or it's hanging off the boards. And I don't see any wings on his shirt or a name tag. So I would suspect if this was real, he's walking through an airport and he flies maybe little charter stuff around with maybe a private person, but I don't see him at the airline level. Professional jobs, you want to look boring. I say you want to look like all you do is think about this. That aids comfort, that aids security, that aids the perception in people's minds that this is what you do. And you want all your professional staff, doctors, military high ranking to all kind of look the same. There's continuity in that. You don't want to see a lot of individualism. It's a bad marketing thing.
So, next question for you, Bob. Would, if you, were, okay. So the question I was going to ask was, would Bob let this man, if he walked in and he saw that was a pilot, would Bob actually stay on the plane or would he walk away? Bob says.
I probably can't imagine at the airline level that it would be a dystopian world. A guy like him wouldn't exist in a vacuum. Other things are going wrong. The stock market's back at 10,000. The internet doesn't work. A whole bunch of other things. You just can't plop him in modern day society and everything else works. But if I saw something like that, I would be really, really the other pilot would need to be pasty, Scottish white.
The co-pilot.
Ain't that funny?
The fact that there's something in your mind that says that this is okay for me to have this mouthpiece in my.
No, I agree. I agree with that.
And you're just saying that I'm just the picture of perfection and professionalism is just not correct. Like you're not that. What makes you think that? Like you can go in there and have veneers in your mouth and look way more professional than that, even with dreadlocks. Like the dreadlocks is not the problem. Why do you need to have metal in your mouth with diamonds in there to say that, oh, I'm a pilot. Like, dude, you're not, like, that means nothing. What are you telling me right now?
Yo, Bob, I think you need a DNA.
Yeah.
Another thing, too, there's some guys that have tattoos on their arm and they have to wear long sleeves. If a guy grows his hair too long, that could be a problem. You'll have one of the supervisors come out and talk to you.
I mean, Bob, you know there are operators that are coming straight out of the Navy and the Air Force who have a lot of tattoos, who might go into commercial flying and other kinds of things. That does happen, but they're not degenerates who are walking around with metal in their mouths and
for real.
You know, trying to emphasize the fact that they're a pilot and they're black. Nobody cares about that.
And by the way,
you're not walking around the airport talking about, you're a pilot. You know what I mean? Like, this is just what you do, and that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. When it comes down to skills, these things are just what you do. You don't have to like show these things off and sell them.
Bob, have you ever filmed a video like this?
No.
Bro, I'm not an influencer
on a plane. Bob, you've been rapping on a plane.
But you do, Bob. You know I have a crazy channel, and you have come on my crazy channel in uniform. I'm just
That's
saying.
y'all. That's y'all. I'm saying hi to, and it's not a critical. I mean, I'm on the ground. It's not a critical phase, but I'm not.
Okay.
You would never see me walking with a uniform with an iPhone out talking about, we over here in Atlanta.
Hey, Porsha, have you seen the rest of this guy's TikTok? It's actually kind of interesting. He's got a family
over here in Atlanta.
There's pictures of him in a cockpit.
He wouldn't even be able to pass an airline interview. That's why I don't think that he flies for an airline. He flies.
Nah, he does. Yeah, you're right, Bob. He does small time planes. These look like private planes.
That DIE right there, goddamn shit. That nigga probably fly big jets.
First of all, this guy is just on a video telling us what he does. We don't know shit about him. We could come to find out that he's just probably a fucking flight attendant or something like.
I was thinking flight attendant, maybe. But even then, don't you have to be more professional looking as a flight attendant? Right.
Yeah. The DIE, goddamn it. You look at
this guy could probably out of his mouth after this video because he has to go on the plane and be presented more respectfully.
Hey,
he did. He cut his dreads.
Hold on, nigga. Hey.
What's up, John?
Hold on. We'll give you a minute, T. Bob.
Yo.
Okay.
You seen that motherfucking me and that nigga Be Brave on Friday? Shit, we sitting the internet on fire, nigga. On fire. Hey, you seen yourself, right? Nigga, the Be Brave Sun show.
Great wall quote too. I'll have to take a look at it. I was on Friday. I'll have to take a look.
Every Friday, nigga, we're gonna sit the internet on fire. A white racist and who is that nigga up on that nag? And Bob, we got some. Bob.
John, really quick, I wanted to point this out. This is from over a year ago. Bob says, I don't trust any black people with health care or finances. And is it safe to say that you don't trust any black people with, if they're a pilot?
Damn, Bob.
Is it fair to say? Bob?
Touche,
specifically him, Bob? Mm-hmm.
I'll fly. I mean, I've flown with other black guys. It's fine. I don't have a problem with blacks at the airline level. As long as you got through
I
the
wasn't
system.
expecting that, Bob.
Yeah, Ruckus over here.
To get to the airlines is a lot, and the airline I work for doesn't really play that DEI stuff. Just not that many of us, but
hey, Bob,
I'll tell you
talking about how air traffic controllers are like 90% understaffed right now.
Is it that much? I'm not surprised. They got to retire at 55, I think.
Hold on, niggas. I'm about fucked up. So I'm gonna give you niggas give it back to you in a minute. But Bob, you gotta come to see Be Brave and John show. Yeah, as you can see, we got some content coming up on Friday. Like, and you know, like I do like the niggas on the street corners in Harlem and shit. I be out there motherfucking just spitting, freestyling. We ain't no script.
Hey, John, before you go, check this out. So,
John, you were supposed to stay to talk to us about the or to listen or whatever for the.
I'm staying from me. I'm just talking shit, boy. I'm just
like whenever I get back into it.
Yeah, I understand. And so Bob, man, you got to come up, Bob. For the Be Brave and John. It's gonna be a good compliment here, I think, to the Urban Man Lloyd channel.
I can only imagine.
Man, hey, anyone else ain't seen the motherfucking Be Brave and John? Put it in the channel. You see any?
Yeah,
motherfucking Be Brave and John. That shit gonna be fucking out. Who's seen a few more than a couple motherfucking minutes? Who? Anybody? I'm a little fucked up, Porsche. I'm so sorry.
Hey, John, guess what?
Dead nigga, I gotta go clean up out the point. I got a dead nigga. Shitty nigga. I gotta clean up out.
John, speaking of dead niggas, you know, they try to, when someone dies on an airplane, the policy is that no one dies on an airplane because if you do, that airplane is down and it becomes like a crime scene or it becomes a scene. And that airplane can't generate money. So...
Well, I'm gonna tell you one motherfucking thing. I bet I can put that motherfucking room back in and play before they can put that motherfucking airplane back in play. I'm gonna have a nigga down in that motherfucker for the smell get out that bitch.
Hey, you said that so eloquently.
Oh my God.
I would simply say that they carry the person off in like a what are those things the hospital use and they lay people down?
A stretcher.
Stretcher. They carry him off in the stretcher, pronounce him dead outside the airplane.
Wait a minute. Badass ain't. Wait a minute. Badass thing was it? Nigga, was you not here? Did he miss the festivities? Nigga, it's Black History Month. Nigga. Did he miss?
Man. That shit.
You know what's funny? You know what's so motherfucking great? Like, bro, I'm so listen. I swear. Nigga,
it's gonna be open soon, son.
Nigga, we gotta see a bit. We gotta see a bit of dope badass thing. Don't badass thing. Yo.
Hey, give me a week and a half.
Thing. Go.
T, you want to say something?
I forgot. Like John is all over. I don't know, but no, I will say this: when you were talking about it earlier, the stream that you said got deleted. When you were talking about it, I was like, I don't think this is a good idea. You know, so I was kind of nervous that you were even talking about seeing a deceased body. You know, unalived body.
You right. You nigga, I done showed a couple other dead niggas.
Like, what the hell is John doing?
Police trying to get nigga alive.
I was nervous.
What number is this, John?
Anyone shit. Police try their best keep that nigga alive. Nigga, we gonna realize 29 motherfuckers in the audience. And you know, listen, hey, man, listen. We got that dope. We got that real serious dope, nigga. One day we could be talking about one thing and then some dope come in straight in the mail. Fed Express. Who was the rapper? The Special Delivery. Who's the rapper that says Special Delivery?
Oh my God.
I want that special delivery. I need that special delivery.
I was born ready on fishing.
Didn't that guy die?
Nah, he got locked up, I think, for a crime or something, but he out now.
Then didn't kill him?
And I got that shit, that dope. Realize, oh
Lord,
he said, hey, my man. Hey, yo, my man. Yo, my man. You know, that nigga.
I don't even want to laugh. This shit's fucked up.
We're gonna take we y'all. If y'all didn't see, y'all got to see. We
Nigga,
ain't
yo,
trying
man,
to
that nigga still
channel.
that baby.
All right. All right.
Yes, no,
If
that's
you
that's
saw
that's
it
my bad.
then,
That's my mistake. I don't want to talk about right now.
don't
Yeah,
come
no,
back
man.
after this now
You know
trying to
my man.
find it because it's gonna be gone. It won't be there.
But yeah, I'm a different nigga. Most of you niggas couldn't eat, couldn't smoke shit. Yeah. You dropped your phone in that shit, shake it.
Was that poop? I thought that was poop right there. Like
what you thought it was is what it was.
Oh, I know it stinks.
John, you turn 50 in a couple months, don't you?
Yeah. So, Gary, I see how you're gonna say. Just save it, and like if you want to post it somewhere else, don't post it on this. It don't need to have nothing to do with this channel. That was like, again, if you weren't here, the video is gone. We just saw a little brief preview. It will be gone once this stream ends. You know, we don't want John to go back. All right, that's it.
Tom goalie.
my
Check
man.
out literally.
Hey, yo, my man.
My man.
Hey, but my mom has had a.
I wouldn't gonna look that shit.
I gotta run, y'all.
Had assisted living since.
Well, thank you so much.
See ya.
Thank you,
See
and
ya.
thanks for
See
coming.
you. Take
I'll be
care.
listening.
Yo, my man. Yo. Yo, my man.
John is crazy.
Yeah, John gonna sleep like a baby tonight.
John is just.
What is it? What is it? What is it? Yo, my man. I think I said some right at the end. What is it?
Man, and my day was good until this right now. Even though this is funny as heck, my client got their green card today. I was able to cook some pork. I cooked some pork strips and some arroz con habichuelas. I shared a picture of that with Virgo this evening. I was listening to the story from Porsha about the guy that went to Brown University, and he basically single-handedly beat Harvard and Yale in football. And then this. Like, getting all uplifted, and then all of a sudden I see a dead body. Came out of it.
Well, you fucking over talking on my video one.
Sorry.
I want to hear this shit one more motherfucking again. What? Showing your little insight to the mind of the nigga John got.
Lord have mercy.
Tom's got jokes.
My
client got a green card. John's client got a toe tag. Damn, Tom.
Why are you talking on my fucking video again? I want you to hear this.
Oh, he's trying to play a video one. He wants
Playing
to
audio.
I mean audio, sorry.
Because I want you to understand a little bit of the insight to the mind of a nigga like John Goff. The nigga dead. Clean up. I'll find. I am that nigga. You saw that fuck nigga calling, stressed out. Somebody in the chat said the nigga was stressed out.
That's crazy.
It's a real world out here. I'm a real nigga.
Mm.
And you think about how many fucking niggas with goddamn college degrees, they gotta call a $10,000 hazmat motherfucker. Nigga, I put my gloves on, go clean all that shit, literally.
You already did it?
Not yet.
Oh.
I'm waiting on the police to get the fuck away from there so I can go ahead and clean this motherfucker up.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to show you, honestly, and I like the young man that called me. You know, he's a tough little young man. I like him, you know. At his age, I'd already cleaned up a dead nigga. At his age. And he freaking the fuck out. Right, you heard him on the other stream. You heard him. I'm gonna call that fucking. I call that nigga back. He probably still freaking the fuck out. Should I call a nigga? What time?
I personally wouldn't, but
I bet that nigga still freaking out. I bet that fuck nigga still freaking the fuck out. Fuck out, Porsche.
I mean, he seemed like he was, really traumatized.
That's what I'm talking about, Porsche.
Yeah, he traumatized. You never seen something like that, man. Come on,
keep blowing in the drink. Keep flowing.
Well, everybody's saying to call him.
I am that nigga.
Well,
I seen stuff like
It's just
that.
like
at a young age.
I say no, but hey, you're a
At
man.
the expense of entertainment, we already got one video taken down. I had to take the shorts down. Like,
Right.
John, we ain't trying to. We ain't trying to get him
You
out
know-
of here,
You
John.
know the thing is, Porsche, is that like
My nerves bad.
Porsche, see, I'm glad you, before I get to call that fuck nigga, I'm gonna call the nigga. So I'm gonna say call nigga. I'm gonna call the nigga. Cause that nigga said, yes, sir. John Galt.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, sir. I mean, like, if
Nigga, listen, you better understand, nigga, my children. As in nigga say, my children. My children.
well, the tenant that's there, the young guy who wants to be a landlord that has a really good job, that, I mean, if you want to call him back just to check in on him, I don't see any harm in that if that's what you.
Boy, that nigga don't just want to be a landlord. That nigga want to be John Galt. It takes a John Galt type nigga to deal with these type niggas. He got it. But he got too much heart. John Galt ain't got no motherfucking heart like that.
You gotta go see the
I have a
Wiz,
question.
John.
He just tried, nigga, I would about me. Nigga, what a Miller Lite at, bro? Ain't no Miller Lite in this bitch.
You gotta go see the Wiz, John.
The Stella, so I gotta drink the Stella. Right? I would much prefer to drink Miller Lite.
That's what my husband likes when
I'm
he drinks.
showing you, honestly, for the people that can put two and two together, I am a software developer at heart. And so I'm stitching some things together that I hope you will see. And nigga got into his feelings. Gave my fucking number up to the fucking police. That's what he did.
He got scared.
You see a nigga like me, John Galt, just easy little
Yeah,
fella.
I'd have been scared too. I ain't.
Easy young fella. Easy young fella.
Y'all wouldn't want no parts of none of that.
Easy
No parts.
young fella. What I say? You heard the nigga John Galt. He said, easy young fella. Like,
Especially being a Negro, I definitely wouldn't want no parts. I'm just saying.
No, not at all.
Oh no. Being a Negro?
there's only one thing that a nigga like me was concerned about. And you gonna hear it. Only one thing. There's that one thing. As Anne Marie would say. There you go. That's all I was concerned about. That's all I was concerned about. What? Say it one more time. Yeah, is this nigga dead?
Are you gonna call him, John?
Yeah, tell me what time cleanup is. I clean the nigga up, but I just want to know, is this nigga dead? Let me know. The young boy, he had heart. He had too much heart. Honestly, for this line of business, you gotta be a cold-hearted nigga. And you saw the difference between me and that nigga. You hear it on the phone and you can see me live right here. Two different niggas. Like a
Hey,
pit bull.
John. Can I ask you a question?
I have a question too. Go ahead.
What's up? What's up?
Did you kick him?
Yeah. Nah, I ain't nigga. I just told you, nigga, I ain't touched that nigga. When I saw that nigga, I backed the fuck up. Nigga, I said, nigga, laid out. Nigga, I know niggas would do anything If you listen to the video, if you listen to the thing earlier, well, you can't listen to it. But the niggas are like, yo, I know niggas in here doing drugs. Ain't that what he said, Porsha? What he said? Porsha, I know niggas in here doing drugs. Right? Is that what he said, Porsha?
Yeah, he said that he said that he actually talked to the guy and told the guy that this is not a drug house.
Now, he didn't say the guy. He told everybody. He said, "I told people."
Yeah. He was like, he told people that's not what they do there.
I throw out. You also remember the guy called in. He's a serious mechanic, right? You remember that? Right?
Mm-hmm.
He's a mixed guy. He maybe has some Asian in him because his eyes are very slanted. And again, I have to remind you guys, and I am that nigga John Galt, and we bring you niggas some dope, some real live dope that you don't even get to fucking see anywhere. You don't get to see this shit anymore.
Something in the back.
You niggas don't get this.
Tropes.
You niggas don't get this. See this shit anywhere. Portion. Honestly, ain't no dope.
What the hell, Bob? I hope you're still watching. Look at
Hey, yo, this is a great edit.
Oh my god!
It look just like him.
That look just like that's his dad. Bob is his dad.
Tropes is always he's always on it.
Yeah.
Always. Y'all have to show some love to Tropes. I just
That's a
absolutely
good one,
love
Tropes.
Tropes. He is
That is
always
awesome.
doing all the things. All the things. Shout out to Tropes. And you know what? Before we get back into the show, speaking of Tropes, Stanley, he's kind of been he'll be back tonight after my stream, but you know, we don't want to miss out on Tropes' good work of Stanley doing what Stanley does. So
When I was a little boy, growing up, I remember the old sayings. Girls are made of sugar and spice, and everything nice. Boys are made of snakes and snares, and puppy dog tails. But what I couldn't understand is why girls were even made at all. Until God gave me you.
shout out to Tropes and shout out to Stanley.
Portia, you know, I know you hate it every time I do it, but you know, I have to do it. You know, I hate to do it. You know, it's not my style. And one thing you may notice, Portia, is like, you know, we got mostly you're the only woman. She's the lady of the channel, by the way, guys.
The lady of the channel.
Shout out to Porsha. Love it.
And you know, my lovely lady Lisa, she called it. She was on the channel earlier. My lovely lady Lisa, she was talking about, you know, the dead nigga.
Well, you know what she said? She said, "Did I ask to have this conversation with you on the channel?" I was like,
drag her ass on. I drag her ass
Shout
on.
out to lovely lady Lisa. Shout out to her.
yeah, shout out to Miss Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, niggas, we got 34 people in the audience. You know, I did niggas. I've seen niggas spend money on some frivolous shit, and you know, like, guys, I can do it for me, but for our lovely, wonderful editor Porsha J, $10 a day for Porsha J, you guys should really do it for her. Honestly, you know, like, not for HB, not for Stanley Cross, but Porsha J is the one that really like brings it all together. Honestly, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, support the lady. You know, the lady, our wonderful lady. We're so lucky to have her, right? You know, and so, yeah, Porsha, I hope I don't embarrass you at all.
She's awesome. Y'all support Porsha. Send her a cash app.
That's what I'm saying. You see the banner scrolling. So we have 35 people in the audience, and but you know, T, I wanted to ask you, you were in our Be Brave and John show, and I know it's not your cup of tea per se, but I think it's an entertaining show. What do you think?
It's entertaining, triggering.
We want to trigger.
Very triggering especially for someone like myself. But whatever it, I don't knock anybody for their content. Do whatever, make sure channel grow, whatever you feel like, whatever makes you happy, whatever you feel the need to do to get the people up in here, do it.
See, Universal Jones and I were talking about you earlier today. I don't know if you heard us talking about you. Did you hear us talking about you?
I'm like, when I'm listening, I'm in and out. I'm at work, so like listening. So I might not comment all the time, but I don't know. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't, because I switch back and forth.
So anyway, Universal Jones and I, we were talking about you, and we were saying how like a lot of this like sports idolatry, it really affects like some women are maybe not able to, and you know what? I think it would be a good topic for Universal and you to talk about. I'm a little fucked up. I've been smoking. I've been drinking. And
I've been drinking. Go ahead.
Universal, man, why don't you come up here, man? You got T up here.
Yeah, Universal. I mean, so like for us to get back into the topic of the show.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Porsha. Yeah, let me get out of here. I'm so sorry.
No, John, don't leave. John, you need to be here. You need to be here.
I can't be the best of me tonight. But go ahead. I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
I need you to be here. But like, if Universal hit the link and
no, it's cool. We can set up another stream for another day. It's fine. I don't want to,
Universal. Because I mean, just talking about this topic, period. I don't, because that's what we're here for, to talk about.
Porsha, very rarely we have like T up here, and then we got you up here.
It's okay.
I want to take
fine. Y'all know I come in every, at least once a week. I'm here.
Yeah, at least once a week for sure.
Yeah, at least once a week.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead. I'm so sorry, Porsha.
I don't know how many of you guys saw the beginning. I told you guys about Kenny Washington. For those of you that I know, Kenny Washington, he is the first Black quarterback to join the NFL after the NFL voted for Black people to no longer be a part of the NFL. The white folks of the NFL, they said no, we don't want them anymore.
Talking about the Negro League?
No, not the Negro League, the NFL. We also talked about Fritz Pollard. Fritz Pollard, who was the first Black NFL coach in the history of the NFL back in 1920. And not only was he the first Black coach, he was also a player while he was a coach. And we got to talk about all of the things that he went through during his time, and the same thing as Kenny Washington. So we got a little bit of backstory, a history of the NFL. The NFL, they've been around since 1920, and they had Black people, and very small numbers a part of it at that time. However, the NFL said, you know what? We got to get them up out of here. You had segregation. You had the laws that were in place to keep Blacks separate from whites. Pollard, he had to change in his car. He had to go to different places to be able to change, because he couldn't change in the same areas as his white players. So for those of you that missed that, I encourage you to go back. That's just some history of some people that you may not know. And then we got back into the Black Lives Matter protest from 7 years ago. So we'll finish playing this video just to get back on track. And then we'll fast forward it so that we can get closer to what took place at the Super Bowl last night. So let's finish this up.
Both are with Black Lives Matter. Both are veterans, Army and Navy.
Wait a minute, they kneeling and then...
Confusion over what happened. The Cowboys kneeled just briefly.
Hope they're not pulling the okie doke on us.
Then the flag was unfurled and the national anthem began. Players locked arms.
Everywhere he and I go together, we kneel.
That's been going on a year now. Al Woolham did it last year at a high school girls volleyball game, which got a lot of attention.
It's not about the military. It was never about the national anthem. We want everybody to have their civil rights.
Ernest is boycotting the games altogether. It's a moment that happened quickly. The brief kneel wasn't enough for them.
Disappointment. Same thing, disappointed.
The night they felt the Cowboys could prove who they are.
It's like going on a date. Confused. It's like going on a date and not getting kissed.
But ultimately, it is a moment that could be debated forever. Jobin Paniker, Channel 8 News.
Had this white man and this black man, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Veterans and everything else, it wasn't enough. I don't know why it wasn't enough, but as I was saying earlier, of course, y'all know I'm a Texan, so we had to do Cowboys. And like I was saying, I remember that time, like as a moment in history for me, because I was like, they're all kneeling. But before I presented the stories to you guys tonight, I knew who Kenny Washington was. I knew who they were beforehand. And, like I said, if you guys have never heard of these people, I knew who Fritz Pollard was. But the same league that told you black people, black men, y'all got to get the fuck out. We don't want y'all for 12 years. That same league that came back 12 years later, we want y'all back. Y'all could have said no, but they went through. Now you got these white folks kneeling with y'all against the very thing. And so instead of the blacks going out and, creating their own in that time period after the 12 years, or even during this BLM thing, because they could have done it, because if every single black man that was in the NFL or the NBA, if they left, there would be no more NFL or NBA, but they didn't leave. However, during all of this, we had BLM on the field. We had in racism, we had all this stuff on the field, but the NFL decided, just a few days ago, to remove that from the field. So let's get a little bit of 3 minutes and 35 seconds as to why that happened.
The phrase "end racism" has been spray painted in at least one end zone as part of the NFL's ongoing social justice campaign. But at this year's Super Bowl, that message will not be seen anywhere on the field.
Wonder why?
News Nation's Ryan Bass is with us on why the NFL is making this change now. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning, Hannah. Yeah, look, the league says swapping out "end racism" for the words "choose love" in the end zone is to reflect some of the tragedies we've seen across the country, whether it be the wildfires in LA or the plane crashes in DC and Philadelphia, or the terrorist attack that happened at the site of the Super Bowl, the city of New Orleans, just after New Year's. And this is all coming as a lot of companies are backing off DEI policies following the lead of the Trump White House. But the NFL and its commissioner, Roger Goodell, says despite swapping out the stencils in the end zone, they are not backing off some of their social justice issues, which became a priority for the league following the death of George Floyd in 2020. The league actually launched Inspire Change, which meant they poured millions and millions of dollars into education, economic advancement, criminal justice reform, and police community relations. And this week, Commissioner Goodell made it very clear. Diversity and inclusion aren't just a trend for the NFL. He says they're a long-term priority.
I believe that our diversity efforts have led to making the NFL better. It's attracted better talent. We think we're better when we get different perspectives, people with different backgrounds, whether they're women or men or people of color. We make ourselves stronger and we make ourselves better when we have that.
Now, the NFL has taken some heat for its lack of minority coaches in the league. Nearly 60% of the NFL's players are black, but only 22% of the coaches are minorities. The league actually expanded its Rooney Rule, requiring teams to hire a minority offensive assistant and offering some draft pick incentives as well to be inclusive and encourage diversity hiring here. But some say it's not enough. This past offseason in the league, there were...
And again, and us watching this video, again, for those of you guys that missed that, at the beginning, the breakdown, and I broke it down quite a bit, I feel. We're at 2 hours, 44 minutes. I was in the thick of it, telling you guys. So black coaches, at the start, at the foundation of the NFL, they had a black player who was also the first black head coach. He went through everything that he did, and then the white folks said, you know what, let's go ahead and get rid of it. Whose fault is that? White folks. But then whenever they came back, they said, hey, we need you guys back. After 12 years, we need you guys back. But whenever you guys come into the fray, whenever you guys come into the game, whatever it is that y'all are doing, especially during this BLM mess that y'all had, all y'all did was complain about what y'all could not do, what would never happen for you guys, this, that, and the third. But y'all don't have the same story. Y'all don't have the same experience. Y'all don't have the same anything. And you're still complaining. You're still complaining. Let's finish this out, and then we'll get some responses, and then we'll jump right into Kendrick Lamar, Jean Baptiste, and Lettucey.
7 head coaching jobs that have opened. 3 black coaches were fired to create some of those openings. Only one of those jobs, the New York Jets, was filled by a minority candidate.
But Ryan, this isn't the first time the NFL has faced DEI pressures before. So why now? Why make these changes?
I think that's the big question, because the NFL has been a leader and been at the forefront of really embracing a lot of these social changes and reacting to the national landscape. I mean, take just, a couple of years ago in 2020, there was a lot of pressure on the NFL to try and get the Washington Redskins to change their name back in 2020. There was a lot of heat coming from sponsors as well. If you remember, 2022, just 2 years later, Washington ended up rebranding itself to the Commanders in just a couple of years later. So for a league that has made so many bold moves in terms of being at the forefront of social justice, replacing end racism with the words choose love on the biggest of stages, the Super Bowl, amid what's going on in our country, it's certainly causing a lot of people to ask some questions right now.
Absolutely. But great job explaining what's going on. Ryan Bass, thank you so much.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below.
All right, we have is that James Brown? All right, so any comments, questions, or concerns before we get into last night?
May I break the ice, Porsha?
Roger Goodell.
Kim says, fire Roger Goodell. Juan?
The NFL is going to take a huge L if they do what Goodell is proposing to do. That you can't do quota hiring based on race.
Another thing, even though the NFL is 60% black, we also have the same situation in baseball where the majority of the baseball players are Latino.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Latino. What is Warren talking about here? What are you talking about? Goodell is proposing.
He's proposing hiring a certain percentage of coaches that are black to make up the proportion per capita regarding the players that are in the NFL. You can't do that.
Have you heard about this universal?
Yeah, they put this in last year. This is where that clause that they have to have one person of color coordinator if they don't have a head coach.
What?
And then teams can get incentivized with extra.
Wait. Hold on. The university, you got to break this shit down in a very simple terms.
Yeah.
The NFL did what?
So the NFL has expanded the Rooney Rule, where they are giving additional incentives, and they are starting to require teams with coaching vacancies that they have to have a minority coach in either the head coach, defensive coordinator, or offensive coordinator role. And teams that do so, will get.
Is that real? Is universal?
Yes, John, it is.
Yeah, John, it's a real thing.
He just said it on the video a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah.
And not only do they get preferential treatment from the league, they also get additional picks. Oh, T left.
So if they have like a bunch of blacks on there, they get picks, and if they have all whites, they get penalized with less picks. Is that what you're saying?
Well, they don't get penalized; they just get normal treatment.
So stupid. Are you familiar with this?
NFL's long welfare, John.
Yeah. John, Tom Gully, shout out to Tom Gully. I know he doesn't really like a lot of us and he doesn't speak to certain ones of us anymore, but Tom Gully says the wolf, Kim. Shout out to you, Kim. Thank you for always returning since you started showing up and always, greeting those of us in the chat. He says that he was an advisor to a prominent NFL scout. That's a fun fact. So go ahead, John.
No, I'm amazed at all this.
I'm not amazed.
I'm not surprised, to be quite honest.
Oh, John, you didn't know all of this stuff, John?
Hey, come on, man. The Rooney Rule.
I've been predicting the NFL downfall for a long time, because I used to travel all around, and I've told you guys, if the 49ers were on the East Coast, I was there, from Boston to North Carolina. To a certain extent, maybe I would go down to Miami if I wanted a good time. And once or twice a year, I would go out to San Francisco. And when that nigga Kaepernick started kneeling and shit, I haven't been to a game since. Mm-hmm. And I spent a lot, that shit is a lot of money. Travel, hotels. I ain't gonna sit up in the fucking nosebleeds. Nigga, I want to be on the 50-yard line. Mm-hmm. And if they lost people like me, they're hurting, right? I'm drinking beer, I'm traveling, I'm hotels, everything, the whole gamut of the travel package. And if they lost people like me, then, that's a real serious hit to their business. I'm not talking myself up. I'm just saying, if you multiply me times 1 million, 10 million. And, damn.
You kind of got a valid point because I don't know if you know, like the Cleveland Browns, like back then they used to sell out and they sucked all the time, and now they suck and they don't really sell out that much.
Not only that, but it's not that you kind of have a point, you have a point, because the Super Bowl, for the first time in my lifetime, the ticket prices fell so low that all of us on the panel could actually afford to go.
Wait, hold on. I don't even want to talk. Porsha, Universal was telling me earlier, he called in to the earlier stream I did on this morning, mm-hmm. and he was saying how like the blacks, the whites are not like going to the whatever. Universal, you explain it, right? Don't let me speak for you.
Yeah, we're overall seeing a decline in engagement when it comes to like live sports. I had predicted, and I was wrong earlier today. I predicted that when the Super Bowl numbers come out, that they're probably going to be low compared to the previous couple of years, but they actually broke record numbers, and I don't know why. I'm very surprised by this. I didn't get to read the article yet, but we are seeing a decline in the engagement of live sports. NFL and NBA.
Hey,
go ahead.
Do you think that Trump played a part in why that, ratings could have been over what you projected?
Definitely could have been part of it. I think so. I was thinking more from a less of a political angle, more of a sports fan angle. Like, a lot of people didn't expect the Eagles to win this game. A lot of people were like, we want the Eagles to win, but we know the Chiefs. We can't count them out. And I thought that would deter a lot of football fans away. Mm-hmm. I can see how Trump and even the Super Bowl
president ever goes to the Super Bowl.
Say that one more time.
I said he's the first president to ever go to a Super Bowl.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's crazy because I typically see Trump at all the big time things.
With that being said, I don't know because you guys are getting into this before I'm able to present it to you guys. So we'll just, we're just gonna let it rock as it is. So this is Trump was the first president in the history of the Super Bowl to ever attend a Super Bowl. And what happened is, at the start of my show, I was talking to you guys about how I was trying to formulate my opinions, and I would like to hear other opinions, to kind of help me out with mine because I'm kind of all over the place with it. But whenever I found out that Trump is the first president in the history of the Super Bowl, and you know, football, that's America's sport, that they did not make an announcement during the Super Bowl at all. And I'm just thinking to myself that, you know, before the national anthem starts, that, you know, the speaker could have said, okay, you know, for the first time in the history of the United States of America, we have our president, our commander-in-chief, attending the Super Bowl. There's never been any other president that has ever attended the Super Bowl here in the United States of America. Our president, Donald Trump, is here and he is in the building. And now we are about to present to you the national anthem. That's all they had to do. Did they do that? No, they didn't do it. So before everything started, they had the pregame show, this, that, and the third. That's fine. Nobody's watching that shit. They're actually watching the Super Bowl. And so you guys will be able to hear and see Trump here and how they did not acknowledge the fact that he was there at all. And so let's take a look. That was Trump, and even in the midst of, he saluted as Jean Baptiste was singing the national anthem, you know, without any recognition or acknowledgement that that's what was going on, which to me, that kind of changed a whole lot for me whenever I found that out. And I actually found that out today. And I was like, you know, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. I was like, gosh, they didn't even say nothing about Trump being there at all. That's kind of, you know.
Well, they showed him on the Jumbotron.
Yeah, that was about it.
Yeah, they did, and the crowd erupted. It was almost like a bomb went off when, you know, pause, when he was shown on the Jumbotron. They know who their president is.
And they booed the Swiftie.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody remember that Donald Trump actually owned? Does anybody remember Trump owned a football team?
Yeah, he did.
No, from what I understood, he was trying to make a play to buy the Buffalo Bills, and they wouldn't let him in.
No.
No. He owned the New Jersey Generals in the USFL.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
There was a football team that used to play here in Boston.
I did not know that.
I didn't know that. That's nice.
Yeah, that's they got Herschel Walker from going to the league by offering him money. I knew a guy that was offensive lineman there. They're one of the few teams that actually got paid. And so he and some other billionaires bought that team. Philly had a team, and most of those, they have them now too. They're the Generals and the Philadelphia Stars are still going, but they don't have a TV contract, so you see it probably on YouTube, but I haven't seen them being on TV. Now I could be wrong because I don't have regular TV, but people seem to think this was unusual, but he was an owner. He's always been around athletes. So that's nothing really. It didn't surprise me at all that he was there.
Yeah, Trump supports a lot of big sporting events. He was at NCAA championship last year. I think he was there this year too. And he goes to a lot of UFC events all the time.
Yeah, and he goes to a lot of boxing too.
Yep.
But remember, he has those casinos, and a lot of those were venues for fights too.
You're right. The Trump Taj Mahal, that's where I saw some of the Tyson fights when I was younger.
That's why him have a bond.
So
Hey
he's
guys, I'm gonna hop off of here. It was good talking to you guys tonight. I'll watch.
Thanks for coming up, Rashu.
Thank you.
Not a problem. You guys have a good
night.
You too. You
good night.
Hope all is well.
So I think the NFL's lost a lot. I watched the stats when all this kneeling. First of all, as a player, kneeling at the flag is a disgrace.
Yes, amen.
And I always got.
Is it just
granted, I'm kind of biased because I took care of the flag when I was a kid. I was the one who put it up and took it down because we didn't have a light to shine on it. But when you got on the field and they started doing the national anthem, you're getting psyched up. That psyched you up to get ready to hit. And to make a mockery of it just really pissed me off.
Yeah. Hey, Porsha, before you play this video, can I guess where each one of their opinions are going to be? Like they guess what football team is going to win the game?
Yeah, of course.
I think Stephen A is going to play middle ground. Ryan Clark is going to be overly, extremely pro Kendrick Lamar. Dan Orlovsky is going to say this is a disgrace to the United Nations. And Shannon's going to try to play middle ground, but he's going to lean more pro-black. But he can't lean too far. That's my guess.
I'm going to tell you something, Jones. Don't talk about me like that.
No, don't talk about me like that, Skip.
Skip.
I already told you, Skip. All
right, let's see what they had to say.
Yeah, I think. Well, one, I'm a huge Kendrick Lamar fan. I gave it an A+ because
there it is.
It's actually very difficult
I have
for
not
a
seen it.
rapper to do a show of that magnitude. Normally, rappers don't create and choreograph in that way, and it's also the symbolism of the entire thing. The revolution is about to be televised. You picked the right time, but the wrong guy, right? You're too ghetto. You're too loud when it's coming from Uncle Sam and Samuel L. Jackson. Game over in the stands because now he's saying, "Hey man, all this is done." Right? I've not only won 5 Grammys. I not only won the beef based on public perception, but you're talking about suing me. You're trying to sue me. I'm saying, I got to play the song, y'all. They want me to play the hits. And he's like, but you know they'll sue. And then it finally drops. And when it drops, the camera is placed perfectly to be right on Kendrick's face where he says, say Drake. And I think that, like, to me, I think he's a genius, right? You look at his first album, it's like a movie. He won a Pulitzer for Damn. He's won Grammy after Grammy. And right when he knew he was in a beef with someone who was able to make a diss track, a club banger, he said, even though that's not my realm of music, I could do that. And now you bring out Mustard after you drop GNX, so you have songs just for this day. I thought it was a masterful performance because I thought it was so much deeper than just rap. It was so much deeper than just beef. It showed the creativity of a true artist, and I don't believe that. And I'm a Lil Wayne fanatic. I think he's my favorite rapper of all time. Only Kendrick Lamar could have done that.
Love that tangerine suit.
I would wear that suit.
Are you kidding me? He looks like a Detroit pimp.
Exactly.
He looks like the black version of Dumb
I guess
and
I'm
Dumber.
not familiar with what Detroit pimps look like.
That
it'll make you look
there
like
is an example.
I didn't think Detroit Pimps wore orange. Number one, I thought it was all
yeah,
purple.
trust me, they do.
He looks like the black version of Dumb and Dumber.
I mean, he do look like sherbet ice cream, but it ain't all that bad. Looks like something wearing the prom.
Bird song, bird.
So how many of you all here actually saw the halftime performance in full?
I did, but I saw it afterwards, and I saw it an hour ago, an hour before I logged here, Porsha, on the Alex Jones show.
Yeah, I watched it live.
Yeah, we tried streaming it, but I ended up not being able to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, I didn't watch it live. I watched it afterwards, and that was where I wanted to comment, if I may. Alex Jones, Alex Jones made a great point that the theme of Kendrick Lamar was basically a double entendre. It was they're not like us. In other words, they can't control us. That's why he had the Drake this and he had the turn the TV off, that particular play set. But also they are not like us because they hate us because they can't control us, is what he was getting at. And what he was doing with the American flag, with all of the jumping around with Serena, it was a play on the fact that he doesn't date little kids, and that they're making a stance against PDF files, basically.
That's why he had that A chain.
What does the A chain represent?
A minor.
Oh, that's lame as fuck.
Oh yeah, that's bull. That's bull. That's bull.
I'm sorry. I'm not fucking with none of this Kendrick Lamar bullshit. And I used to be a Kendrick fan. I've been to 2 of his concerts. This is all a bunch of black ass propaganda bullshit, if you ask me.
You know, and I've been trying to kind of formulate my opinions and my stance, this, that, and the third, like where I stand on it. And for me, it's just like, you know, I think it would be better served like hearing other people talk about it more so than me. Because I can, you know, dibble and dabble, get there, but like I had opinions up until, well, I guess I would say varying opinions up until I found out that Trump was the first president to ever attend the Super Bowl, and he wasn't, you know, acknowledged at, you know, like pre-game show. That's one thing, but like I told you guys, like they could have done more to put more emphasis on that. They could have just made the announcement, and that would have been good enough, but they didn't do that. And so the fact that they did not do that, you then have this Jean Baptiste, which I didn't know who he was until John talked about him earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, him and all of his pro-blackness, he has a white wife, which is, you know, it's, that's fine. You know, for me, I don't care about interracial dating. The only time it kind of stands out to me is whenever it's coming from the left, or, you know, you guys come out with these messages about how awful white people are. White folks this, they're the devil. White folks this, oh my God, I can't stand. The biggest threat to the United States of America is a white man or a white person, whatever. The white people, they're so racist, but what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you married one. So like, to me, I know, had kids with them. You know, some people might say that it doesn't matter, but all of it matters to me, period, at the end of the day. Whoopi Goldberg, she can sit up on The View all damn day long talking about white men this, white men that, this, that, and the third. But bitch, shut the fuck up, because you know what you didn't do? You know what you didn't trust a black man with? You didn't trust a black man with your womb, bitch.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You didn't trust him with your womb. That's the most sacred thing that you have to give him. You don't trust a black man with that. I don't want to hear that shit.
What Whoopi
and all these other pro-black, wokety wokes, whatever, for whatever reason, they're all with white people.
She a White Walker.
I hate white people. Just like Ilhan Omar, bitch, you left he blacker than me. He from Africa. You left his blacker than me African ass. You left him for a white dude that was working on your campaign.
Yeah,
come on,
her aide. Her aide.
Kamala Harris, she's so pro-black, this, that, and the third. I don't want to hear that shit. Her husband is white. You come to me whenever you reflect the shit that you want me to believe. And I'll never get down with that. I'll never rock with that. I'll never be a part of that. I'll never accept that, because you're not about to come out here and tell me how black I should be whenever you're letting a white man fuck you and bust in you. It's not going for it.
Damn, man, I'm still stuck on Whoopi over having a kid,
going for it.
I'm still stuck on Whoopi. I'm still stuck on Whoopi
y'all
having a kid.
Y'all can talk to y'all's other Democrat, whatever, black women, whatever. This Jean Baptiste, he has a video that I posted in the chat earlier. There's a video that I posted in the chat earlier where it's called like Freedom, and it's just like super black New Orleans, this, that, and the third. But it's like you're going home and you're betting a white woman. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Again, I don't have a problem with interracial dating at all. I don't.
Me neither.
But whenever you come out and you say that white folks are just so bad and they're so horrible and so
it's hypocrisy.
And they're so that yes, it's hypocrisy. So it's just like shit. Why y'all keep on saying how bad white folks are, but y'all are betting them?
Porsha, it's about who can be the bigger victim, man. That's what it really comes down to nowadays. I could be a bigger victim than you. You could be a bigger victim than me, and then we all gotta be battling out to see who's the bigger victim.
I think it's deeper than that.
Perpetual choice, Latino.
Yeah.
You
No,
have
I
a
understand
choice to
that,
pick
but
who
this
you
is
date.
this is how this generation works now, and it's just
You
annoying
pick
as
who
hell.
you date. You pick who you lay with, and you pick who you have children with. You're not about to come up here and preach no pro-black bullshit to me, and you fucking had a white partner where I had white children. Like, I hear you, but I really don't.
Reach.
It's not loud enough for me.
Reach.
It's not loud enough for me.
Well, it's not only that.
This is annoying.
I can hear Candace Owens, Brandon Tatum, whatever the case may be. Yeah, they have white spouses and they have biracial children, but they're not using their platforms to just bash white people and say how big of a danger they are.
Does anybody remember?
In your mind that white people are so
You're
dangerous
absolutely
and we
right,
should
Porsha.
fear them, but you have children with them. It just
You're
doesn't make
absolutely
sense.
right.
Go ahead, Kim.
Does anybody remember that President Trump is the only one who guaranteed HBCs grants for 10 years when they had to beg for it every year from every president before that?
Yes, and Biden freaking reversed that shit on his first day in office.
His first day in office, he reversed that shit.
Yes.
But he ain't racist.
For those of you that do know or do not know, I was in my first year of medical school. I came home to take care of my grandpa. In the midst of me coming home, I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and pursue my master's. So let me check out Paul Quinn here in Texas and Dallas. At that time, Paul Quinn getting defunded. Well, excuse me, because of what Obama did, no more money. They were about to close their doors. Here comes Trump. He refunds all of the HBCUs and all of that. So all of the doors that were getting ready to close, Trump fixed that. And so you can't say that it wasn't an issue, because if it wasn't, Trump wouldn't have had to executive order that shit. If Obama didn't take them out the White House and he didn't defund them and all of that shit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been closing down. So then here Trump comes and I'm like, okay, well, let me try to go to Paul Quinn. But what I had to do is I had to figure out why they were defunded in the first place. And I was like, oh, okay. So again, let me get as far as away from this as possible, because I don't want to be in school, right? And then because they took the funding away from Paul Quinn, and I want to come to this institution because I've always wanted to go to an HBCU. Now, of course, whenever I was younger, my parents said, no, I'm grown now, so I can make my own decisions. But whenever I try to go into this process and I see what the hell is going on, I said, you know what? Like, fuck it. I'm not going to go to a HBCU because it's like, they're hanging on by thread. Trump comes in, he does what he does, and here they are refunded. Now their doors are open again, this, that, and the third. But
No, that's impossible. He's a racist.
Trump?
Yeah, oh yeah, he's a racist. It's impossible that he could have done that.
He's so racist,
Quite
right?
frankly,
Quite
frankly, I'm not a
with Trump's racist coming into the White House, I said, you know what? Listen, I listened to my parents before. I'm gonna listen to my parents again. I'm gonna enroll in this black school because you know what? If Trump don't make it a second term, Biden gonna get this shit up out of here. Because whenever Obama did this shit the first time, Biden was right there with him. And so I'm like, no, I'm not doing that shit. And Biden comes in day one, and
the first thing.
HBCUs.
Not even day one. Within the first 2 hours of being inaugurated, he reversed it.
Quite frankly, I would have never done that because I love my blacks.
Yeah, they also try to not remember that he had black women managing operations for him. He had white women managing operations for him before a lot of these others had women working for him.
I used to date a black model as well.
Said, to be fair, HBCUs were going to use the money to get rims on the bus and put gold trim on everything. Biden knew what y'all were going to do with the money. And you know what, Sam, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not going to do. We don't know what they was going to do.
I used to go out with a black model.
Continue to go for it with it. I just couldn't. And so, like, whenever
wanted to eat fried
people
chicken.
trying to tell me how I should think and feel, it's just like y'all can try again with another. Even Serena Williams up her crip rocking and shit. Bitch, ain't you a mother of two kids? Ain't your husband like a white guy?
Yes, he is.
I don't have time. I just don't. Like, he's supposed to be the enemy. I'm supposed to hate him. No, ma'am. Absolutely not. I'm not going for the gusto with the shit. There's not anything that you can do for me. So, like, again, like I said to you guys, I had a position, or I didn't really have a position. I was trying to figure out my position on the Super Bowl because I saw it live and I was like, okay. So again, with Black excellence, I want to point out a few things to you guys that I thought were positive, and to say if it got debunked this or whatever. This is from Twitter. So we had Samuel L. Jackson. So we'll watch a couple of seconds of this. And for those of you, don't y'all ever doubt my consistency, because y'all remember during election, whenever Samuel L. Jackson was a headliner for Kamala. What did I tell y'all? Oh no, we watching this shit because y'all know I love me some Samuel L. Jackson. I don't give a damn about none of this with Kamala. I don't care about none of that. So whenever I saw Samuel L. Jackson last night, I got so excited because I absolutely love Samuel L. Jackson. Period. He could just do no wrong for me, Democrat voter or not. I just love Samuel L. Jackson. So let's look at the first few seconds of Samuel. And y'all let me know if y'all can hear it. You know what? I don't want y'all to have to let me know. Let me reshare it so y'all can see it, because y'all know StreamYard be playing. Let's see here.
Salutations!
Salutations, Negro!
No more handshakes.
Samuel L. Jackson. This is the great American game. Whenever I saw Samuel L. Jackson, I got so damn hyped last night. I was excited.
You know what he did is actually a crime.
But in that moment, what I will say, seeing Samuel L. Jackson, I don't know, and you guys, I'm going to ask this question.
That's a crime right there. You're not supposed to wear the flag. Yes, you're not supposed to wear the flag.
Okay,
it is a crime.
However,
well, if that's a crime, then on July 4th, there's a lot of people that should get locked up, especially Target.
Absolutely. It's against the law to use the flag in any of the ways that people use it in this day and age.
Then why would
Target? You know my question. Let me know in the chat. Do you have shoes on your feet? Same question every single time you come in, so you should just be ready to answer it. Abiola, shout out to Abiola. He is out in Nigeria. And the most important thing that I need to know every single time I see Abiola in the chat is if he has shoes on his feet, because that's important. We don't want him, we don't want his feet to be getting tore up by the mosquitoes. But, it's cold, so he said it's not a lot of mosquitoes. All of that, but
do you follow that question up with what are socks?
Well, no, it's never socks. It's always
just shoes. Oh, and sandals.
The last time he told me that the sandals, he made them out of tires. Tires. So, that's some foot protection. So at the beginning of this, as much as I love Samuel L. Jackson, and I do, but seeing him in this image right here, the first thing that came to my mind was Django. It was Django.
Right? That's exactly what it looks like. You were spot on, Porsha. I was thinking literally the same thing.
Again, y'all know, I'm not going to, consistency. We watched Samuel L. Jackson during the campaign trail because it's just like shit. I love Samuel L. Jackson. Listen, I don't care what he say, but I cannot take away from him saying he's Uncle Sam, and I cannot disassociate it from Django, because he was that head Negro that was making sure all of the other Negroes.
What that nigga doing on that night?
And that's what he did last night. That's what he did last night. Whenever he was saying, we gotta. Don't make it ghetto, and don't do this, and don't do that, and all the other kind of shit that he was talking about. It was just not Uncle Tom, but what is it? The Django Unchained Part 2.
You gonna let him in the big house? You gonna let him in the big house?
Yeah, he's playing
I know, right? I was
Porsha,
doing on that net.
Porsha, have you seen the Hateful Eight?
Absolutely, yes. You know what, Kim, Mr. Kim, HB2N, he is responsible for making me go back and actually watch that scene, because as many times as I've seen it, I guess I didn't get it whenever he made that white man give him fellatio,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. And as Tom Golly said, yes, Steven and Django Unchained, it's just like, okay, that's what I got from it. And then it was just like, damn, like Sammy, you already did the Django Unchained, but it's like you acting it out as Uncle Sam. And I'm like,
you know what? The Django is sort of like a play off of Uncle Tom's Cabin.
oh yeah, for sure. This was just, it was a bit much for my spirit, my liking. So here we have, Kendrick Lamar. And then for those of you that did not see or did not catch this, he had the car on stage. Let me play a few seconds of this. So I want to talk about the positives before we get into the negatives.
These niggas is about to slide on America. Hopping out the whip.
So,
you guys didn't
L.
feel,
Jackson said right here.
You guys didn't feel that it was a kind of like a little bit of tribute to Trump, though, with all the American stuff?
No.
No?
I
felt like it.
That whenever I talk about my positives as we go through this, you guys will hear. But like I said, I was gonna, if it wasn't mentioned before, but since it was mentioned on the panel, I went into the Trump thing first because I didn't find out that Trump was the first president in the history of the Super Bowl until not that long ago. So I was gonna lead into that, but for now we're just gonna keep it rocking. And then we'll get into that. Hey, do you really know how to play the game? And I'm thinking, he talking about, hey, the Jew game, the white folk game. You know how to play it? And for those of you, and some of you in this audience, y'all may or may not know, I'm not going to knock Kendrick and his catalogs before this whole Drake beef. I'm a fan of Kendrick. I like his music. This, that, and the third. And for me, I just don't like the fact that he used this moment in time with the platform. Because to me, in my opinion, truth be told, Kendrick Lamar should have never had this platform. He should never had this stage. This doesn't mean that he's not talented, because he is. This doesn't mean that he's not dynamic, because he is. But for this stage, no, absolutely not. Never. I would have never, ever, ever recommended a Kendrick Lamar. Because if you know anything about Kendrick Lamar, it is super black. It's always been black. He didn't just get black last night. And so whenever you have the Republicans coming out and giving their statements in regards to Kendrick Lamar, the only thing I could think of during that is like, oh my gosh, the Republicans are going to get this wrong. I pray and hope to Jesus that Trump does not say anything about it, because whenever it comes to black culture and or black music, you either have the black Republicans that get it wrong and say some shit that they shouldn't, or you have the white Republicans that just go off. Hey, listen, there's a lot of us a part of this, and we don't expect you to understand anything that took place last night. But last night's halftime show wasn't for the majority of the audience. It wasn't for America as a whole. It was just for black people, and I understood that. But he has such an incredible catalog that he didn't even have to touch any of this Drake shit. Drake is not performing at the Super Bowl. You are. So,
Porsha, you have to understand that's intentional.
Great point.
Give us some you. Give us some you.
Give us
Like,
the
intentional, though.
I don't give a damn about none of this shit with Drake. None of y'all beef. I'm not finna lie to y'all, because I am a Kendrick fan. I'm not finna sit up here. I'm not like them other black Republicans. I'm not finna sit here and tell y'all I don't listen to Kendrick, because I fucking do. I do. I'm a Kendrick fan. I rocks with him. I do. I have like a whole entire dedicated black playlist on my Apple Music to black artists. I'm not like,
what's
Kendrick
the playlist
Lamar.
called?
It's not Kendrick, like Candace Owens. What is my playlist
Is it called She Black?
My playlist. It's called.
It was a joke.
It's actually.
You don't have to really get the name of it.
It's called Vibes and Storytellers.
Oh.
I have his song
Black Lives
Pools
Matter.
on repeat.
Nah, hell no. I ain't putting that shit, none of my shit. Universal.
Swimming pools, the recipe, those songs get me thinking. Well, swimming pools, that actually I put on when I have the urge to drink to get drunk. So
this is number one in my Negro playlist. Okay, so this song right here. Let's see here. He's not your savior. But he's not your savior. So, like, again, I ain't gonna go too far into it, but it's just like I like his music. Like, I love J. Cole. Common, Talib Kweli, like Nas, like we can go there. All right? But on this stage is not for that. This stage is not for this. And so it's like, okay, Kendrick, you're on the fucking Super Bowl. Drake ain't ever did a Super Bowl before. Let these people hear your talent. Let them see it. You're so much bigger than this. But again, talking about the positives, this image right here, I was like, okay, so we got the red, white, and blue. This is the American flag. I'm happy about this patriotism. Okay, I can rock with this. I was rocking with the whole show up until he got to the point to where he talked about the 40 acres and a mule. I don't like that. Like, he could cut that shit up for me. And so, of course, whenever you get into the Negroes during the reviews of this, they start talking about the symbolism and what people didn't get because it went over their heads. Bitch, it's a Super Bowl. I don't need nothing to go over my head. It's a Super Bowl. It's a Super Bowl. I don't need to be in no deep intellectual pro-blackity black pan-African FBA tether thought. This whole show, it didn't do anything for anybody unless you were black or you were a young person, in my opinion. And let me see, do we have
It's
Samuel
become
L.
about the
Jackson here?
message and not the sport and the game.
So if we come right here, as like I said, I was into it, I was feeling it, I was rocking with it, I was this and I was that, and then we got to this part right here. This is where Kendrick lost me for the whole Super Bowl halftime show. And I'm gonna stand on. And I'm looking at this, and I'm like, you know, it's all good and fine. You're like your LA shit, you know what I'm saying? Your Compton shit, all of that. Y'all know I went to school. For those of you that do not know, I spent a year at in LA at UCLA, and I have not been back since. It's been years, and I have zero desire to go back. It was just too much for me. However, whatever Compton shit, whatever, I guess.
Compton.
I'm small town Texas. Stuff like this escaped me. I didn't know anything about these areas until I was a grown ass woman going to my internship for medical school at UCLA. So I don't know anything about this. And so, of course, all black people, we're not a monolith, and all of us don't understand this. But to see this moment from the show, I'm like, they're flashing their grills and their chains and shit. I just thought that it was so ghetto. I'm like, dude, oh my gosh, like, this is the platform that has been given to you. Why are we
I thought
doing
you
like
was gonna
this,
say it was
this
movement,
like this N-word shit? Like, and the thing is that like Kendrick, he has so much more than this. And you know, for a Kendrick fan like myself, it's just like, bro, what are you doing? And they all flashing their grills and shit. I'm like, dude, like, this shit is ghetto as shit. I don't know. What do y'all think?
He's doing what he's been told to do.
Yep.
Facts.
They're told what to do when and it used to be that they actually had to pay to perform at the halftime, but they're being told what to do and what's acceptable and what's not.
Like, look at this shit.
From the boys in the game, I speak a shame.
That's ghetto, man.
Yeah, they keep showing the grills and stuff. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. When I saw it, man,
When I saw it, I was like, man, bro.
I said the same thing too, Porsha.
Oh my gosh. I was like, dude. Like, come on. Come on. But you know, like, whenever I think about this and like how dynamic of an artist Kendrick is, and we're talking about 20 years in the game, I don't know if everybody knows Kendrick's backstory. I will never take nothing away from Kendrick. I am a fan. I'm a Kendrick fan.
Same here.
Now, I will say that I'm a Kendrick fan, but like this whole beef shit, I'm not into that. Just like my sister has been calling and texting every day because Beyonce has announced that she is going on a Cowboy Carter tour. And I told my sister, you need to go to that shit with your friends. I hate that album. That is Beyonce's worst album. And I'm not about to spend money to go see Beyonce sing some shit that I'm not interested in hearing.
This is terrible.
Now, this last year, you bet your ass. Yeah, my dad got us stage seats. We was in that thing. But you know what? I loved all of the songs. Yeah, I was ready. wearing our
Did
silver
you?
and stuff.
Has anybody seen what Eminem said about the Grammys?
I don't know, I have to look at it. But the thing is that if I don't know the songs, I'm not paying to be in, to be there. Kendrick Lamar, if I were to go see his concert, if this is what he was talking about, I wouldn't be interested. Because he has too many records and too many hits that are far beyond this Drake beef. And then to me also, like, you've already stuck it to Drake. Give us what we want to hear, like your other hits type. You can kind of mix it up, but like the whole entire halftime show was about Drake. You're talking about this half-breed, half-black, half-Jew. Listen, I don't have time. Drake, in my opinion, as far as halftime for the Super Bowl, Drake would have been a better artist for this.
Facts.
Just not because Kendrick isn't talented, but because Drake transcends the Negro talk. You know what I'm saying? Drake, he is universal. And that's not to say that Kendrick isn't talented. And I think a lot of times these conversations, they've been muddied because some people think that, oh, you're just a Drake fan, that's why you're saying, no, that's not why I'm saying that at all. I mean, like, whenever Beyonce did the halftime show, it wasn't just Beyonce, it was Bruno Mars. Like, we're transcending where people can, integrate. Drake would have been a far better artist, but you put this pro-blackity black message. You guys have seen the footage, and we'll watch some of it tonight. People like, what is this? What are they talking about? We're talking about over 95% of the Super Bowl viewers. They don't know what the hell is going on. This wasn't a platform to be pushing black shit. But again, black people and other people that listen to Kendrick, we know that all his music is black shit. Like, we know that, and we respect him for it and we love it. But this was just something else. So let's listen to what
Porsha,
Samuel L. Jackson said here.
Can I add one more quick thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
To quote John, Drake knows the business.
No, he does know the business. Even with Usher last year. Usher isn't just a black artist for the black people.
Right.
He's transcendent.
Yeah. Crossover.
He transcends. He's a crossover artist. Kendrick
Well,
is not. He's just not. Kendrick is not a crossover artist. He's just not.
But you guys got to understand the reason why all this beef and all this stuff's happening. Like, they're under the same record label, and Drake tried to sue them, and this is the reason why they're giving Kendrick all the Grammys, the attention, the plays, and everything, because they trying to get Drake up out of there.
Yeah.
You'll never be able to get Drake up out of there.
If I can ask,
he tried to sue them because he's in a 360 deal.
Yeah, he's still. That litigation is still ongoing, but that's a complex lawsuit if I ever saw one. But the thing is, my question is, where you guys are talking about Drake, why didn't they think to bring the whole Young Money? What is it, YMCMB? That crew? Why didn't they think to bring them on and do a full Young Money show? And the reason why I asked that is because
Lil Wayne was mad that he wasn't chosen.
That's the point that I'm making. Lil Wayne discovered Drake, and Lil Wayne is from Louisiana. So.
Yeah, and so like for me, I know we talked about this months ago, like with the whole Kendrick, Lil Wayne, and my thing is that maybe for the people that didn't understand my argument all these months ago, maybe they can understand it now. And whenever I said it should have been Lil Wayne over Kendrick, is because even Lil Wayne, he transcends the Negro shit. He just does. And then he's been in the game for so long that you can't sit here and tell me.
For real, he made
Lil Wayne if he was at the Super Bowl last night and then that beat dropped and it was like a milli.
For real, the crowd would go nuts.
Or How to Love.
And then he also has like that,
like a cop,
whatever it was. Like he just kind of delved into it. But then even with Young Money, Lil Wayne, it's not just gonna be Lil Wayne. It would have been Nicki Minaj. It would have been Drake. It would have been Young Money.
Webby.
It would have been Young Money, because Lil Wayne, he's like a drug addict, this, that, and the third. He would have came out of there, whatever the hell it was. But then incorporating that shit, you have Nicki Minaj is a transcending artist. Drake is a transcending artist. Lil Wayne, he from New Orleans, Louisiana. His little, tore down. He got shot. He tells you the story about that white man that came and picked him up, and all the black officers stepped over him. This, that, and the third. And his music, it just went out everywhere. He's all over the world. Like Kendrick Lamar, of course, he can go to different countries and shit like that. But it's not the same as Lil Wayne. The damn show ain't the same as Nicki Minaj, and the damn show ain't the same as Drake.
Lil Wayne is so transcending that when he did a year in jail, and when Lil Wayne did a year at Rikers Island for that gun charge in New York, he was still releasing #1 hits. He was in jail. I haven't seen anybody in hip hop other than Snoop do something like that. And Snoop, it was only temporary.
Lil Wayne had the most features in 1 year.
Dr. Dre, because Kendrick Lamar, he came out with Snoop, Dr. Dre. Who else? Mary J. Blige.
Mary J. Blige, yeah.
Even Snoop and Dr. Dre and Mary J. Blige, they're transcending artists. They are too. Kendrick is just not. And I know the backstory. And for those of you that do not know Kendrick's backstory, he busted his ass to get in the industry 10 years. So Kendrick, by the time he was even something or someone that we knew, he had already been trying for the last 10 years. And then 10 years later, here we are, Kendrick with Grammys and him, performing on other bigger celebrities' tracks and this, that, and the third. But again, that's not knocking him, but Kendrick is a black artist that caters to black people. That's the only audience that he caters to. Yeah. He doesn't cater to anybody else but the Negro. Is that a problem? Is that bad? No, it's not. But for a Super Bowl platform, yes, it is.
Yes, it is, because you're selling yourself short.
Yeah.
To the Negroes, and don't nobody understand this shit. So let's see. Y'all let me know if I can still hear it. This is Samuel L. Jackson in this section.
Cheat code.
Cheat code.
Scorekeeper. Deduct 1 life.
Whenever he says deduct 1 life, he's talking about police brutality. Go ahead, let's kill another black man. Deduct 1 life. What are you talking about? Again, in this moment, what I will say to you guys, I'm going to give you guys a positive. Hey, listen, if it got anything to do with a black man, I'm not finna hold y'all. I'm happy to see it. People, I've seen different posts. Oh, the choreography was shit. It was terrible. But this is what Kendrick brings. Yes, it was a few black women. And like Jason Whitlock, he can say what he wants to say. I get it, because we're going to listen to a little bit of that. I hear you. But the showcase of all of these black men on this stage, on this platform, because typically what we see is these black women that have a large platform, these rappers, whatever the hell they call themselves doing, they're twerking, they're half naked, and you don't ever get to see the black men on the other side of music. And not just holding a mic, but those in the background. I love seeing that. I love that. That sent me over. I was happy to see that. I didn't see nothing wrong with it. You ain't finna ruin me with the shit. And you have these black women, they just got a little bit of crop. This one right here, you can barely see anything. This one you can see SZA, whatever her name is. I don't know why she was there. I thought that was whatever. The only thing I know about SZA is that like she got all of these like surgeries, like the fake body.
Somebody needs to mute their line.
But I remember there was a story because SZA, she got all that shit taken out of her ass and her hips, right? Because she was like, she didn't want that to be her image. But then like she went back and got the shit back. You know what I'm saying? So it didn't last that long. To me, she's not, I don't listen to this music, so I think that I can comment fairly. I don't like her music. That Summer Walker, I don't like any of their music. It doesn't do anything for me. They can't sing or anything like that. There's not a lot of talent here. But the most offensive part of this section of the whole set, I'm a huge Luther Vandross fan. And a lot of these artists, they're so untalented to a point to where they sample everybody else's shit. And in my mind, I'm like, you know, you can sample other people's shit, but like, where's your talent at? You
There's
can
no talent.
sample
That's why they got to do that. That's
anybody
why
else.
I hate
Do not
Dominicans because they do
sample.
that too.
Do not sample Luther Vandross. Like Luther Vandross, he is my favorite artist. I do not play. Don't sample him, cause y'all are not the same. Okay? Don't sample his shit. Even Kendrick, because Kendrick. And you would think. Have you guys heard "Poetic Justice" by Kendrick Lamar?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, amazing
Listen,
song.
Poetic Justice, Kendrick Lamar sampled that shit. That's Janet Jackson shit. Poetic Justice, Kendrick Lamar did that damn rendition of Poetic Justice so damn good. I can't take shit from him.
Rain, I could feel your heart.
I want to smell your fragrance. Listen, that shit is sexy. It's sexy. You can play it when you're with your man, ladies. It's sexy.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Porsha. I'm gonna have to.
Vandross? Absolutely not. Absolutely.
I'm gonna have to disagree. The song that did it for me was The Recipe. That's when I got put on to. I was in college. I had just graduated college when this song came out. It was him, Dr. Dre, and I guess it was the way that they did the what is it, the faux chords or what have you, the women, weed, and weather, women, weed, and weather, and the way that they did that I don't know, it was hypnotizing. And then swimming pools. Yeah,
was it a remake of somebody else?
I think the beat was a sample of somebody else. Swimming pools, that was all original, but The Recipe was sampled from somebody else. I'm sorry, scratch that. Swimming pools was original. The Recipe was sampled from somebody else.
Okay. Yeah, I've never heard that song, but you know, just as far as samples is concerned, Janet Jackson, icon, legend, period. We're talking a sample of Poetic Justice, which was a movie. Tupac was in it. Janet Jackson, I mean, it was like the sexiest shit ever. And like for all of these samples and remakes, I ain't heard none better than Kendrick Lamar redoing and sampling Poetic Justice. But then it's like Luther Vandross, like I was offended. Don't pull Luther into this. He's too pure for you heathens. Too pure.
I love me some Luther.
You said Drake. Oh, Drake was on that track too.
Yeah, he was.
Drake was on that track too.
Poetic Justice.
Yeah, that's in the playlist. Amen. But like this SZA. I don't even. Is it SZA? I don't listen to her.
Yeah,
so I'm like, again, we're going to take some positive takeaways. These bitches wasn't half naked popping pussy on the Super Bowl stage, so I'll take that. But I'm not a SZA fan, and whenever, because that was the first time me ever hearing that Luther, and I was just offended. And I was offended because I'm a Luther fan. I don't have anything for you, not with Luther. I don't know who the hell y'all think y'all are. It's some shit that should just be off limits. And Luther should be off limits. Mariah Carey too. I mean, I know y'all been out here trying to what is it? That one rapper, the light skinned dude, he ain't got no neck. Oh, Coil Ray. Heard that. Whatever it is, the little sample that she did of Mariah Carey, it's like, listen, you guys have to chill. Like,
I don't know, Porsha.
And the writers out here?
I have to push back again because Kanye West in 2004 sampled Luther Vandross's song "This House Is Not a Home." You guys remember that song? That's
One. I said today. It is 2025. You going back to over a decade ago.
Well, yeah, 2 decades ago. Touche.
Yes, 2 decades, 20 years ago. Kanye West. Have you through the fire? Through the wire.
Through the wire, yeah.
Yes, listen, like if anybody wants to do samples, Kanye West is your guy. Whatever Kanye West did, it's all on par. Like, but these other artists, they don't do it like Kanye, like to where he actually takes the song, the producers, the beats, all of that into consideration, and he makes it, but he does not take anything away from the original artist to make the song shit. Kanye West is the only one, and like in my lifetime, Kanye West #1, Kendrick Lamar, Poetic Justice, Janet Jackson. I can't recall any of these others within like the last 5 years. It's just lazy. It's just lazy to me. It's lazy to me, and I ain't got shit for it. I don't like it. Universal says Drake has been credited and confirmed by SZA and Serena Williams that he smashed. Oh, he smashed both of them. Universal's up on a panel. He smashed both
That's
of
a
them.
fact. Yes, and they both have confirmed it themselves. So I don't see the L in that either, and I know it's been a talking point.
Okay, he smashed
Drake is
both
that
of
nigga,
them.
man. Listen, he might be light skinned and biracial and half Jew and Canadian, but he's that nigga. Like, let's just stop playing.
And Kendrick, he's a tater tot. Let's see what Samuel L. Jackson said here. Oops, let me rewind it. America wants nice and calm. Please.
Lord have mercy.
Kai, I love that name. It's on my baby list of names. Kai, I love that name. Kai, Serena Williams' sister was killed by Crips, FYI, and she was Crip dancing. Not only was she Crip dancing last night, but she Crip danced at her tennis thing, and I didn't know. Shout out to HB. I had no idea until today that their other sister was killed by Crips, and so that kind of changed
while she was driving.
It's like, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing? And again, you can say, okay, this was many years ago. It's just a dance. She's moved on. No, not my sister. I'm obsessed with my sister. My baby sister, listen, absolutely not. I will nuke this bitch. I don't play about mine. But like some Crips did it, you ain't finna see me Crip walking, talking Crip, nothing, this or that. Like, I can't rock with it. I just can't. But I didn't know that until today. So I was just like, so damn. Whenever she played her tennis match, like she was Crip walking, and then she did it again last night. She's a whole entire married woman. She got 2 kids. Her husband is white. Alex Ohanian, this, that, and the third. I ain't mad at her, family. I believe in family togetherness, 2 parents in a household, kids, this and that, the third. But yeah, your husband didn't have a problem with that, Serena, because he's white.
Isn't she also billionaire status, Porsha?
Yeah, her husband is. She ain't. But her husband brings her up to billionaire status. I ain't got time for it. I ain't got room for it. I just don't. I'm sorry, I don't.
She's got to be close. With her endorsement, she's got to be close.
Yeah, she's pretty close herself.
I don't even give a damn. I don't have time for it. I just don't. Because, like, that was the thing. It's just like, gosh, she's like a mother. You're Crip walking, and of course you used to date Drake. Y'all had a really public breakup, and it wasn't because of Drake. It's because of all of the interviews. Like Serena Williams during that time, oh my God, like she was unstoppable on all of the interviews that she was going on to tell everybody how bad Drake treated her. Mm-hmm. But you had yourself a half black Jew, bitch. What do you want me to say?
She's a train wreck.
What do you want me to do in defense of you, Serena?
Are there any other ethnic groups who have multi-millionaire, 100 millionaire entertainers and actors that are Crip walking and doing like these these dances?
No, but
of course not.
This is
Universal. You already know what time it is.
This is a case of Serena Williams being mad that Drake left. That's why.
That was like 10 years ago. Woman, you
No. I mean, he didn't leave her. She left him.
Yeah.
For
Common.
And yeah, and she fooled with Common.
Yeah.
That shit didn't work out. And now Common, unfortunately or fortunately, however way you want to look at this, Common, he's an older man. I want to shout out to the sci-fi community on Apple TV Plus, Silo. You guys should watch Silo. They've already been confirmed for season 3, 4, and 5. Common, he's in that show. He is a terrible actor, and I hate that they cast Common for anything because he sucks. But you know what Common is good at? He's an artist. He's good at his craft as far as rap, this, that, and third. Common is dope. I've been a fan for many years, but he has a daughter. She's older. And she says, Dad, you can't date no girls that's the same age as me. So he made sure that they are strong 33, 35 plus in order for him to do so because of what his daughter said. Which, okay, we can understand. To a extent, he was messing with Taraji P. Didn't go that way. Serena, it didn't go that way. And now he's fooling with Jennifer Hudson, and those things seem to be going fine. And it seems to have been going fine for years. He still hasn't proposed or married her ass, but that's fine, you know. But Serena, for however bad Common treated you, is bad enough for you to run off with a white billionaire, which I'm not mad at, you know. But for Serena to be there, it's just like, what are you here for? Are you here for the rendition of the crip walk that you did at your tennis game? Or is it that plus the fact that Common treated you bad? I mean, excuse me, that Drake treated you bad. Like, what is this? You're a mother now. Why are you even out here? What are we doing? What's going on?
It's the
But
culture.
if you go back and see, whenever she was getting ready, her husband, Alex Ohanian, and their daughters, they were there while she was getting ready. She posted it on her Instagram and her Twitter. He was in full support of it.
She's a nightmare. She's a media nightmare. She blew up at one of the last matches she played with a whole bunch of crap that was. She got caught lying. Everybody pointed it out. Made a fool of herself, trying to be the victim. It was a terrible look. But I'm not surprised. If you ever watched, I've been a lifelong tennis fan, so I've seen all the crap with her and her sister when they were younger, and they had their little.
Silo is sick. Huh? What do you mean of that? Silo is sick. I think Silo. If you guys haven't seen Silo,
I've seen
on
it.
Apple TV. It is an incredible series. It's great. The worst part about the series is Common. That's just my thoughts because I think he sucks as an actor. He's just trash. Oh, he means it's good. Like, Silo is so good. Listen to me. If you guys have an iPhone, y'all have Apple TV, y'all have to check out Silo. It is, jeez, that show was so good. Oh my God. Like, and once I finished it, I was just empty. I was like, back out. What am I supposed to do? You want me to just wait? It is such a good show. I promise you that. Common, he sucks. He's ass, but I mean, I guess it is Common, but nonetheless, yeah, Serena Williams there. And my opinion is that whenever they flashed over to her, it was like a diss to Drake. It wasn't anything else. But it is kind of sick to me after finding out that information that, like, damn, bitch, your sister got gunned down by some Crips and you Crip walking?
I wonder which one it was.
Let me pull the story up. We're gonna.
Is that big old heavy one? He got gunned down. She was pretty young too.
I don't remember who it was, but I remember how the story went. But I think that she was driving, and I think that they thought the car was one of the ops, and they lit it up.
Well, I've seen the sisters, so I was trying to figure out which one of it. If it was the real young one that looked like she was about my size, or which one it was.
So it was Yetunde Hawanya. Tara Price was the oldest sister and personal assistant to the leading tennis players Venus and Serena. This took place September 14th, 2003. She was murdered in a drive-by shooting in Compton. And her shooter was some dude named Robert Maxfield. So let's get into that.
My cousin lives over there right before you get to Compton. She lives in Carson, just a couple of blocks from Compton. In fact, they had my cousin's funeral was in Compton.
All right. Let's see. No, I can't play.
It's not Compton, bro. It's Bompton.
It's what?
It's Bompton.
2 years ago.
Dude, Compton ain't nothing to Detroit. It's a joke compared to Detroit.
I can't get into that. Like, it was so long ago that the guy that actually killed her, he's like out. He's been released by now.
Oh, I bet that went over well.
He was probably crip walking with them right there too.
It's like you killed a Williams sister, and then of course that video came out with Will Smith playing the dad. Are these Africans? Okay, no, that's a homosexual. We won't get into any of that. I can't find a link that I had saved prior. Let's see, heartbreaking. Okay, because this was in 2003. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find something else. Geez, I guess I'm just gonna have to do like a news. Okay, let's just go ahead and go here. So the story of the tragic killing of Serena and Venus Williams' oldest sister, there was blood everywhere. September 14th, 2003 in Compton.
Yeah, I've seen her before. She was at the earlier matches that they did.
So we have Yetunde Price, early September 14th, 2003, seemed to come from nowhere, cracking through a window of her white SUV and hitting her in the back of the head. Roland Wormley, later described alternately as Price's boyfriend and fiance, was behind the wheel that night and recalled the shooting as a burst of chaos during their drive back from Compton, California. The Prices $500,000 home in Corona, some 40 miles to the east. I'm trying to get through this. I'm trying to get away. I'm trying to get her to safety, Wormley told the LA Times in 2003. Once I get to Long Beach Boulevard, I see the back window is shattered. I look to the right and said, "Baby, are you all right?" I look at Price and there was blood everywhere. Frantic, Wormley took Price to his mother's house not far away, where she called 911. Price was pronounced dead in an area hospital not long after. She was 31. So instead of him calling 911 and taking her to a fucking hospital, he took her to his mom's house, and then mama calls 911. You know, this sounds like some typical Compton shit. She was the oldest sister of Serena and Venus Williams. She'd been shot about 1.5 miles from the tennis courts where her younger sisters learned to play the sport that made them stars. When Venus and Serena received calls from all of us here, they were saying, "Are you sure this is correct?" They couldn't believe it. This account of Price's slaying and its subsequent investigation, a 15-year-old homicide thrust again into the spotlight by the release of her killer, according to authorities, is based on previous people reporting, as well as articles from the Associated Press, the LA Times, and the New York Times. The Williams sisters' sudden death sent shockwaves through the close-knit family. Venus got the news in New York City, where she was visiting for Fashion Week. Serena was in Toronto filming for the cable series Street Time, and by one account became visibly distraught when she learned her sister had been fatally shot. Both flew to LA, where they were joined by mom and their dad, Richard. In those first hours and days afterward, however, it remained unclear exactly what happened, with witnesses giving differing accounts that suggested there had been an altercation before the shooting that involved Price and Wormley. In fact, investigators will learn that the gunman had opened fire on the vehicle as they drove down the boulevard by a suspected drug house. Wormley maintained that the attack was unprovoked, though prosecutors argued the shooting was revenge against another gang. Let's skip on down here. Down. Okay, so this is the guy arrested for her death. Black guy. Okay, this guy. Serena appeared at Maxfield's court hearings for the first time when he was sentenced in 2006. According to the Times, she told him that while she hadn't planned to speak because it's too hard for me, she felt it was more important to say how unfair Price's killing had been to our family. This, that, and the third. She meant a lot to us. And let's keep going because the story is pretty long. Years later, Price's spirit remained strong both in her family and the community where they grew up. We definitely wanted to honor our sister's memory because she was a great sister. She was our oldest sister, and obviously she meant a lot to us. Not too much to where Serena did not crip walk, and that's fine. Serena said then, and it meant a lot to us, to myself and to Venus and my other sisters as well, Isha and Landrea, that we've been wanting to do something for years in memory of her, especially the way that it happened, a violent crime. And also Serena crip walking. I guess that was her taking her power back. Basically, how does the family react? If our kids didn't have my mom and us, it could be really devastating, Serena said. But we had such a great system that they're doing pretty good. We just felt like people that didn't have that opportunity to fall back on, what could they do? And that's kind of how this resource center came about. So, of course, nonetheless, before it's all said and done, her sister was killed by some violent Crips, and taking truth to power like the N-word, I suppose Serena Williams did that with the death of her sister. So, yeah, you guys go ahead. Y'all go ahead. Tell me what you think.
Well, I wonder, because if that's close to Daniel, because I know my friend's wife used to be in emergency at Daniel Freeman, and I think that's the closest hospital there, and they shut the emergency room down because all the GSWs coming in with no insurance. And it was going bankrupt, so they shut emergency down. So they probably didn't have any place close they could have taken her anyway.
Mr. Kim, can you tell us what the GSWs is?
Oh, gunshot
victims.
The gunshot wound.
Gunshot
GSW.
wound. GSWs. Okay, thank you. Go on. Keep going.
So my cousin that I was saying had the funeral in Compton, they took him, his wife and his sister took him to Daniel Freeman, and they let him bleed to death. And the deal there was that they were understaffed, not enough money. They took him in. He had a congenital kidney problem and started complaining to her that his back hurt, and went from being able to move a little to not being able to move at all. And he was sitting on the couch, and they finally got him up and took him to Daniel Freeman, and he was on a gurney, and they wheeled him out, and she kept asking him, what's going on? They kept saying, sit down, ma'am. When we know something, we'll tell you. And they found him in a hallway, and he bled to death. One of the vessels going to his kidneys burst, and he had a huge blood clot. So he bled to death internally while he sat on a gurney with nobody looking after him. And I don't know. I haven't asked her what they did about it, if they tried to sue Daniel Freeman or if they even could. I don't know what went on with that, but that's what happened. So I'm thinking maybe they didn't know where to take her.
Hey, 12th man. Yeah, that sounds crazy.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy over there.
Is Universal still up here? Universal, I see you having this conversation in the chat with Bob. Hey, Universal. Excuse me. Hey, 12th man. Universal, what are you guys talking about, real quick? Because Bob says.
You remember what tropes dropped off to you before he left?
Let me see.
In the back chat, you pulled it up when John was.
Oh shit. Okay, let me pull it back.
Yeah.
Let me pull that back up. I did actually save that, but Bob sent your back. Tropes had something extra special for you.
I feel sorry for that guy that found dead guy.
Oh yeah, and John, he's all talking about it and everything, and it's just like we don't want to go too crazy talking about all that. Here we are, Bob. Bob, what do you think? We're gonna wait until we hear from you in the chat. I mean, we did show the black pilot with the dreadlocks and everything earlier. So, Bob, what are your thoughts? That's Bob, folks. Shout out to Bob. Shout out to Bob. That, folks, is Bob.
Safari and Bob,
He
yo.
is our black pilot. He sure is. Where's Bob at? He ain't said nothing yet, but we sure gone. We sure gonna wait to hear from him. Let's see here. We do have Universal in the building. Let's see.
Hello, I'm Captain Bob. I'll be your pilot for this flight.
Mm-hmm. I hope Bob is still here to see this, but you know what, Universal, we got this for forever. Just in case he's not here. You'll see her. You want it the way we can heal. So let's see here. Oh no. I'm trying to figure out which one I want to do before we get back into it. Kendrick Lamar, Kendrick, Blender. Before we get into the responses from people to Kendrick Lamar, and like for those of you that are up here on the panel, I want to hear what you guys think. And I know you guys may not have catched it all. But you guys may go back and listen and just, whatever opinions you have right now. We got Bob on the screen. We're going to take a music break. And then we'll be getting back into it. So let's get into that.
Every time I go, that store, it makes my ass hurt. Then I see something that gave me hope for whatever that's worth. Every time I go to the grocery store, I spend all of my money. Yeah, yet some big backhoe in front of me has so many sticks, it's not funny. So I asked her how she can afford all that damn food. Her answer would change my whole damn mood. This some bullshit. She said the government gives me $1,200 a month. I just sit back and get the money as I puff on blunts. Where them foods now? Who the fuck is selling? If you don't share your stamps with me, guaranteed I'm telling bitch, but I'm hungry as fuck and I work too hard.
If she don't sell those school stamps, he's selling.
I need some stamps back.
You ain't
She
sharing,
said
bitch.
the
He's selling.
government gives me $100 a month. I'm hating, I just sit back and get that money as I puff on blunts. Where the food stamps? Who the fuck is selling it? If you don't share your stamps with me, guaranteed I'm telling, bitch. Cause I'm hungry as fuck and I work too hard. So I'm snitching if you don't let me use that car. I need some. This bitch had fresh lobsters, tomahawk steaks and scallions. Steaks and scallions, baby. A man standing there looking dumb, wearing a fake medallion. Fake as hell. I ain't never seen so many TV dinners. This ever got food that'll last through the winner. All I know is with some food stamps I can finally be a winner. She said, no, your ass will always be a loser. Stab my arm. So shut the fuck up. There will be no stamps in your future. Hell no. That's when I got mad and said, for them goddamn stamps, you better be selling. Because if you don't share with me, I'm a fucking fraud. Yeah, I'm telling this. I'm telling this. Because I'm hungry as fuck. And I work too hard. So I'm snitching if you don't let me use that card. I need some stamps, motherfucker. You wanna buy some stamps? Goddamn right. You wanna buy some stamps? You goddamn right. 'Cause these great value Cheetos can't be alive.
Yo,
Rich broke my pen.
Porsha.
Yes.
If you don't mind, play that little link that I sent you. It's just like 30 seconds.
The little link. Let me see what you sent. I have that. Is it the Charleston White one?
Nah. It's
Oh, let me scroll down. Scroll down. Okay, I see. Let me see. Okay, we're gonna play this, and then we're gonna have another music break.
For diversity.
We got to celebrate our differences. We got to celebrate.
What the hell?
We got to celebrate our differences. Not your Paco, Jimmy John. 'Cause it's beautiful when the whole world sings together as one.
Again, everybody, everything is going to be posted in the chat for you guys. That bitch broke my pen. So, and then we'll get back to it.
This bitch broke my little hand down. Now I'm scared to cock it back. She turned my pimp game into dust. How do I return as the man? My bottom bitch, she's tough as nails. Got a mouth on her, no sweet tails. Tried to set her straight, show her who's boss, but she showed me she ain't taking no loss. I raised my hand, ready to lay the smack, but her cheeks like iron, now my hands on whack. Couldn't believe this shit, I thought my pimp hand strong. Broke a player so bad I had to write this song. This bitch broke my pimp hand down. Now I'm scared to cock it back.
You scared?
She turned my pimp game into dust. How do I return as the man? Got me thinking, how do I keep control? I can't lose the damn hoe to a stripper pole. I gotta find a way to keep my cool, 'cause this motherfucking bitch ain't playing. We done had 15 good years, been through all our When we met, you was the hottest bitch in town. Yeah. All them boys, they wanted to get down. You been treating me right, you do my clothes and clean. Yeah. You the damn cook I ever did see. But lately, honey, there's something that I just can't ignore. Something that makes my boner just go limp to the floor. See, double D's. You was putting on some weight, and it's like everything done turned to straight cottage cheese. See, baby, I know you love me good and you treat me right. But unless you drop some of that lard, my ass gonna be right out of sight. Yeah, lose some weight, bitch. Lose some weight. Baby, your neck done disappeared without a trace. And when you walk the house, it's like a goddamn earthquake done hit this place. Ooh, yeah, I said lose some weight, bitch. Get that ass to running. Do whatever you got to do. Cause honey, if I gotta look at them fat rolls too much longer, me and you, he's damn well through. Yeah, once upon a time you looked like a movie star. And now, bitch, you looking like you can barely fit into that car. Honey, your ass so fat you about need your own zip code. Yeah, that ass so fat when you walk you be leaving behind potholes. And now, baby, how can we get down? You smother my ass and I'll be 6 feet down. See them cankles and 2 chins, they done got me shook. Yeah, and I'm about to pack my shit, get in that car and book. Honey, you done got me saying lose some weight, bitch. Lose some weight. Baby, that neck done disappeared without a trace. And when you walk the house, it's like a goddamn earthquake done hit this place. Yeah, I said lose some weight, bitch. Get that ass to running. Do whatever you got to do. Cause honey, if I gotta look at them fat rolls too much longer, me and you, he's damn well through. Lose some weight, bitch. Lose some weight. Baby, that neck done disappeared without a trace. And when you walk the house, it's like a goddamn earthquake done hit this place. Yeah, I said lose some weight, bitch. Get that ass to running. Do whatever you got to do. Cause honey, if I gotta look at them fat rolls too much longer, me and you, he's damn well through. Now, baby, I'm packing up my shit and I'm getting out of town. I done decided for your fat ass, I just can't stick around. Once upon a time, you was looking juicy as all hell. And now your ass done turned into a 2-ton whale. So yeah, I'm looking heading out. I'll be trying my luck down the road and figuring shit out. You wake up tomorrow and yeah, I'll just be gone. Free from your lord ass and moving right along. But don't cry for me, baby, cause hopefully pretty soon I'll be living it up and getting down with some fine ass ladies.
All right. Welcome back. We are back. We never left because we never do. Jewel, we got Jewel in the building. We got Bill said it sounds like some movie soundtrack. Yeah, like I'm never gonna tell you guys which channel is mine where I do my AI songs. However, you know, Sam I Am said this should be on my 600 Pounds Life soundtrack. You know, sometimes whenever I go live, I'm always, you know, going back and forth in between, like, gosh, what should I share with them? Like, should I give them some of my songs, you know, and then some of the other songs, you know, whenever I have these crazy thoughts in my mind. But you know what? This is a show. We're gonna keep it pushing. So let's get into Charleston White and what he had to say about Kendrick Lamar.
Don't nobody hear that shit. Nigga Kendrick, nigga, listen. Let me just say this. Drake way better. Drake way better. Rapping. Nigga, I know Drake's song. I ain't never heard a nigga in Texas pull up bumping Kendrick shit. Nothing. Mm-hmm. Nigga, we like much as I don't like that nigga. Nigga, you heard me who I nigga. I ain't nigga. Come on, my house is going against the grain. But come on, let's be fair and clear. Me and Kendrick can't compare it unless you like twisting your fingers up like the retarded people. Yeah, that's the only way you go like Kendrick. You got to be retarded with the career, diamond. Sensible people don't gravitate to that bullshit. So what? He gave these up and coming artists a spotlight for the day. Most of them will be by tomorrow due to the gang politics.
Sam I Am.
California Compton or whatever you want to call it. Homie, it's not vibrant. So why would you go shoot somewhere where, nigga, nothing grows here, everything dies? For what?
Well, I mean, I don't want to disagree with him, too much, but because I could not find all of these clips on my own. Unfortunately, folks, we have to go to Angry Man, but he had all of the clips. Because, on one end of Black Twitter, social media, they were saying, oh, shoot.
I think it's funny that he said there's not that Compton, everything that goes to Compton dies, but all the business machine manufacturers are in Compton. Pitney Bowes, Hershey Business Machines, all of them are over there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what? Before I get into the responses, one thing that I wanted to let you guys know, for those of you that may not have known prior, that is something that I said earlier in the chat that women would have been more aware of than the men. So many years ago, 10 years ago now, a decade ago, Lettucey was the feature actor in the film for Selma. Big deal, this, that, and the third. It was Lettucey. And in the film, as Lettucey played her character, she actually sang a very beautiful rendition of a song that was also featured in Selma. I was trying to find my pictures and my videos from Selma way back when, but for those of you that know me, y'all know me and social media, we've never really been friends. And so any videos or things, I just take them for myself just to keep them. And I wasn't able to find them in enough time to show this to you guys. But for the recording, the filming, and even the most specific point in the movie of Selma, Lettucey on set, she sung the shit out this song. And it wasn't a pre-record from the studio to us being on set, but not only was she a character in the film, she was also a featured artist in the film for this particular song within the film. So what happened is that the day of the Grammys, back in 2015, this was the day of the Grammys, Lettucey found out that Beyonce was going to be performing her song instead of her performing her song. Lettucey was in the movie. Beyonce's ass wasn't. Lettucey was like the breakout artist. I don't want to say star because Lettucey, she is a far better actor than Beyonce. Don't get me wrong. But she really did the thing here. And even whenever we were doing the march on Selma, Lettucey, she was there. Everything else, this, that, and the third. But the date of the Grammys back in 2015, early in the morning, Lettucey found out. And so the video that I'm about to show to you guys right now, it's 1 minute and 10 seconds. This is Lettucey on the red carpet at the Grammys speaking about it. And so after we watch this, I'm going to give you guys a little bit more backstory for those of you that do not know what happened.
You played Mahalia Jackson in Selma.
Yes.
They'll be singing Mahalia Jackson's song before the performance by Common and John Legend tonight.
Yes.
Beyonce's singing that song, but you're in the building.
Yes, I'm in the building.
Okay, so why aren't you singing that song?
I don't have a clue, but I will say what I'm excited about is that I had the pleasure of playing an iconic figure in Selma. And the song, Take My Hand, Precious Lord, it's been going on forever. Started with the Queen, Mahalia, the Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin. Then I was able to portray and sing my version of the song. And now we have Beyonce. I mean, her generation will now know this song. So I'm a part of history.
Okay.
Look at it like that instead of looking at it as a negative. To me, it's a great, great honor to be a part of the legacy of a great song by Thomas Dorsey.
Well said, well said. And you are one of the great singers of our generation. Good luck tonight.
Couldn't get it connected. So, really short interview of Lettucey on the red carpet. That was her moment. It was her time. Oh my gosh. But it was given to Beyonce. Beyonce didn't have a damn thing to do with this. But they gave it to Beyonce. And so the whole saying is the reason why they had Lettucey there last night doing the Black National Anthem is because it was the Carters' apology for 10 years prior. So, you know, they snubbed her. They did this to her. It is Lettucey, and I'm a huge Lettucey fan, so I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm not. Lettucey, you know, she may not be like mainstream, whatever the hell, but I love Lettucey. And so whenever I saw this last night, I'm not looking at it in any other way than Jay-Z being over it. He's giving her the apology that she so deserved, because Beyonce went in and she took away Lettucey's moment. And you guys just saw it. She responded with a whole lot of grace. More grace than I would have responded with. I'm gonna fuck that bitch. She wasn't in the movie. She can't act. This non-acting bitch. She's gonna tell me this, that, and the third. And y'all know I was at the Beyonce concert last year. Okay, I was there. But mind you, whenever Dream Girls, born to make you happy, all of that, Beyonce didn't even shine in that whole entire damn film. You know who did though? Jennifer Hudson. And Jennifer Hudson, she didn't even win American Idol, and she should have, because Jennifer Hudson is a voice of the ages. But you know, Jennifer Hudson, you know, her whole entire family got killed by her brother-in-law. And after they got killed, y'all know the only person that was there that stepped up for Jennifer Hudson?
Trump.
After her family was slaughtered by her brother-in-law, we're talking about niece, nephew, sister, mama. They were all killed. You know who stepped up and said, hey, bitch, I understand you knew in the game and everything like that. Like, I know you lost American Idol and you trying to make a different type of comeback. Like, Trump didn't say that shit. You know, this is just me talking my shit. But Trump said, hey, Jennifer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a 5-year contract so you can stay in one of my apartments here at the Trump Hotel in Chicago. But not only that, Jennifer, because Jennifer, she wasn't popping her shit like that then. You know, she had just finished Dream Girls and all that shit, but she wasn't like that. Trump also said, hey, I'm going to pay for all of these funerals, burials, everything else, and anything else that you need to advance your career. Not only am I going to be letting you live in my shit, I'm going to pay for all of the shit that you need for the next 5 years. The next 5 years, J Hud, I'm paying for all of that shit, bitch. But what does J Hud say about Trump right now? Nothing positive.
Nothing, probably. But Porsha, I don't know if you know Tyrus from Fox, right? So he had an interview with Trump, and he asked him, he's like, all these people talk about all this race stuff and all this negative stuff about you, and he even admits that he didn't like him as well. And he goes that he had to do his own research. And he goes, why is it that when people say these things about you, you don't come out and defend them with the things that you have done? And Trump goes, because if you want me to say the things that I have done, then there is no need for me to do them. So he does things out the heart. It's not because he wants people to know that he did it.
He does a lot of stuff like that. You know, like for Jennifer Hudson and me, I'm a huge Jennifer Hudson fan. Like, she can sing her ass off, but it's just like, you can't forget, you know, for no matter what it is that she's saying. And shout out to the black people out there that was like, bitch, whenever she was out there, you know, discrediting Trump, it's just like, bitch, shut the fuck up, because
Didn't he give
Nobody
Nelson
else did
Mandela
it.
his plane too? He gave Nelson Mandela his plane too.
Trump has done a lot for the Negro, and like for me, I would just cut off Negroes. But like speaking of Jennifer Hudson, right now in this moment, talking about literacy, I wanted to give you guys some insight on whenever it comes to the Black National Anthem with literacy and the song that she sang in the Selma movement. The Black National Anthem is like a mix of the song that she sang in Selma and the Black National Anthem that was taken from her by Beyonce. And so we're going to hear what she has to say here. And again, I understand, you had that Jean-Baptiste literacy, but I want to give you guys some more insight on literacy as to why she was actually chosen by Jay-Z to perform at this moment during the Super Bowl, because this song, she was supposed to perform it at the Grammys 10 years ago. Beyonce took that shit from her. Took it. And she handled it with grace, class, this, that, and the third. And she was just glad that the song was getting played. Even though that damn Selma movie got all of the damn Grammys, this, that, and the third. Beyonce was recognized, but you have this dark-skinned, short lady that can sing her ass off. She didn't get that same recognition. So let's see what she had to say 10 years later.
Understand why is Lift Every Voice and Sing so important to not only the culture, but this country, American history.
Well, you just said it. It's American history. I mean, if you love Black people, if you love people, if you love the home of jazz, which is New Orleans, I think Lift Every Voice and Sing fits right into that. It's a hymn, 125 years old, and I'm the fifth person to sing it here. That blows me away. I can't wait for more. So I'm honored to be a part of this.
Okay, it is the Super Bowl, the biggest audience in the world.
Don't remind
How
me.
do you? No, because you have a unique voice that can fill up a room. How do you fill up the Super Bowl, a stadium, the people who are watching this in Europe?
Wow, I'm great engineers. No, I'm going to just do my best and sing and rise to the occasion like other voices that we've loved. Mahalia Jackson, Nina Simone, Marian Anderson. I'm just going to rise to the occasion and sing and do my best and channel all the energy of New Orleans, where I'm from, my people, and do my best. That's all I can do.
I have gladly paid for the privilege of seeing you perform. And I want to say, while you're here this week, are you doing other performances? And have there been rehearsals so far?
Well, I start rehearsals tomorrow, thank God, because it's so much press that I'm overwhelmed. And no, I'm just going to enjoy my family because I haven't seen them in a minute, and just go and find a quiet place. This is a big moment for me, and I'm the biggest stage I've ever performed on. So I'm gonna do my best. Kevin, I can't believe you're here with me on this. This is so cool.
I'm so
Everywhere
excited.
There's a big moment for me.
Well, that's what I try to do.
This is great, right? I'm sorry. Every time Kevin shows up, Lad, so you're having another big moment.
But I love it. And I'm so excited to see what little twist you will put
Oh no,
on
you know I'm gonna put a little twist on. That's the New Orleans way. Look at all the artists you've interviewed from New Orleans.
No,
They're all
but
unique in what they bring, and that's.
I'm
why
talking
New
about you. I'm talking
Yeah.
about you.
Yes, I cannot wait. There's other little added things that I won't give away. You'll see.
Really? Have you picked out your wardrobe and everything? You got to go.
Absolutely. I love what I'm wearing. Don't look at me. I'm not telling you what I'm wearing.
I'm just asking for a little hint
I
of
will
what you.
definitely wear a suit. I'll say that much. I want to wear a suit. Yeah, but I'll leave it there.
And being from New Orleans, how many tickets did you get?
Listen, I only got a few because I have management and people, and I usually come with 2 people. That's a lot for me, Kevin. That's a lot. How many did you get?
How many? No,
Good night,
I'll be
guys.
working. They're like, we give you a press pass and you can go to work.
I get a few, but I have management and press and things like that. So
But you also have your people.
people, yeah, to do hair and makeup, yeah, of course. That's it. That's
Your
1,
fam-
2, 3.
I know you got calls. I know you got calls from family and everybody
Of course, everybody called, and I said, no, this is my moment. I have to focus. They'll mess up. Family will mess up the moment, ladies and gentlemen.
Her
They will.
family. This is her moment.
I cannot wait for this moment.
But But you can also see like how humble she is, this, that, and the third, 10 years later. Beyonce taking her shine. She was there. She did her thing. She sung her ass off. You know, like, let us see. She is such a talented artist that you just can't not, you know what I mean? Like, you can't. It's let us see. To keep it all the way real with you guys. I love Let Us See. I'm proud of her. And the moment in which I had my quote unquote Beyonce awakening, that's when I had it 10 years ago. Whenever Beyonce did what she did to Let Us See, I thought it was shit. I thought it was trash, especially because I was on set for the whole movie. And if you ever get to take the time out to see Selma, one thing I'll say about Let Us See in the movie, Let Us See, she sung that shit on set. She did it on set. It was beautiful. It was gorgeous. But that's what Let Us See did, and that's the power of her voice. So jumping right back into it, we're going to show a few tweets from the Watts on Twitter. So we have Stacey is right. She says the Super Bowl halftime show was so black, it would leave fingerprints on Cole. Damn. I don't know how a lot of you Negroes out there listening tonight feel about that, but she was so black it would leave the performance was so black it would leave fingerprints on Cole. That's deep. Not a single Caucasian involved. You couldn't find a single white person willing to dance to shitty music. Stick to your compulsory diversity. Up your ass, you racist F's. Okay. All right, Stacey. We hear you. We got it. Some of you guys may have seen the so-called protester. So, I don't know about you, but this guy, he actually did all of the work of the Lord to be able to be cast in this show. He did auditions, this, that, and the third. He came out the car, and upon his coming out of the car and a part of his set, he pulls out this pro-Gaza, pro-Palestine flag. So I'm assuming that somebody paid him more than what he got paid to be in the Super Bowl. People like, how the hell did he get? How did he get there? I was wondering the same thing. But he was a part of the set. He was one of the dancers, a part of the set. No? So that's what that was. That's why he was there. And he got that close because he was a part of the set. Now we're going to hear this Negro tell us about the symmetry of Kendrick Lamar and what it meant. Of course, in the chat, y'all let us know if you got something else out of this more than what this Negro is about to tell us. So let's see.
The halftime show wasn't supposed to be entertainment. It was a message laced with symbolism about our government and control. In the lyrics, the revolution about to be televised. Right time for the wrong guy. Kendrick warned the audience to pay close attention. Samuel L. Jackson dressed as Uncle Sam, a national personification of the United States, symbolizing our government and our military. Uncle Sam represents patriotism and national identity. But with Samuel L. Jackson playing Uncle Sam, Kendrick was making a statement. He was telling his people to get ready. The division of the American flag highlighted the division in America. The Crips dressed in blue, the Bloods dressed in red. Together, they symbolize our country coming together in unity. The stars and the stripes were divided, illuminating the division in America. Serena Williams' hands shone, lifting the people up. This was more than just a halftime show.
It wasn't just a halftime show. It was more than that. And, you know, also putting focus on, you know, the revolution will not be televised. That's you know, kind of what we knew. It would not be televised, and that was the going saying. I don't know if a lot of you Negroes out here listening to the show tonight, or if you listen to it later, I don't even know if you Negroes know who actually said that first, where it was recorded, the context, this, that, and the third. But Jill Scott Heron, y'all know I'm a Texan, I'm country. Heron. But you know, y'all know it's Black History Month. Y'all know I'm black. I ain't gonna take it from you. So I want you guys to hear the revolution will not be televised and the context in which what Jill Scott meant. So let's go ahead and get into it. Light-skinned Negro, Afro, this and that, things and third. Y'all know sometimes the colorism, they say that they need to be dark-skinned to be trying to deliver a message. And if he ain't like super black, then I guess you can't listen to him. But let's get into it.
Yesterday's and digging through the rubble. And to say the least, somebody went to a hell of a lot of trouble to make sure that when we looked things up, we wouldn't fare too well. And we would come up with totally unreliable pictures of ourselves. But I've compiled what few facts I could, such as they are, to see if we could find out a little bit of something. And this is what I got so far.
What you
First, white folks discovered Africa. They claimed it fair and square. Cecil Rhodes couldn't have been robbing nobody because, hell, there wasn't nobody there. And white folks brought all the civilization because there wasn't none around. How could the folks be civilized when wasn't nobody writing nothing down? And just to prove all of their suspicions, well, didn't take too long. They found out that there were whole tribes of people in plain sight running around with no clothes on. That's right. The men, the women, the young, and the old righteous folks covered their eyes. And no time was spent considering the environment. Hell no, this just wasn't civilized. And another piece of information they had, or at least this is what we were taught, is that unlike the civilized people of Europe, these tribal units actually fought. And yes, there was some crude implements, and yes, there was primitive art, and yes, they were masters of hunting and fishing, and courtesy came from the heart. And yes, there was love and medicine, religion, intertribal communication by drum, but no paper, no pencils, and no other utensils. And hell, these folks never even heard of a gun. And this is why the colonies came, to stabilize the land, because the dark continent had copper and gold, and the discoverers had themselves a plan. They would discover all the places with promise. You didn't need no titles and deeds. Then they would appoint people to make everything legal, to sanction the trickery and greed. And back in the jungle, when the natives got restless, they would call it guerrilla attack. And they would never describe that the folks finally got wise and decided that they would fight back. And still, we are victims of word games. Semantics is always a bitch. Places once referred to as underdeveloped are now called mineral rich. And the game goes on eternally. Unity kept just beyond reach. Egypt and Libya used to be in Africa. They've now been moved to the Middle East. There are examples galore, I assure you. But if interpreting were left up to me, I'd be sure every time folks knew this version wasn't mine, which is why it is called his story.
History. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be televised. But Kendrick Lamar last night, he made sure that we knew that the revolution was going to be televised, and it's just going to be with the wrong guy, because of course he had all of the things he had to say in response to that. So here we have Black Alpha Network, the migrants spent the last 2 weeks waving the Mexican flag, and FBA are keeping it red, white, and blue. Remember that the next time you hear the term people of color. Yeah. You know, I thought it was strange. I'm not going to lie. I mean, like, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting them to come out, like, with the red, white, blue. But it was the American flag symbolism at first, but then it goes into the breakdown of the red, white, and blue, as if the United States flag is divided. It doesn't represent everybody under the flag. I believe I still have Kim up here, the wolf. What are your thoughts so far?
I was wondering if any of these people have ever read or listened to John Heinrich Clark. You know who that is?
Yes, I do.
I wonder if any of them know who that is and have listened to him speak about Africa, and what he was talking about, how we were the builders of civilizations. I wonder if any of them know that.
Well, I mean, I'd imagine a lot of people don't.
I would imagine most of them don't.
You know, I saw this video last night, and I wanted to play it for the channel. Now, you know, for me as a Republican, I've met Rob Smith times aplenty. You know, I've never been mean or rude to him, this, that, and the third, but this is what he had to say about the Super Bowl last night. He's a homosexual. He does have a white husband, this, that, and the third, but, you know, he's like, you know, he says that he's diehard, pure blood, and he's a veteran, this, that, and the third. But I saw this last night, and I wanted to play it here on the show just to kind of hear what you guys had to say about what he had to say. So let's take a listen. Mr. Kim, can you hear it?
No.
Okay, let me stop sharing and let me share it again because I don't want you to not be able to hear it. All right, you guys should be able to hear it. Just give me 1 second.
All right, y'all, I'm sorry. Kendrick Lamar at the Super Bowl was whack. That was one of the worst halftime shows in recent memory. First of all, Kendrick Lamar is not mainstream. Like, people do not know those songs. The white people at the Super Bowl party that I was with, he may as well have been speaking Mandarin. All right, because nobody knew these songs. Nobody knew what he was rapping about outside of Not Like Us, obviously. But nobody knows these songs. Second of all, Blickety Black, I'm so much blacker than you. Halftime shows are very passe. Like, that stuff peaked in the BLM era. It's very not of this moment. It very much does not work. And also, it's been done better. So at this point, nobody cares. Third of all, 43-year-old mother of two, Serena Williams, in a bad blonde wig, like crip walking, is embarrassing. Like, I'm embarrassed for her. She should be embarrassed for herself. It's just all really, really passe. There is nothing about that halftime performance that worked. So what I need to tell the NFL, Rock Nation, anybody that's doing that Super Bowl, try to make a show that's for all of America, because that was not for all of America. That was for like a fringe that knows Kendrick Lamar and that knows, you know, his reps. Like, you're not going to tell me that that man is mainstream, that this is some mainstream superstar whose songs everybody knows, because I am telling you, the people that I was with, those white people at this place that I was with were looking at each other like, they didn't know what was going on. All right, I didn't know what was going on. It was whack. It was boring. It wasn't cool. I'm tired of rappers at the Super Bowl. Like, can we have one Super Bowl where we just do something that just brings different genres together? Like, I'm tired of seeing rappers bopping around. It was embarrassing. It was bad. And there's a lot of Black people in media that, you know, their job is to say that everything that a Black celebrity does is great and whatever. I'm here to tell you that it is whack. I don't care what anybody says. Kendrick was whack. Serena was whack. The whole thing was just not good.
Well, that was Rob Smith. You know, I'm not going to sit here and go all behind the pale of what it was that he said. It's just too often times I hear a lot of Black Republicans, especially the modern ones, you know, they say they don't listen to rap and I'm getting to this and that. And like, this not me denying them, but it's just like, I still love Black music. I might not have liked the performance all the way, but I thought the performance was good. My critiques have more so with the audience than it does the actual music, this, that, and the third. And since so many people said this is like the worst Super Bowl they've ever seen, it's just like, eh. And then, you know, a lot of the news stories here from The View and other places saying, you know, if the white folks is mad, then that means the Black folks are doing something right. And I'm just like, well, you know, the white folks, to keep it real, they ain't the only ones saying that this was trash. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was Black people too. And again, like I told you guys, I mean, I don't have TikTok. Like, I just do it the best with what I have. But Angry Man, he had like a compilation of Black people responding to this, and I know, like, cause he went live like this way versus like a full screen. So I wanted to play some of this for you guys so y'all can hear, you know, just a few different perspectives before we wrap it up. because I believe that. Well, so I'm at 11:52 my time here in Texas, but Stanley, it'll be midnight for him, and I don't want to cut into his show, so we will see a few clips. That Angerman show, like I said, I just didn't have time to find them, but I felt like, I could just share this, and it was good enough for you guys to get the gist.
And what was the message Kendrick Lamar was trying to give us? Because y'all keep talking about it was the message. It was about the message. The message was bigger than the performance.
And of course, the idea is that, white folks on the right, MAGA, this and that on all of the major news networks. It's just like MAGA, they're upset. It's just the white folks. It's white MAGA. Absolutely not. Absolutely the hell not. It was black folks left and right in between. And you can tell from listening to them, they don't vote. They don't give a damn about Trump. They're just talking about the context of the music. That's it. There's nothing else deeper here. So you guys listen to this and, just hear these black folks responding to the Super Bowl show by way of Kendrick Lamar. They ain't like diehard MAGA American patriots like myself. They just talking their shit and they didn't like it.
What the fuck was the message? Because I didn't get no kind of message. And what?
Kendrick's performance at the Super Bowl was mid, and here's why. Out the gate, he committed a cardinal sin, which is performing a song that we ain't heard. You didn't think you wanted to kick it off with something we're more familiar with, something high energy to set the tone for the rest of this. Man, I ain't doing this. I ain't doing it. And another thing, who do I blame for you sounding the way that you sounded? Was it your fault or was it the sound guy? I also couldn't tell if SZA was singing or lip syncing. Then half the time I could barely understand Kendrick, and the other half he was running out of breath. You on the world's biggest stage. You didn't think clarity was important? Man, fuck, I ain't doing this shit. I ain't doing it. How do you not bring one person out from the city to perform? No Juvenile? Hell, Master P was literally in the building. You mentioned culture more than Vin Diesel mentions family, but you didn't want to have any type of New Orleans representation. Man, you know what? I'm done. They're glazing. Drake.
I don't even think y'all know what just happened. The retaliation for the whistleblowing has never been so blatant. I've never seen no shit like that was that evident in my life. That halftime show was so evident that them labels are working against that man. I've never seen a message so clear in my life. Like, they want blood from that man. Like, the thing is, they built up a machine that became bigger than them, and now they're trying to dismantle it. But everything that is taken to dismantle one man is just like, they cannot hide what they're doing, like, at all. When Justin Timberlake accidentally showed Janet Jackson's titty, it was such a disgrace. It was on page 6 on every news outlet. It was, oh my God, they couldn't believe it because kids were watching. But somehow he got approved to talk about PDF files, people doing drugs, and minors during the halftime show. I wonder who approved that.
Only reason that leprechaun bell bottom wearing ass was on that stage was because of Drake. So I know he got to know in the back of his head, like, damn, I'm really on this stage because of Drake. Because had it been for that song, you wouldn't have been there. And had it been for that song, you wouldn't have got those Grammys. So please take the time to really thank Drake. Because once again, he made you. So all you Kendrick fans, just stay on that side. Don't even listen to Drake. Don't even engage. None of that. Because we don't want you. We don't want fake fans. We don't. Team Leprechaun, stay over there. Team Champagne Poppy, y'all know what's up. Another thing, I'm from Compton, and I've never been a Kendrick fan. Like, never been a Kendrick fan. So miss me with that. Oh, you switched up. Oh, but your city. I don't care. I never was a Kendrick fan. And I never probably will be. Never.
After watching that show, that shit was ass. I'm sure it had Lil Wayne.
Yikes. Serena girl. You still in love with Drake? Nobody?
Like I said earlier, whatever her sister, Drake being her ex, her husband, whatever the case may be, it's just like I said, I didn't know that her sister had got shot down by some Crips. That just seems weird to do the Crip walk at all. And like, I just can't even make an excuse for it. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I guess that's thanks to the internet. We've heard some Drake fans here and there. There's more content, like more videos from this specific channel that I'll be showing tomorrow whenever HB2N comes back, because I'm definitely interested in hearing his thoughts and what he has to say about it. It is almost 5 hours into Politicking with Porsha. We did take a break to get into the things that John Galt needed to present to us. And we do have the Wolf, aka Kim Warfield, up here with us. Stanley is coming up next right after me, and I already feel bad because it's like I've cut into Stanley's show without intentions. I had a very strict plan to make sure that we got to start things on time, but y'all know how it is whenever you go live. You can't always control the things that happen while you're live, so you just do the best you can with what you got. So Stanley, are you here? Can you hear me? Let me know. I will go ahead and whenever I do end it, I'll make sure I play the 8-minute video, and then I'll go ahead and play like another one of our videos that we already have embedded in the StreamYard to give you some time. But I would like to make sure that I take this audience and carry them over to yours. And Stanley, also, whenever you go to media assets at the top, if it's not selected already for you, because I've already selected it, at the very top of media assets, it'll say fair use. So click that, it'll be at the top, and you don't have to worry too much about that. But until we go ahead and close, Mr. Kim.
Yes.
Do you have any different thoughts, you know, as it pertains to what you just heard? Do you have anything else to add from the responses? Because I think it was going to be a lot more in favor, but
I have to agree with the first guy. I have to agree with the first guy. The halftime show has gotten worse every year. Regardless of who it is, it's been worse every single year for quite a while. And I think from people that I know from different walks, they're sick of it. I'll hear them say, you know what, man, I didn't even watch the halftime show. I couldn't watch it, or I turned it off when that came on and then turned it back on when it was over. They're just checking out. A lot of this stuff is causing them just to say, you know what, I'm sick of this stuff. I'm just not going to watch the game. You know, this stuff just keeps happening. I have more and more friends that have just said, you know what, I'm done with the NFL. They keep doing this DEI, or they keep doing this racial stuff, or they, you know, on and on and on. This virtue signaling, they're tired of it. I'm certainly tired of it. I spent a lot of time as a kid. I'm from an all-white town, just about. And I'm the one who gave all of in those days, it wasn't Black History Month. It was a week, sometimes it was a day. I'm the one who gave all the presentations all through school. And I'm the one that told these people how pleased I was to be what I was and the history of what I was. And I didn't cover the Indian side of my family, but I did cover the Black side of it. My great-grandfather was a slave. My great-grandmother was pure-blooded Cherokee chief's daughter. And so, you know, I've got both of those sides in me. Although I will say the Cherokees had slaves during the Civil War times and fought for the South and were convinced to let go of their slaves by supposedly by being given land in Oklahoma by the U.S. government, which was, as we know, was a sham. But I've always tried to let people know that all this baloney that they've come up about our race, our heritage is just crap. And
Yeah, and I agree too. Like, like some of what you shared. Like, I don't talk about it often, but one side of my family, they're white and all of that. I guess I would say I wouldn't say I guess, they reap the benefits of this, that, and the third, but that's just kind of the genetic makeup of my family. So for me, down here, down south, like there's one part of my family where I know everything there is to be known, but then there's the other side of my family where it's just like, okay, we know what we know from when we know it, but on the other side, it goes all the way back. I mean, like 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, 1900s.
Uh-huh.
And this, that, and it's fine, but it's just like at the same time, it's just like, okay. Again, the way that I started this show off, I'm giving you guys a history of the NFL. I'm telling you guys about the folks in the NFL that have made, positive changes. And, even after the NFL banned you for 12 years, whenever they came back begging you, you went on ahead and said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and show up. I wouldn't have showed up. They said they didn't want me there. It didn't matter what I did. I wasn't good enough for 12 years. Hey, listen, 12 years is a long damn time right now in 2025. Like back then, oh my God, that was forever in a day. Just really not knowing this, that, and that. Like, it was just such a long time, but they did that. And then y'all come out calling Kaepernick, BLM, whatever else it is that y'all came out with, saying that they weren't down for you. But we learned tonight that once the players, gain respect for their coach and teammate, they use shoe polish to blackface themselves so that the other players from other teams wouldn't try to kill him. So It's just like, and this was in the 1910s. It's just like, gosh, like we didn't have civil rights, we didn't have affirmative action, we didn't even have Brown versus Board of Education. But these are the heights that blacks were, feeding during that time, and you guys are complaining.
Yeah, they've got nothing to complain about. They really don't.
No, they really don't. Like if you look back over, and that's why I started the show this way, because it's like I want to.
Oh, and by the way, Kaepernick's family, they were white.
Yeah, they were white, just like mine.
So
It's just like I don't want to hear that shit. Like my grandpa white, my dad, my grandma white, and then other parent white, and I would say black, but that parent was white and black. You know what I'm saying? So it was just like a whole lot of mixed up this, that, and the third. But it's just like, hey, they still, because they had that 1%. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like that's what it was. But like with Ken, it's just like.
Well, and here's another thing.
For everybody else across the history of America that paved the way.
Well, another thing, you have multimillionaires claiming that they're oppressed.
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't like
generational wealth claiming that they're oppressed.
I mean, you can also say generational wealth, but is it really generational wealth? I mean, that's what they'll say, but it's not what they do. Or I don't even say it's what they say. It's what they show, but it's not what they do.
Well, they can blow through it, but if you have $1 million, you could put that in the bank and live off the interest, and it would be generational wealth.
Yeah, but that's
what was Kaepernick's salary?
I don't even know. I don't know.
Multi-millions.
Well, of course, yeah. I just don't know what the exact salary was, but yeah, of course it was multi-millions for him, for sure.
I think the last time he was in the league, it was $13 million.
Yeah, and that's
for a year. For a year. That's generational wealth right there.
It sure is.
But he was oppressed.
Of course he was.
So I just, this whole thing, my dad was in the NFL back when it was not the greatest place to be, and he played for Papa and for Paul Brown. Wasn't in the league for very long, and he was young because they drafted him out of high school, and he wouldn't talk about it. It was, other than every once in a while he'd let something slip, but
You know what? Like with you saying that, I wonder, like for the folks in the audience, you know, that like trickle in and out. My grandpa was also in the NFL for years. And I mean, like where he came from, his upbringing, everything, like he was like the #1 draft. Like he's a big deal. Like back at home, like he is huge. He's a huge deal. But my grandpa, he was in NFL too, but he got hurt. Like during that time, he was the top of the top. He was the everything. You know what I mean? But you know, he got hurt. Like he injured himself. And, you know, like I said, I'm just curious to see, like, how many folks, like, in the chat, like, how many of their grandparents, and my papa, like, he's still alive right now, you know, like, what the first of their kind to make history doing what it was that they did. And that's why I said, like, at the beginning of the show, it's just like, I know, you know, sometimes you'll hear people say, it's just the NBA, NFL, these black kids, they got these dreams, this and that. But it's just like, nah, like, it's a real dream. You know, and if they're talented, they're talented. They can do this. They can go far. They can, you know, make so many differences.
Yeah.
You know, but like you
said, I've had cousins in the league too. He would not talk about it. He was born in Kentucky, and a really, really small town in Kentucky. And every once in a while, there would be a player like a tight end or something. Most of my relatives played for the smaller schools in Kentucky, the Hilltoppers, and
like the Western Kentucky,
Tennessee State. I have cousins that went to Tennessee State. He would just say, "That's your cousin right there," and I'd say, "What?" And he said, "That's your cousin." But I knew very few of my family on his side. A lot of it was because he hated his mother. When he was in Korea, he was a West Point Arms instructor. He could make guns out of scrap metal laying around on the floor. And he had saved all the money that he made when he was in the Army. He sent home, and he was going to become a gunsmith. He wanted to open his own place, and she spent it all on this furniture. And he came home thinking he had this money to start a business, and she spent all of his money. So he hated her, and he didn't talk about his side of the family. I knew a lot of them in Indianapolis, Indiana. You know, I've been to Kentucky a few times to visit them, but I didn't know all of them, and he never talked about it. I'd just find out every once in a while from accidents where something would remind him of it. So, you know, that stuff, a lot of it, if it was bad, he just wouldn't talk about it. He wouldn't talk about the league. I'd only get bits and pieces of how, so a lot of it was brought out. When we watched championship wrestling, Dick the Bruiser used to play for the Packers, and he knew Bruiser well. And we'd watch championship wrestling, and Bruiser would be out there beating up on somebody, and Dad would start chuckling. He'd say, "Doggone that Bruiser. He ruined my brand new silk sweatshirt," because he'd given him front row tickets, and then opened up some guy, and of course the blood got over my dad's shirt, and he's, "Doggone that Bruiser." I'd start laughing. I'd say, "What are you talking about, Dad?" But he knew other Packers. Our Pee Wee football team had a Packers, ex-Packers player, ex-Viking, and then my dad would play for Chicago and Cleveland. So we were well coached, and a lot of us played in college ball, some in championships. But you know, he just never talked about that stuff. I'd find out stuff from accident. It's been a lot of that. Our family in Miami, my mom called her Crazy Lucille. She was the first woman in probably in Florida to be jailed for the civil rights movement. And she knew Eleanor Roosevelt and a whole lot of stuff. They were on, and my cousin is still an equal rights attorney there, but she was a writer, freelancer for the Miami Herald, and she was on C-SPAN with Brian Lamb on book notes, I think it's called. And she had worked with my my cousin on this book about the equal rights movement in those days, in the 50s and 60s. And they're going to turn it into a movie. So Tananarive was in Hollywood working with I don't think it ever happened or it ever will, but that was the last I heard. So I've got cousins that are number one best in the top 7 of the bestsellers list and a bunch of stuff. But anyway, I just think what they do now, I fought really hard to show people what we were, who we really were, and how pleased I was with being what I am. And it just seems like they tear it down and just fit all the stereotypes and all the negative stuff that people say about us as a people.
Yeah, and we ain't ever did nothing, we weren't nothing, and so even for me, I can critique here and there, but the way that I started the show, it's I don't want to leave that part out because that's important to me.
Would Washington D.C. exist without us?
Absolutely not. Benjamin Banneker. No, absolutely not. Washington D.C. I mean, listen, period. No, even you can go all the way back to the Emancipation Proclamation and Frederick Douglass. Absolutely not. No.
And they forget. I've got a book here that was on once we were emancipated, the Reconstruction, and the thing that was so tough on the South, all these trades and stuff that have shown up since then, those were all done by Black people.
Absolutely. And you know what? So it's I can get up here and I always say, whenever I train, I can get up here and I can, cut up and gig, for the show, entertainment, but I can't not, I'll never be able to forget, of all of the accomplishments and the triumphs. And so that's why for my Black History Month streams, I'm making sure that we're putting it out there, for those that do not know. For those that need affirmation from white folks, because it's you just want to have a white person say, you wanted a good Negress.
They didn't know. Porsha, they didn't know how to do anything. They didn't know how to build. They had Black people keeping their books. They had them doing everything.
Railroads.
Everything. It was the amount of stuff that they had to learn once that emancipation went through it was basically they had to have trades for everything because they didn't know how to do anything. And they had to, we did all of that.
All of it. Facts. I mean, that's just what it was. But, sometimes all of that stuff gets buried up underneath all the ash. And it's just not with me, not on my show. But Kim, aka Wolf, I'm actually getting ready to shut this one down so Stanley can go live. Stanley, what is he talking about tonight? Let me actually go to this page here to see what Stanley, because Stanley, I've already cut into his show and I really don't like it when I do that. But hey, Stanley, I know you're listening. I know you're out there. I'm so sorry, but Stanley, his show tonight, Stanley is about to come up right after me. Stanley, his show is called Gloves Are Chastity Belts for Your Hands. It's Stanley. So you guys, y'all, make sure you stay. I already have the redirect on. Stanley, he is coming up soon. You guys be sure to be there for Stanley. check him out. And
I'm gonna have to change phones. My phone is starting to. I'm down. I got it plugged in, but it doesn't charge. It doesn't charge on this charger where I am fast enough, so it's running out of juice. I'm gonna have to switch phones. So I'll probably come back in and say hello, and then I'm probably gonna check out.
yeah, I'll be going to sleep here soon. I want to stay up a little bit for Stanley show. So we are about to get out of here. So thank you guys for tuning in. Whatever we did not cover tonight, we will definitely cover on Gone Trucking with HB2N. My beloved, we'll be back in the morning with Gone Trucking. I can't wait. I'm so excited to, just be there listening to him and stuff. Y'all know I'm sweet on him and everything. So I do want to thank all of you guys for coming out for Politicking with Porsha, the 2025 Super Bowl, National Anthem, Let Us See, Kendrick Lamar, and also staying long enough here with me to hear some history about the NFL. So we are going to get out of here, and we'll be right back with Stanley versus the world. So thank you guys again. I can't thank you guys enough for all it is that you do, for your support. The $10 a day for Porsha J. John Galt, he is something else, but don't we love him? So we will be back here shortly with Stanley, and then after Stanley, it'll be HB2N. After HB2N, it'll be me, and then, y'all know the flow. So love you guys, and like I told you, I'm starting and ending with these babies. I can't help it. So I'm gonna do a few minutes, and then we'll get up out of here in time for Stanley. shout out to you guys for being here with us tonight. Politicking with Porsha. Yes. I might have some things to say about the Negroes that you don't necessarily agree with, but you know I'm team Negro all day. All day. Have people like this. And it starts from here. This moment with these babies. These babies. It truly, I love it. Middle school and all high school, these are babies doing this. Showing the hell out. And like I told you guys from day one of my first Black History Month stream, listen, these kids are so good that, I mean, I'm telling you, like middle schools, high schools, even college level drum lines, the unison that these kids have and how they just all together, like, listen, it's a lot of practice and these is babies. That's bad. I'm so proud of them. So you got that red here, and then you got to see the other red. Here he go, he over there, he in the corner. Those are the drum majors. Those are the drum majors. And he's showing the hell out. And of course, all the white heads, this is the drum line. And these are all black little boys. Shit. These babies, they are showing out. They are unitary. I just love this, y'all. I can't shake it. It's like I want everybody to see this. Whoever I need the world to see this. Look at that. Here's the other drum line. Look at him. He on his 5. He's on his 5. These are our snares. We got our basses back here. We got our cymbals over here. Listen, they cutting up. Look. These are babies. Oh my God. Hold on, what is the band director right here? No, that's high school. Yeah. High school sucked. See, you sweat. But y'all ain't sweat. Y'all ain't sweat. Y'all ain't got time for no damn sweat. Turn up, babies. Okay, symbols. Y'all see that cross the finger? That they're concluding. This is the end. Yeah, turn up. Yes, babies. Yes, babies. Y'all cut up. Cut up. Yeah. Y'all show out. Y'all didn't show it out and show it up. I am so proud of y'all. Y'all ain't my babies, but listen. Let me tell you something. It don't matter. So, you good people, as always, we will be back like we never left because we never do. I want to shout out to all of you guys that were in the building tonight. Those of you that supported Politicking with Porsha, talking about the national anthem and the Super Bowl. We got into, everything that's going on with John, this, that, and the third. But for the things that we did not cover tonight, best you believe we will cover those things with Gone Trucking with HB2N. You guys look out for that. Look forward to that. 'Cause he'll be here tomorrow. I'm so excited. I don't care what HB2N is talking about. To be quite honest with you guys, it's all good to me. I get excited, for Gone Trucking. I do. I can't always contain my feelings. However, the one thing that I do know, if I don't know nothing else, is that I know it's going to be a good show. It's going to be a good day because he is here. He's such a good host. He is. Shout out to Gone Trucking. Gone Trucking. Let's just, it's just me. I'm spitting right now. Just a few seconds.
Hey, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss, cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, right like a speeder. Taking it deeper, and that's how it better be.
Hey, I'll be here in the morning in a few hours for, the one and only, my one and only HB2N. He will be here. He will be back. Y'all miss him. I do too. So he'll be back. And again, thank you guys for being here tonight for Politicking with Porsha. We will be jumping into this again tomorrow. Thank you for all of you great folks that joined the panel. With so many of you guys at one point, it was just like you could hardly keep up. Hold on, wait, Stank D, how much I gotta pay HB to smack Stanley? He's not gonna do that, Stank D, but I am so happy to see you in the building. Black Manta. Abiola says Porsha has a lot of energy. I'm glad you think that. Sometimes I don't, sometimes I do. I would actually stay a little bit longer. Dwale said, I'm going to have a baby girl soon. I will name her Porsha. Dwale, I don't even know what to say about that. I've told you guys all of the stories I've had dealing with my name being Porsha and my siblings. Out of my whole family, I'm the only one with a name like mine. It took me a long time, Dwale, to come to terms with my name. I will say that. It took a long time. But I love my name now. I sure do. I love it. I hated it at first, but, I surely love it now. Dwale, that is a beautiful thing to say, but I'm pretty sure you're just saying that because I'm your Habibi. You're not gonna name your daughter Porsha, but if you do, keep us posted. Keep me and HV posted. So, shout out to you guys. We will be back here shortly with Stanley versus the world. We love you guys. Y'all are so great. Y'all are the best audience out here on these YouTube streets, all the social media streets. We'll be back soon. Like we never left. Because we never do. See y'all on the next one. Bye.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.